What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship. And today we have with us someone very special. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Freak from Nigma Galaxy. Freak, how are you doing? How are you feeling about this tournament?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm feeling very excited. It's the first time that they put us together with some of the Asian teams, so I'm pretty excited.
I mean, you guys are excited, we're excited as well to watch you guys perform in PMPL, MENA and SA Championship. But your run in the recent tournament that you played, it was quite interesting because there were a little bit of sort of downfalls that were witnessed during the finals. I want to know about that. How did that happen and what exactly was going on backstage?
Well, we managed to keep it consistent in the super weekends, in the league stage.
Yeah.
But still after the second super weekend, there was some problems that we almost didn't qualify to the super weekend, and it was quite some pressure on us. But thankfully, we still managed to qualify to the super weekends and get some points. So we just kept the lead of the points to PMGC. So from that super weekend along, we kind of had a pressure on us, and then in the finals we repeated some mistakes. Maybe we were a little bit careless and stuff since we knew that we were gonna qualify to PMGC. So, but thankfully we still qualified to PMPL MENA and SA. So, yeah.
I mean, hey, just realizing and admitting that there were mistakes made is the first step of improving. And talking about improvements, you guys have done that quite a lot. And as you mentioned before, this is the first time you will be going up against some of the South Asian teams. So I want to know from you, who do you feel will be the toughest competition for you guys in MENA and SA Championship?
Well, they're pretty tough, but I've seen the PMPL South Asia and I'm really impressed by DRS and I8 also.
Alright, I mean, I want to know from you, you mentioned the Global Championship. You guys have already made it to the Global Championship, so congratulations on that. Now, how are you guys preparing for the tournament?
Thank you so much. I mean, we've been kind of playing less since after the PMPL, but we've started playing a lot and practicing a lot on our weaknesses and try to I mean, even PMPL MENA and SA is a really good practice for us for PMGC, since we've never I don't think we've ever played against the teams from Asia, since they have a different playstyle, and this is gonna help us a lot for PMGC.
Now again, focusing on the Global Championship once more, because DRS is also another team that has already made it to the Global Championship. How closely will you watch them in the MENA and SA Championship?
Pretty a lot, because I mean, I think their rotations are also like on our side from Miramar. They kind of play, yeah. So we need to. I mean, we're gonna study all the teams equally, but most likely the teams that are gonna play near us, we're gonna study them more. And since DRS is gonna play in PMGC, we're gonna just study them like the other teams.
All right, and one final thing, Freak, I want to know from you is if you have a message for your fans that have been cheering you all this time and will continue to cheer you on as you move forward towards the Global Championship.
Well, I really appreciate their support. They've been very supportive and helping us a lot mentally, and we've been preparing for the Battle of Glory. Hopefully we're gonna do some great things.
I mean, great things are always going to be expected from you guys. Nigma Galaxy, the biggest name from MENA region. And Freak, thank you so much for giving us your time. It has been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Congratulations to you and your teammates for the tournament.
Yeah, same here. Thank you so much. It was nice. It was a nice interview.
PMPL Season 4 को एक्सन त सकिएको छ, बट ओभरअल अझै पनि नेक्स्ट जर्नी रहनेवाला छ। MENA एन्ड साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनशिपको म कुरा गर्दैछु। सबैलाई स्वागत छ यो भिडियोमा। आज हामी कुरा गर्नेवाला छ PMPL Season 4 को फाइनलमा दोस्रो स्थान प्राप्त गर्न सफल रहेको टिम डेडाइज अनि उनका आइजिएल सिफुसँग। वेलकम।
Alright, thank you once and नमस्ते सबैजनालाई। म चाहिँ डेडाइजको आइजिएल एन्ड मेरो इन गेम नेम रहेको छ DE सिफु।
हामी मेन मुद्दातिर जानेवाला छौँ सिधै। PMPL Season 4 को ओभरअल समरी कस्तो रह्यो त डेडा गाइजको लागि? एक्सपेक्टेसन मिट गर्यो आफ्नो प्लेयर्सहरू बीचमा, फ्यान्सको एन्ड सो अन। सो कसरी समराइज गर्नुहुन्छ PMPL Season 4 लाई?
PMPL Season 4 चाहिँ एकदमै टफ थियो भनौँ हाम्रो लागि होइन किनभने अब अफकोर्स एउटा कुरा त रहेछ अब हाम्रो एभ्री सिजन रोस्टर चेन्जेस एन्ड अल दोस थिङ्स होइन त्यो छँदैछ एन्ड देन योचोटि चाहिँ के भयो भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब सिनर्जी पनि बिल्ड नभएर सो हाम्रो जुन प्रिभियस सिजन्सहरूमा थियो जुन चाहिँ अब हाम्रो एग्रेसिभ टाइपको गेम प्ले थियो यो सिजनमा चाहिँ त्यस्तो मैले अब हामीले त्यस्तो देखाउन पाएन किनभने अब हाम्रो क्लोज रेन्ज अलिकति खराब हुनुको कारणले चाहिँ सिनर्जीले गर्दाखेरि सिनर्जी एन्ड कम्युनिकेसनले गर्दाखेरि सबै मैले चाहिँ ट्याक्टिकल अब तपाईँको भनौँ न मिड रेन्ज फाइटहरू एन्ड सबै त्यस्तो कुराहरू मात्र लिइरहेको थिएँ सो त्यो कुरा केही हदसम्म वर्कआउट पनि गर्यो र कतिसम्म चाहिँ वर्कआउट पनि गर्यो सो या त्यसरी जाँदाको खेरि अब तपाईँको ओभरअलमा त जस टिमले एकदम राम्रो नै पर्फर्म गर्यो भन्नुपर्छ एन्ड मेरो एक्सपेक्टेसन जुन थियो त्यो चाहिँ त्योभन्दा एकदमै माथि नै पर्फर्म गर्यो टिमले
ओके सुपर विकेन्डको लास्ट हप्ता खेल्न पाएको थिएन टिम बट फाइनल्समा एकदमै राम्रो बाउन्स ब्याक गर्यो बट एट द एन्डमा कहीँ न कहीँ टिमले चोक गर्यो ट्रफी मिस रह्यो एकदमै क्लोज आएर टाई पोइन्ट थियो योभन्दा बढी त के नै भन्ने सो टिमले के सोच्यो त्यसलाई अब कसरी लिग्यो एन्ड इभन अन टपले एमभिपीको टाइटल पनि लुज गरे
त्यसमा चाहिँ के छ भन्दाखेरि अब हाम्रो टिमको चाहिँ भन्दाखेरि अब तपाईँको जस्तै पहिला तपाईँको जस्तै किल्सले हेरिन्थ्यो होइन त पोइन्ट्स त बराबर छ 187 पोइन्ट्स त बराबर छ सो इट्स जस्ट यो गेमको रुलले गर्दाखेरि मात्र विजेस च्याम्पियन्स भयो नत्र पोइन्ट्स त सेम छ नि त स्टिल च्याम्पियन्स हो या सो बट हामी चाहिँ के बुझ्नुपर्छ भन्दाखेरि अब हाम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ यो लबीमा टप नचै थियो होइन सेकेन्ड डेसम्म डोमिनेटिङै गरिरहेको थियौँ तर थर्ड डेमा चाहिँ के भन्दाखेरि अब मैले भने हन्स लागि भने जस्तै केही कुराहरू चाहिँ वर्कआउट पनि गरेन होइन यो अब स्ट्राटेजी एन्ड अल होइन सो त्यसले गर्दाखेरि अलिकति हो बट या प्रिटी मच अब भनौँ न राम्रै थियो एन्ड त्यही हो
ओके हामी अब नेक्स्ट इभेन्टतिर पनि लाग्नेवाला छ एज मेना एन्ड साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिप धेरै टाढा छ होइन अब यो इभेन्टको लागि फिलिङ के छ टिमको एज नयाँ टिम छ आउनेवाला नयाँ फ्लेभर पनि रहनेवाला छ अरू मेबी कुनै पर्टिकुलर टिम तपाईँको दिमागमा घुमिरहेको अथवा प्रिपरेसन कसरी डिस्क्राइब गर्नुहुन्छ
मेरो रिजनको लागि चाहिँ अब बाहिरको अब अरू रिजनको टिम्सहरू कसरी खेल्छ त्यो अब हेर्न त हेरि नै रहेको छ बट स्टिल अब गेममा खेल्दाखेरि अब उनीहरूको स्ट्राटेजी अब के हुन्छ त्यो त अब गेममै देखिन्छ बट सोफा अलिकति अब स्ट्रङ्गेस्ट लागेको भनेको चाहिँ तपाईँको अब मलाई चाहिँ मेरै रिजनबाट अब आफ्नै रिजनबाट स्ट्रङ्गेस्ट लाग्छ जस्तै कि नाम लिनुपर्दा भयो डिआरएस भयो होइन स्टलबाट विजेस भयो होइन भाइब्स भयो सो आफ्नै रिजनको चाहिँ मलाई एकदम स्ट्रङ लाग्छ भनौँ अब एन्ड आई थिङ्क अब हाम्रै रिजनको टिमसँग चाहिँ कम्पिटिसन हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ हाम्रो फेरि पनि
ओके वन्स अगेन सेम ब्याटल एन्ड मेबी एउटा राम्रो मौका रहन सक्छ एजलाई ठुलो इभेन्ट पनि रहने भयो एन्ड फाइनली टाइटलको रेस फेरि यहाँ पनि रहन सक्छ बट एउटा कुरा यो रहने भयो कि 4वटा स्लट जिसीको लागि भनेर क्लियर गरिएको छ यसले गर्दा कम्पिटिसन अब हाइपअप हुँदैन त
या एकदमै अब हाइपअप हुन्छ अब 4वटा मात्रै स्लट छ एन्ड अब बेस्ट अफ द बेस्ट टिम्स होइन अब यत्रो अब कति 2टा रिजनकोबाट होइन सो या एकदमै हाइपअप हुनेवाला छ
ओके एक्सन हेर्न त एकदमै मजा आउनेवाला छ बट फ्यान्सलाई म सम्बोधन गरिदिनु हुन म चाहन्छु एन्ड यस अभियसली पर्फर्मेन्स राम्रो रह्यो मेबी थोरै कसर बाँकी रहेको थियो त्यो मेना च्याम्पियनसिपमा पुरा हुन सक्छ
या एकदमै अब हामीले हाम्रो तर्फबाट एकदमै मिहिनेत गरिरहेको छौँ केटाहरू पनि अब तपाईँको दिनरात होइन मिहिनेत गरिरहेको छ सो या मेना रिजनमा मेबी राम्रो योभन्दा अझै राम्रो रिजल्ट देख्न पाउनु सक्नुहुनेछ भनौँ
ओके सो एनी प्रिसाइज फ्यान मेसेज जुन तपाईँ पास गर्न चाहनुहुन्छ
अब के भन्नु है अब अहिलेसम्म सपोर्ट गरिरहनु भएको छ अब यत्रो 4वटा सिजन भइसक्यो स्टिल सपोर्टिङ होइन एन्ड ह्याट्स अफ टु यु गाइज एन्ड थ्याङ्क यू सो मच भन्न चाहन्छु एन्ड एट द एन्ड त्यही हो बिलिभ इन डी एन्ड वी विल फाइट फर द ग्लोरी
उनी थिए डेडा गाइजको टिमबाट सिफु आफ्नो टिमले कसरी पिएमपिएल सिजन 4 सक्यो त अनि अगाडिको च्यालेन्जलाई कसरी लिँदैछ त अनि कसरी त्यसको बारेमा होमवर्क गर्दैछ त बताउँदै थिए हामी यस्तै यस्तै कुराकानी अरू टिम्सहरूसँग पनि गर्नेवाला छौँ त्यति जेलको लागि आफ्नो ख्याल राख्नुहोस् हामी चाँडै भेट्नेवाला छौँ
The boundaries will break here. The biggest regions will come under one roof. Here the weak will turn into dust. And survival is the only way to the top. Watch the elites make history. In the ultimate face-off, PMPL MENA and South Asia Championship is here. Battle for glory. 9th to 14th November.
Welcome to the final day of PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship. A huge thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. I'm going to be your host, Plotter, joined in along with these two incredible dudes. Well, how are you guys feeling today? Final day, 5 games is what separates before we get to know who will be walking away with $40,000.
Excited. That's all where we can just put it down, because obviously there is competition amongst top 4 teams. I mean, obviously if we see DRS and or Nigma Galaxy, both of them out there in top 4, then obviously the other teams will be getting up their slots for GC as well. That's one storyline, but again, excited as hell right now.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, and the excitement has been taken to the next level with the last game yesterday, where we saw SUDOR Esports take a bounce from the 16th to the 8th position. So now things are even closer than before, and we're all decked out. I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be doing the same as well. Today is just going to be insane.
It definitely will be. With that talk about insanity, we've got $150,000 as our prize pool right here. $150,000, but that's not it, of course, as we also have the MVP to talk about, the tournament MVP. Varun.
Yeah, one individual who will have had a remarkable performance in the matches that are supposed to be played and that have been played yesterday will be walking away with $2,000. And while Blotter, as you mentioned, one team will be walking away with 40 grand for themselves. These $2,000, you don't need to split it with anyone. This is just for you. So we did see action and contention for it, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, he's going to be doing quite well today for himself as well. But there are people behind him that are eyeing the same prize money, the $2,000. So it's going to be interesting to see who that individual is going to be at the end of the day.
Definitely, and as we move on forth, again, we are, of course, being introduced to the 16 teams that are playing these finals. And Salvot right now, they are leading the herd. But Ocean, again, I mean, we were talking about that and the points difference. There's not a lot of difference between the first and second, is it?
Yeah, I mean, there's DEADEYES guys as well, DRS as well. If we talk about all those teams, right, that are just in the top 3 at this moment, then we'll obviously have Rico, like all those teams, to be honest, to talk about. Wizzes with Vibes, surprisingly, a team that did amazing. When we talk about the PMPL, you know, they are kind of faltering here and there. But, well, on the other side, Cryptics as well, a brilliant comeback came through this team, talking about one day back. But yesterday, it was a bit of an up and down story, more on the downside. But, well, on the other side, if we talk about DRS, SUDOR, well, they are on their own climbs, respectively.
They definitely are. Of course, Varun did just mention that SUDOR, I mean, yesterday's final game, they were able to jump up from the 16th to the 8th position. So one really good game gave them that momentum boost that was required for their side. But will it be enough for them to be able to move on forth from that 8th position into the top 4 itself? But alongside that, the storyline that has been created from SUDOR is one of a comeback story. But again, 5 games. Today's 5 final games will define which teams are going to be moving on, the top 4 that are going to be pushing on to the PMGC, and along with that, of course, $150,000 on the line.
Exactly.
73 points right now, 69 points, 59 points, 53, 51, 40. It's still, you know, I mean, I get it. Nigma Galaxy, they are there for GC, but well, if they have a good game, they are there for a bigger chunk of prize money as well for themselves. So it's more or less about that thing as well. And for these two teams, DRS and Nigma Galaxy.
Exactly, and we have been talking about this, right? DRS and Nigma Galaxy have already qualified, but they are here playing for the money. But along with that, let's not forget, these lads are competitive individuals. For them, it is also about the pride, the bragging rights of calling themselves champions. So I'm pretty sure DRS and Nigma Galaxy are going to go at it with everything that they have. But then we saw incredible run from IA DEADEYES guys. It's not looking like they're going to stop anytime soon. There are the lads from SUDOR Esports obviously in contention. But Ocean, as you mentioned, Wizzes with Vibes, we saw them do really well in the league play days as well of the PMPL MENA and SA Championship. But right now they're sitting on the 12th position. But let's not forget, one game can change everything, and it has to be the very first game of today.
Very first, and well, if they want to just have a really big bounce, then first 2 games. If you just for a good spot.
Well, along with that, talking about good plays, we also do want to be looking at players themselves apart from teams, because the MVP, the tournament MVP, will of course be walking away with $2,000 to himself. And right now, the MVP ranking is definitely going to be supporting action, because again, I mean, this is something that Ocean has mentioned earlier as well when it comes to how we choose the MVP. Well, there is a formula set up in place, Ocean.
Yeah, 40% of your damages percentage has been taken into consideration, plus 40% of your average survival, or of your survival time has been taken into the consideration, and then 20% of your kills are being taken into consideration. It's always, your damage, it's 40% alongside the lobbies, the entire average damage of lobby as well. So that's what comprises of a total 100%. And well, that one lad gets 2,000 for himself. I mean, they obviously won't want to share it, right? Because it's all for their own bragging rights.
That is so true indeed. And talk about bragging rights that have been showcased from the side of teams. Well, there have been a few teams that have made some real good comebacks, but right now we're going to talk about consistency being the key between the team. For example, I8, but alongside is going to be Rico Infinity team.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, Rico Infinity had an interesting run yesterday, especially the win on Miramar that we saw from this team was absolutely incredible. But Ocean, I mean, this is looking really interesting because we've seen them be a part of the action. We've seen them play the game from the thick and thin of every single situation. But Rico Infinity have been a little bit, just slightly more consistent in those finishes.
That's true. That slight consistency kind of just helps them, and it kind of shows in the average survival. Like, obviously they have like pretty close average survival times, given the fact they have pretty close total points as well. But where I8 is doing really good is the way they are dealing up their damage for them. So the damage numbers that they are increasing definitely for them. But on the other side, Rico, well, Miramar was supposed to be the stronger map. They delivered in that strong map, and well, they got good points, good chunk of points. But I8, look at this. This is all about understanding the game, understanding your opponents, and getting good plays. They did that. Vedant, we have seen this lad with NEM24, Car98, AWM. He delivers, and well, he is still delivering.
Yeah, he has been incredible and quite key, as you said, for his team to find those openings, especially in those team fights. But let's not forget, I mean, Skaton was one of the lads yesterday who was doing really well, and I'm still waiting for Anas to actually regain the form, regain the utility prowess that he showcased during the league play days. And once he does, it's going to be really fun to watch this team. But as of now, in contention for that top 4, top 5 finish. Both these teams looking absolutely insane, and it is really going to be amazing to see them in action once again today.
Hope. We can just hope that we see these teams just getting that position, that desired position that both of them obviously wants. Obviously, you can't get all the teams in that top 4, right? But still, everyone, it just comes down to their hard work, the way they have been just moving up with their performance. Talking about performance, Rico Infinity. Yesterday's second game was really good, and look at this. I8 yesterday in the first game they had that top 3 finish for themselves. Look at the last game as well. The way these both teams have shown a curveball of their own. One team getting up on slight top for themselves, whilst the other team just falling a bit down. So yeah,
definitely. But again, when we talk about today being the final day right here of the championship, well, both these teams, they are in the top 5. They are going to be, well, for now, moving on to the PMGC, but by the end of the day, that could very well change. On the other front, we do have Fidan, who, as you guys were mentioning, again, I mean, this dude has been so very important for the side of Rico Infinity.
Especially Miramars.
Yeah.
Just, getting that bolt action out, just taking down those fights. That matters, right? We've seen him deliver in Erangels as well. I mean, it always comes down to this particular lad doing his job as a sniper and just coming down good with just, popping 1 or 2 heads out here and there and, well, taking down the players. Once he takes down the players, well, the other players, it's their call to maybe rush, to maybe, decide to move forward or not. So all those things just happen. So, yeah.
Absolutely. On the other front, as we move through the storyline itself, we do have SUDOR to mention, because that team in the final game yesterday were able to bring themselves all the way to the 8th from the 16th. So one good game, but that will not be enough, because today is going to be their defining moment.
One really good game, yeah, it did change up their momentum, but it's just, I mean, it's just not it. If a team can do that good in one game, imagine if they if they just keep up their heads and be serious for all the 5 games that are there today, right? That can change a lot of things for this team, for any team. So this team actually sets up a perfect example of how you can overcome difficulties when it matters the most. And well, now with these 5 games remaining, it matters the most. So yeah, and at the end, well, if you have a really good game, this is kind of an example for even for the final game. Well, if you go YOLO, you might as well have a really good chunk of prize money for yourself.
Exactly, and I mean, as you mentioned about going YOLO, I think that was the advantage that SUDOR Esports had in the last game yesterday. Since they were not looking too good in the overall rankings, they had the absolute freedom to do anything they wanted. They did that, and that brought them inside the top 8. But Ocean, as you mentioned, the first game today is definitely going to be quite crucial for this team and every single team that is outside of the top 8 right now. Because that game will, if in case of SUDOR Esports, it might take them within the top 5 from where they might qualify for the global championship. They do quite decent for the rest of the day. And for the team sitting outside the top 8, it's going to bring them in a position from where they can move forward with good performances, get inside the top 5, get inside the top 4, and then look to move forward to the next stage of the tournaments, that is the GC again.
As of now, think about this, right? Their bad performances, well, they were terrible. But, well, their good performance, well, it is incredible. So that journey of, performing terrible and then performing incredible, it just showcases how a team can just, just maybe just do a few good decisions, make a few good decisions here and there, and well, it just turns down everything in their favor. And well, that's what this team did yesterday in one match. But obviously, their fans would want them to do it more and more, and now they will have to do it more and more because again, 5 matches, only 5 matches. These 5 matches matter a lot now.
Oh yes, I mean, they're going to have to deliver for every single team. They're going to have to bring in the best skill set that they possibly can. On the other front, talking about a team that, well, has already been looking pretty neat when it comes to the finals, it's going to be the Real Soldiers, DRS. Let's have a conversation regarding their play in the finals compared to the league play days, as Ocean had mentioned earlier as well. The team was on an experimentation streak during the league plays.
Yeah, and now even if they have bad games today, well, first thing, they're definitely going to GC. Second thing, their average damage would still be higher than their 16 matches average damage. That is 862. This time, even if they perform bad, right, even if they have like 0 points, so, take this down plus 0 upon or more 5 matches, it would just be 10, it would just be 1,000 only. So it's not getting bad in any case, right? So they would just, have to perform better. And well, talking about performing better, first things first, they'll have to get past DE and then Stalwart, their competition right now. Maybe in order to become the MENA and SA champions. So, well, that would be on for them today.
And I mean, if that happens, that is definitely going to give the team an extra bit of confidence. I say that as an understatement, an extra bit of confidence going into the Global Championship. But yes, let's not forget again, this team was just absolutely phenomenal on those Erangels yesterday, getting 2 chicken dinners and the grenades. I mean, this moment from Nima and Mafia Ninja.
Yeah, true. This one was really brilliant. Just think about it, right? This is the perfect usage of utilities when you know you're outnumbered in a fight, right? Because what you can do is, first things first, yeah, you're outnumbered and you know opponents are at a upper area. Because most of the times, if they're at upper area, you know you can't charge in on the open grounds. So what you do is you use your utilities. And well, they did that perfectly. And well, they are the real soldiers. It shows they are there for the fights.
Yeah. And even the way the game ended, because when it came down to the 1v1 between the lad from Nigma Galaxy and Nima from DRS, for a second I thought like, alright, Nima, it's going to be tough for him because his position would reveal he was exposed running out in the open, but still managed to connect the first headshot and get the victory with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and look at this, right? First 16 games are just here from the last 4 days that they have been playing. And well, yesterday's are the last 5 games in which they started off with a really good chicken dinner for themselves. And obviously faltered down. But Erangels were, I would say, the first 2 Erangels that they played were really good. And that's where they accumulated most of the points. Now, their bad games, it does show that, yes, even the best of the best will fall down on this ground if you actually make them feel the pressure. But, well, overall, it has been really good. And well, this is not just their story. This has been story of each and every team that has been doing good and bad here and there.
Definitely, and that is something to say for the side of DRS. Again, I mean, that experimentation that was going on during the league plays, compare that to just the 5 games that we've seen in the finals itself, it is looking like they are on a rise, on a roll, and they are certainly going to be continuing that momentum today as well, hopefully. But alongside that, one thing that you as the viewers are not going to have to hope for is, well, these wonderful in-game items that are available for you. We've got a special crate available in-store in-game until 16th of November, so get busy, get on your phones and get playing on the battleground. And that's not it. As we move on forth, we also do have some amazing skins for the M249 that is going to be available alongside the Oppo Reno Parachute, Oppo 2021 t-shirt, and the Oppo hat. Now, these are all in-game items that you can very well redeem. All you have to do is join in all the action through PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page, and that is going to be the key because the codes are going to be shared right there, and as soon as you see the codes, just put them into your game and these are going to be yours and you can very well flaunt them amongst your friends. But now is going to be another conversation where I have to ask for your help. We are setting up a milestone. We want to be able to cross 60,000 viewers, and again, you help us, we help you. All the in-game items are for you, and you help us achieve the milestone. Well, they are permanently going to be set up in your own avatar, and that is something that you can once again flaunt amongst your friends. So yep, do not forget to start sharing all of the action that is taking place right here in the finals of MENA and SA Championship. But 5 games. Let's get busy, let's get cracking, let's move on to the schedule where we will see where exactly are we going to start things off. And it is going to be Erangel, where we will be moving across with these 16 teams. So we were just talking about DRS, how the Erangel games yesterday were able to capitalize upon. Varun and Ocean, what is going to be your prediction for this first game?
So Johnny, I want to take this one first. All right, so you remember how a team that performs really good in the entirety kind of falters down in the final days? I'm picking DE because I want them to do good.
I thought you were going to go some in another direction with that, but all right.
No.
All right. So
I see what you did there.
Ocean is going for DE. I'm going to go with I8 because I feel they're going to bring themselves within the top 3 with the first game itself. That is what I want to see this team do. Because, I mean, even though DR is there in the top 4, that means, I want them to get that chicken dinner for themselves.
They will deliver. I'm pretty sure I8 will deliver. I just want DE to just, be themselves like yesterday.
Right.
Be good, be consistent, just be there for their presence overall.
Well, there is a little bit of a storyline behind that prediction coming in from Ocean, of course, based on DEADEYES guys' playstyle and history, but we keep our fingers crossed for all teams, of course. There's no separating them. On the other front, as we look on to the map chance, well, DRS definitely did slide in 2 chicken dinners for themselves yesterday, and that does give them an upper edge, but will that happen today? We shall see. On the other front, as we move on along with these teams and the conversations, let's have a look at the head-to-head between DEADEYES guys and I8.
Johnny, so you know it, right? How these stats right now can just change. I get it. DE and the Erangels, obviously they've had more kills than I8, but with one incredible game, I8 being classic, I8 they would like to take chances, and well, they would love to. They would love to, get those numbers racking up for themselves, and well, it might just happen. It might just happen. So I8 will deliver, but I just want DE to be DE, just not be the finals DE. Be good DE.
Exactly.
Not evil DE.
Well,
I hope these 2 teams do good.
Exactly. And for I8, I mean, I want to see this team go to the Global Championship. They have done so well this year for themselves. They've improved quite a lot. And I believe it's high time we see them take the biggest stage that there is in the world of PUBG Mobile competition and just make their presence felt on that stage as well. But before they get there, they have to prove themselves over here. And I want them to start the day with a chicken dinner.
Well, we shall see if that'll be the case or not. 5 games. 5 games is what we have in store. And these 16 teams, well, they are definitely here to prove their worth to their fans and, of course, bring on some entertainment for us in the battleground. But that said, it is time to get busy with the first game of the day itself. It is going to be time to cue in Mustache Dave and experiment.
Thank you so much once again, Lakshay. It is the final day. Dave is going to be here looking fresh. Man, it is an amazing day for PUBG Mobile action. Everything is going to be on the line for these teams. Razor-thin competition. Dave, what are you expecting on this last day in this championship?
I have to agree with the analysts on the desk. We're looking for I8 to come in strong. Game number 1, get their first winner chicken dinner of the finals here. And that should set them up for success to make it to that PMGC, to clock in, get that ticket, and make it to the next round here, XP.
You know, they were talking about the GC being the biggest stage for PUBG Mobile. Well, this championship is definitely a stepping stone to that final destination. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time as we are going to be taking to the skies. But before that, of course, let's have a look and see if you can pick your favorites from all the players on your screen. Dave, I already know who you're picking. We've got the lights, we've got the RGB, we've got those fans for cooling, 90 degrees sitting pattern, as you like calling it. I think these boys are ready, and well, Erangel is finally underway.
Let's get it. 5 more games to go. Let me just start off by saying, DRS, hello, 2 chickens yesterday? Like, where was this team during league stage? Were they just relaxing? Were they just giving everybody else a chance to pop off? And then, you know, finally here in the finals, doing what we all know they are capable of doing. Currently in 3rd place. Now, the reason, XP, I'm bringing this up is because they already have the golden ticket to PMGC, right? So if they remain in the top 4 here at the end of the day, well, you know what that means? That means we look 5th place team to give them that spot.
Well, that could very well be the case because, again, if you have a look, Nigma Galaxy sitting in the 6th position, this could be a similar story for them as well, you know, passing the buck on to the team below them. But again, 5 games are in hand for a lot of these teams to make it to the top 4. And I know you've been talking about Cryptics from day one. El Chapo and the boys, they have a monumental task up ahead of them today, but if anyone can do it, it's them because, like you said it, these boys, they thrive under pressure. And talking about pressure, the first circle is going to be forming on your screen. Pretty similar to what we've seen in the past. It is going to be pretty much central, a bit tipped over to the south. Of course, the Sosnovka military base is going to be in play as well. Elsewhere, I do see the things are pretty tickety-boo. I8 NASR Esports, once again, the only teams on the military island. Fate this time deciding to head up north, Dave.
All about that tickety-boo, as you would put it, my man. So, hey, we just got to start off by saying, too, yesterday we had some hot takes. I recall you picking Wizzes with vibes, if I'm not mistaken. And right now, taking their 5 games, they average around 4.4 points per game. Not a lot. And then my pick, Cryptics, they average 6.2 points per game on average. So I feel like both of our picks from yesterday, hopefully they took the time over the night, over the day, to review the footage, to go over their strategy, and really pinpoint exactly where they can improve on here today and bump up those averages. You know, of course, everybody's looking for those wicked dinners. That's 15 points. But if I'm looking at Wizzes with vibes, I'm looking at Cryptics, the 2 teams we picked, I wouldn't even be mad if they just kind of ramp up their kill points a little bit because yesterday, Wizzes, only 10 kill points. Not a lot when we look at their league play performance. Same thing with Cryptics, 14 kill points. So those are, at least in my opinion, kind of our underdogs here today to make that comeback. What do you say about that?
You know, I mean, yeah, definitely they need to amp up the aggression, but it's not just Cryptics and Wizzes, right? Anybody below, say, I8, I'm talking T2K as well, you know, these boys definitely have a chance to make it to the tippity top, but of course they are going to have to hunker down and just, you know, play as a unit and get the job done. But again, just coming back to Cryptics and Wizzes, now they can't really do anything drastic today, right? Because we only have 5 games in hand and, you know, the time for experimenting, the time for trying out new things is pretty much over unless you have that confidence to, you know, do something like what DRS did. Now, you know, we were speculating, were DRS actually just holding that card up their sleeve? Were they doing it deliberately? Were they maybe trying out new things during league play? Because again, we know that they've already booked their slot in the global championships. You know, that gives them a little leeway to kind of, you know, shuffle things around a bit. But ever since the finals have started, man, they've come back to the brass task. They're like, you know what, we're going to do what we do best, and that is make sure you have the zone control, make sure you play as a 4-man unit right till the end, get a few kills, and, well, get the job done. 2 chicken dinners for them. They are definitely flying on a high, but DEADEYES, guys. Now, this team, again, you know, as Ocean kind of mentioned it, they do tend to choke under pressure at times. I wonder if that's going to be the case today.
Well, if I do recall, they got on top, currently in that 3rd place spot for the race for MVP. And then 1st place, we got Action, baby. I called it yesterday. Let's see if Action can bring that home, get that cash money, that $2,000. And kind of touching back on your DRS point, like, yeah, they got the spot, they got the GC spot, they will be heading to that next lobby, but what they don't have is the $40,000 online right here. So I really believe, like, DRS, that they're playing like they're playing a win here, obviously. They're not taking into consideration how they already made it to that next round. I think they want to get this cash money in for good cause. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, dude.
It's all about efficiency. That's what they're doing. They're just being really efficient. They're like, why should we really, exert so much of pressure, so much of energy in the league games while we can just try new things and, let people speculate and then come in from behind and just whoosh, smack them up? Because that is what they've pretty much done in the finals. And, of course, the naysayers are going to have something to say as usual, but it isn't going to change what they are trying to get done. Because, it is a tactical play. If you think about it, they are keeping calm under pressure. They're making sure they don't, overexert themselves. They don't get into fights that they don't really have ways of backing out of. They are picking their fights carefully. And, while the stats don't lie, it's definitely working out for them. You know what we say, it doesn't matter how you get a kill, by hook or by crook. Kill's a kill and winning's winning, and that's what DRS are displaying on our screens right now. I like it, to be honest.
And the naysayers can continue talking that trash about DRS. DRS, they don't care, because you know what? At the end of these 5 games, they're going to be walking down the street with money just popping out their pocket with all the money they're going to be winning here in this tournament. They're going to be pulling up with that new bike. They're going to be going to the fanciest restaurants, wearing the fanciest clothes. And they're going to show up to GC looking fly because of their winnings here. So I think that's what DRS is doing, man. They don't care about that static outside the game. They're focusing on their in-game. They're trying to come into the battle, keep that focused mindset, and really pop off and perform. So DRS up there in Yasnaya, we'll definitely keep track of them moving forward. But I feel like we gotta kind of start to pay attention to these teams on the cusp here. XP, we gotta look at 4th place, we gotta look at 5th place, 6th place, like these teams that really have that potential, right, to qualify.
Oh yeah. The best thing is that we have so many storylines for the finals today, because of course we do have, the top 4 positions. That's something that teams are going to be vying for. But again, there's a lot of bragging rights on the line. And us gamers, we tend to have a couple of, a little bit of an ego when it comes to gaming. So of course, all that is going to be at stake as well. But again, it is going to be that final golden ticket to the global championship. That is what all the teams are vying for. And to be honest with you, it can go either way. Even the teams at the top, if they have a couple of bad games and they are surpassed, things can go either way. It is going to be a game of strength. It is going to be a game of nerves, as K7, who have been hitting pretty hard on the first day of the finals. I mean, they are pretty much in mid-position on the table right now, getting their act together. I mean, compared to the league play, Dave, they've really started kind of coming together as a group now, as a unit. They are playing as a team. They're making sure they're communicating with one another. Just by the way, we've seen them take their fights, engulfing the enemy and cutting them off completely.
Yeah, they're within striking distance, right? And that's what's important. I see them with 21 kills. They got a total of 32 points. But is one thing that I noticed yesterday is that they're always involved. Early game, mid game, they're always in the thick of it. They're always getting into these fights. And we can see that on the leaderboard because they have 21 kills. Around them, other squads on the leaderboard, they don't have that many kills. But the one thing that K7 are lacking, because they get into these early fights, they're lacking those placement points. So I think today, K7, we know they got the gun skills. We know they love to take the fights. But I really believe they need to prioritize on taking these fights towards the mid to late game versus the early to mid game.
I guess basically they got to rein it in, make sure they don't exert themselves, and just, like you said, take those fights later on, because they do seem to expend themselves pretty early on. But right now we are going to have the first few shots fired in the game, and the intended targets are going to be the boys from K7, as they are going to be maneuvering by the coastline, trying to get to those high cliffs. on the southern coast over here. Now, T2K, these boys do love dropping near the farm and Milter from time to time. Looks like they have opted for the farm a bit more, spread out a bit thin, making sure they get as much loot and utility as they possibly can. But I like the fact that, all teams, Dave, they are taking it a little slow. Of course, a lot is on the line for them, but sooner or later, chaos is going to ensure, as I love saying this, someone's going to let slip the dogs of war, and everyone is going to be in a world full of mayhem. But right now, K7 are going to fall back as A1 Esports found themselves in a similar situation as we saw yesterday, with I8 creeping up to their position.
Yeah, I8 looking for that comeback here. I believe the analysts and myself think that this is their game. Game 1, Game 2, try to get that winner chicken dinner. Try to alleviate some of that pressure that they might be feeling right now. Even though, if we were to end right here, right now, they would qualify because they're in 5th place, because DRS are up there in the top 4. But they don't want to make it come down to that last game, that final battle. They don't want to qualify by 1 or 2 points. They want to make sure to solidify their spot within the top 4, so they don't have to worry about it in our last matchup today. And they are going to be right next to A1, who on the flip end, A1, they can't afford to lose this fight. If this fight does pop off, A1 Esports cannot afford to get taken out first, get those 0 points, because if they do, right now they're in 15th position. If they lose early game 1, well, they're going to be struggle city all day.
It is going to be problematic for them indeed. Of course, 20 points, not a lot, but again, a couple of good games could propel them forward again. We're not going to be jinxing anyone, because it looks like Blade is going to spot out Jax on the little crevice over there, and well, that silhouette has been taken down as 6ix9ine Boy is going in for the revive. Now, what's interesting for A1, well, I was just going to bring up Dante's position. It looks like his position is known to the enemy, as he is going to get shot at from under that vehicle as Uzum is trying to go for his feet, but now Crypto is going to go on the right flank, a grenade almost knocking him off his feet, coming in from distance as Dante goes down, hits the deck, but Rebius does have that angle, and now that Molotov is going to make him burn, but before he goes burned, he is going to be blown to smithereens by a grenade from Crypto. Now, A1 Esports finding themselves in a similar situation. They have lost man here, Dave, and now they have scattered to the winds as they are all trying to get out of this little hellhole.
Yeah, and we see right there, we had Dante in the front lines, kind of taking the runt of the bullets, and then Sinister trying to wrap all the way around, trying to catch that flank, that off angle, to really get a nice little spot onto I8. But the thing is, this is A1. They're in 15th position. Like, can they afford to go for these high-level plays, these riskier plays where they separate here on the battlefield? Because, for example, what we just saw, Sinister, they're all the way out there on that off angle. Once when they get knocked, they're not going to get the support from their squad mates to get the pickup. You have to assume that. So, with the fact of the matter being A1 all the way on the bottom, I don't know if they can afford these risky plays. I just don't.
I'm kind of the opposite mind over here, because I feel, is it going to be enough for them to come back? Unless they, of course, have, chicken dinners after chicken dinners. I don't really see them making it to the top 4. So I do believe that they have to give it their all right now. But now I do see a couple of mistakes taking place over here, especially with Dante. He should have probably had a bit of trigger discipline, let Sinister kind of wrap himself around the enemy, and then set up that flank, which, of course, if you go 1 by 1, it's not really a flank. But now Marshall is going to be giving I8 a little run for their money. They did hear the commotion, and, of course, we know it's going to be a big day for Cryptics. They need those kills. They need those placement points, and the only way to get it done is by taking the opposition head-on, which is what they are intending to do right now, as Lazy Boy is going to be the first in the line of defense for his team, while Marshall and Senke are going to be holding their aims elsewhere. If you quickly have a look at the replay, we did see Blade just open this up. This is where it all went downhill. Now, as soon as he gets knocked down, you do see the revive coming in, but this is where Dante should have held his ground, went for Sinister to wrap himself around, and then try and, catch the opposite team off guard.
So, to go back to that, because we did watch replay, I agree with you where they need to go for these pop-off plays. Maybe a little riskier. Take these early game fights. But I'm going to stick to my point. They need to stay together while doing that. I don't think they can split up like this. I don't think they have the gunpowder as of right now to go out on their own. They need to stay grouped up so if one of them does get knocked, they have the ability to toss a smoke or two and at least attempt to get the pickup so that they can remain with 3 or 4 up throughout the game. After that fight right now, they only got 2 up. So with 2 up, 15th place on leaderboard, your chances of getting the chicken dinner, the 2nd place or the 3rd place, it just goes downhill from there. So a little bit of both ends here. We'll see, though. They do get the next circle right there on the coastline, so they should be safe for the time being. All the way up there in the north, though. Yeah, look at this. STE. Kind of a real risky rotate right now.
Well, he did get the job done that he was intended to go out for. He does get the information that, wait a second, there is an entire team hold up in this compound over here, and now Top, his teammate, is trying to get an angle. Looks like Action is going to be the first to get some action with that Mini 14 that he loves so much. Gets a headshot, gets a knock, and now RAW are going to be on the defensive. But what's working in their favor is that this particular position, you can't really flank them because of so many teams in the vicinity that is going to be a bit problematic. So Stalwart Esports, what I feel is they've got 2 options. Either they're going to hit RAW from one angle, trying to use utility, or they're going to back off and let the enemy make the move. Because if you have a look at their position, they are at the periphery.
Yeah.
But again, if they want to be in that compound right next to the bridge, they're going to have a better 360 vigil. They're going to have more control on the ground. There you have it. Action is, in fact, moving on to higher ground right now.
Action so good with the Mini. We've seen them with the Mini yesterday, the day before, just popping off. That's one reason why they are on the hunt for that MVP here. And that 3rd option, to your point, STE, go to the edge. You got zone. Relax, baby. And they even have a nice opportunity here at the gas station if they can recognize, okay, yeah, Action here on the bridge. So Wizzes with Vibes are actually going to be pushing over the bridge into a death trap, into a bridge camp here. So I'm really curious to see what Stalwart do with this position that they're holding down here in the new zone.
Well, Reaperbot is trying to get some information as to what's ahead on the bridge, as Action is going to train his M4 in his direction. Meanwhile, one of their members did make it through, and elsewhere, looks like Enigma Galaxy are opening up on Deadeyes, guys, because the kill feed tells me that one after the other, Deadeyes guys are falling victims to their soldiers. But right now it's going to be Delta who gets a knock in on Action the moment we switch to him, which means Stalwart now have lost one of their flanks, and Top's got to be careful because Rules over here is trying to get as much information as he can as well. Now, since Rules has Top pretty much mesmerized by his movement, this is when Wizzes can actually move in and do some damage.
Yeah, we can see them trying to prioritize getting this pickup on Action. But look at this, Top over here trying to defend behind the broken wall. Will be taking out Delta, trying to connect on the vehicles out here. Not able to do so. But regardless, Top is putting in a lot of work to kind of put a halt to the push from Wizzes with Vibes.
He is trying to do all this work, and Reaper with that grenade, it's not going to be good because, well, Top is going to be on the ground outside as Rules is going to try and get a couple of angles on him. Now, Pika is coming into play as well. You got to keep one thing in mind. Stalwart Esports, they're a heavy-hitting team. You can't really give them too many options, as, of course, the revive is going to come on through. This second grenade is not going to be good. It's a smoke, in fact, trying to make sure it conceals this position as he's making his move towards the enemy. Now, Stalwart did the right thing. They have kind of backed off. They are going to regroup, as A1 Esports should have probably done, but this is what we were talking about. Deadeyes, guys, PP28, thrown on the ground, get the biopod out. It is going to be destructive.
STE, they're so good at recognizing when they're at the disadvantage and then pulling off that fight instead of testing their luck. They threw some smokes, they popped in the vehicle, pulled back and repositioned. You also have to keep in mind, Action still on that guard tower, that high ground up there on the cliff. So we'll pay attention to that because right now we got teams on the east side, Kill trying to fight their way in.
Trainer Kill trying to fight their way in. In fact, they pretty much took out the first aggressors, as K7 has been knocked out from this game. A little bit of redemption over here coming in for Deadeyes, guys, as T2K did take them out. But now DE still in the fight with one man alive in the second position. That is going to be something that is going to be interesting to see elsewhere. It does look like the boys from Fate Esports are taking fate in their own hands as they go up against Enigma Galaxy. Now, this is going to be an interesting fight. Of course, both teams in the circle towards the northeast. Fate do have a little advantage of the high ground, but the fact that NGX has those covers, has that little slope for cover, it can surprise the enemy. And looks like Raouf has other ideas, as he's taken a fight against SDR. In fact, gets a couple of knocks for himself.
The SDR so grouped up right there, but they are going to be in the zone, so that's a positive note. Fate over here trying to breach their way into the zone out on that east side. Going to be opening this fight with some grenades. Fate, they need these points. They need these kill points. We can see them currently in 15th place on the overall. This could be a huge fight if they come out on top against NGX.
They are trying to give it their all. Looks like one of the grenades is going to find its mark. His Marshall is going to come in from behind them. Mind you, Fate now are going to be in a tough situation as they can potentially be sandwiched between two juggernauts over here. That last grenade could be good, but unfortunately it is going to be just a bit too short. Now El Chapo is trying to carry that torch forward for Cryptics, as he does get a knock and a finish on a member from T2K. Now, mind you, CS are right next to all the action that you see on your screens right now. And Liquid Galaxy, although they have kind of fallen back just a little bit in this shack, one good grenade, Dave, could spell trouble, as Suyog is trying to creep up like a predator on his prey.
Very true, but they need to push downhill, and it's nothing but sightlines. SDR out here, though, they are going to be pushing out of their death shack trying to get these grenades, because across the field, Rico, Infinity, and NASR pulling up on one another.
NASR is going to be in a world of trouble. They do have a couple of members still alive, but they've made quick work of Rico Infinity, and they've sent them packing home in the 15th position. Sans any kills. Now, NASR, they do have a lot of smoke deployed. That is a good grenade. That could be a massive grenade. It does go off, and Nabo is the only one to go down. It could have been a lot worse.
This is their game. This is their moment to shine from the safety upbound. We can see him toss a one after another. These are like homing missiles, as you like to put it in NASR. All they have right now is a hay bale, 2 buggies, and some smokes, but those smokes are quickly clearing out.
Smokes are clearing out, and what SUDOR Esports is doing is they're making sure they're applying so much pressure that no one's going to be chucking a grenade in their direction in their right mind. So NASR currently are at their mercy. They're going to have to wait for the utilities to basically dry out, as if you have a look, Hassan is going to make sure he patches himself up. Now, it is going to be pivotal for them to make sure they have enough smoke cover. Elsewhere, Fate is going to find T2K Suyog, which means T2K trying to kill are out of this game in the 11th position with 4 kills. But right now, Fate are still not done. They have Wizzes with Wives at one end. We have SUDOR at the other. And wait a second, Cryptics coming in, trying to do some damage behind them as Marshall switches weapons. Now is going to give his teammates a little bit of oversight.
And this is so interesting. Wizzes with Vibes. Recall, last time we saw them was at that bridge camp. They went all the way around that west side, all the way around the north side, then piled up right here. Unlucky for them, the next zone will not favor them. So that high rotate, that long rotate, not playing off in their favor. But El Chapo from downtown connected on some shots on the I-8, who are looking to make that push into the new zone.
Well, the boss is trying to lay down some lead. In fact, I-8 not going to get the receiving end of things. Marshall is hungry for kills. He gets in that dust. He's like, you know what? I'm going to go and mop this up for you, boss. You just hold on, as Lathe from Fate is going to take the fight with Wizzes with Vibes. Now, for both these teams on our screens, they got to skedaddle out of here. But looks like Lazy Boy is going to make the better of Rebu's I-8. One of the big hitting titans knocked out by Cryptics, who we mentioned it is going to be a massive day for them, as Grief is going to be driving fast. Look out for those drive-bys. This is California all over again, as people are going to be falling over. Fate, 3 members down in one spray. DRS's AJ punishing them for that move.
When all else fails, hop into the dossier and just spray and pray. That's exactly what Fate did right there. 7th place possibly here. I don't know. They might get taken out. It's up to Ragnarok to avoid this grenade from Mafia Ninja. And look at this. Ragnarok catching the attention of multiple teams right here.
I mean, that is no man's land. A third grenade comes in and is finally going to do it. I like that every single team took a pop shot, but it is going to be DRS who finally get that kill and are going to put him out of his mid-swing. A 7th place finish. Not a bad outing, but of course, it is too little too late. Now, NASR, these guys have been doing good, but finally, as I say that, he gets spotted out as Bathika hits the ground in the nick of time and score. But boy, oh boy, these guys are flying. They are like a massive lorry with the brake lines clipped. 4 men still up. 8 kills to their name. And, well, Those makeshift fortifications just keep coming.
Beautiful.
You thought they were out of cards. They get another one, Dave.
This is beautiful. They're down there mowing down the grass, third-partying anything that moves, and they have that makeshift vehicle. Or like you said, it's a grenade to seal the deal. See you later. The eviction notice right there is what they just said, and now it comes down to 5 teams to go.
Well, we called it, as soon as their utilities would have run out, that is what we were expecting. And of course, that little fortification gives you cover from bullets, but projectiles can still come flying in as Top is trying to use his projectiles, trying to put NASR down in the ground. Now, NASR, they are in the thick and thin of all the action. However, the fact that they have those little hay bales for cover is something that is like a silver lining in their face right now, as Cryptics reduced to a 2-man squad. They did lose El Chapo, they did lose Marshall, but still, they have that wooden shack for a little bit of comfort. As Circle is going to be shifting in further, and bullets are going to be flying. Yalzin is finally going to be taken down from distance, but NGX comes under fire as Freak is taken down by Neva.
I love this car fort right here, and they have the next circle. They're trying to toss out these smokes so they get the pickup on the action, but hey, look who's still alive. A duo from Cryptics. This is huge. A 5th place, if they get taken out right here, right now, that's going to be 6 points. That's exactly what they needed. But you know what they definitely needed was the next circle. Next circle does not favor them, so they're going to have to move across that open field.
It doesn't favor them at all, but looks like NGX could be in the way, and that could be changing anytime second round, because it looks like Top is going to be taken out with the grenade, a massive grenade coming in. Oh, this could be devastating. Lord is the last man standing for Nigma, as AJ is trying to put as much pressure as he can, but now time is going to be of the essence. The blue is going to be crunching in on him. It's going to asphyxiate him as he tries to make his way out. AJ is going to get up. He's going to let loose a few bullets. Somehow they haven't really connected right now. Finally they do, and Nigma Galaxy are going to be sent to oblivion as we now have the final 4 teams. Not for long though. Starwood Esports, one spray is all it takes as Senke opens up with that DP28.
Forced to go for that reload, but here, second chance to try to get these confirms. Meanwhile, their squad mate Lazy Boy are also snaking it in the wheat fields. That was huge. That was a huge pickup and knockout onto STE, who definitely had the numbers advantage, but now they're going to be taken out. 4th place, they are not even sweating it. They got a ton of kills and those 8 placement points to seal the deal in game number 1. So Cryptics, they need this. They need this winner chicken dinner. Let's see if they get it, because we got a duo versus duo versus duo.
Well, we have the traditional Mexican standoff, and looks like the first one to be snuffed out is going to be Nima, which means now AJ is the last man standing for his team. This is going to be a massive game for Cryptics, because although they just have 6 kills, those 15 points from that chicken dinner is going to propel them higher up on that leaderboard. That is, of course, something they want now. AJ with a risky move. He doesn't have a lot of HP, but he is going to use his grenade. That must be beautiful, because Hassan is going to be oblivious that something was coming his way. He's taken out. Follow-up grenade is not going to hit its mark, but now it is going to give AJ enough time to patch himself up and focus towards his left, because Senkei's ears are definitely peeking up.
AJ, the Dream Destroyer out here. NASR, though, 10 kills so far. Like, they have been popping off. And then in 3rd place, if they get taken out right here, that's 10 points. So that's 20 points in total. Right here, though, I really hope that the Cryptics, at least Senkei, recognizes that, hey, there's some grenades getting chucked from over here in this direction. Keep your vision on them. You do not want to get called out. You don't want to rise. You don't want to get backstabbed, because right now, they have the numbers advantage. They got 2 up.
Oh, they definitely taken their blinders off, because although AJ did get the knock, it was Senke who made sure he gets that little kill for himself, making sure the Cryptics now stand at 7 kill points. So going, it is going to be a waiting game, as none of these teams really want to give it away. DRS, of course, fighting for all that moolah, whereas NASR and Cryptics are pretty much fighting for their lives. Bathika trying to just wriggle his way out of harm, as that grenade did go off dangerously close to him, just behind him. But now Lazy Boy, again, it's going to be a waiting game. I guess with Cryptics, what you know is they got to basically get those snake charmers out, and there you have it. It's all done. DRS went out in an instant, and I do believe it is going to be El Chapo and the boys who get the job done and walk away winners in game number 1.
Is today the day?
Is it the day?
Is it the day? We saw in league play, they like to play under the last day. They started to show up here a little bit. but a winner chicken dinner here in the finals. Cryptics, this is exactly what this squad needed to have that fighting chance, to have that opportunity to make it to PMGC. So hopefully with this win here, they'll have this momentum in the next 4 matches.
Well, let me just say one thing. Ain't nothing cryptic about this win. It is out in the open. It's for everyone to basically understand and read it carefully. It is a statement. These boys, we've said it before, we'll say it again. They thrive under pressure, and that is exactly what they've done right now, because the weight on their shoulders is going to be so much that, you know, man, so many people just come under that pressure, but not these boys. Getting the job done with that victory on a day that means so much. But Dave, with that, of course, it's only game 1 that is done and dusted. We still have 4 more amazing finale PUBG Mobile games in store for you, but all of that is going to be on the other side of this little break.
Welcome to the virtual world of PUBG Mobile Pro League, MENA and SA Championship. We are in the finals, first game done for, and with that, Cryptics moving up in the top 5. What a perfect play for them. A good start.
No. Cryptics they just... Alright, well this is now we can call it Johnny Classic Cryptics, or like...
I mean, we have to agree with what Dave said, right? This team likes to play under pressure, while other teams struggle in this sort of a situation. Cryptics, they shine.
Diamonds come under pressure, right? So diamonds get formed under pressure, and that's what they are doing right now. Well, but the guy we talk about, NASR, that's pretty decent, right? Surviving for the team till the end. 928 damage, 6 kills, 1 assist, and 287 healing done. Well, after that, obviously it was just chaotic, just, Cryptics players just looking at DRS's side as well, and Batika just on the other side as well. So, yeah. But as of now, NASR also did decent for themselves.
Yeah. Completely agree with that. I mean, NASR Esports, even yesterday we saw a few good performances from their side, and today they're starting off on a really nice note. But looking at the top players, DRS, I mean, Ocean, you were calling this one during the match as well. I mean, them managing to finish in the top 3 is definitely going to make them really good, look really nice in terms of the championship contenders at the end of the day, and they just have to keep this momentum rolling, the ball rolling till the end of the day as well. We have AJ with 6 kills, Mafia Ninja with 3 kills, 9 kills with just these 2 lads, and plus the placement points as well. So they are still looking good.
Yeah, they definitely are, But we can talk about these 2 teams that were at first and second, right? So both of the teams had decent damage stats for themselves, but well, not NASR on the damage received stats, because you look at that, right, 1606, that shows that they were being taken down to pressure. Still, this team got 11 kills. That's brilliant. Now that's pure brilliancy. 23 points for both the teams. Well, both the teams getting equal number of points shows one thing. Well, Cryptics, they had a good jump. NASR, they also went down the trampoline.
Yeah. I mean, that one fight for NASR Esports that could have changed it all and sort of resulted in their early elimination was against Rico Infinity, but we'll come back to that later. Look at the match summary. It's Batika everywhere. Highest kills, highest damage, most utilities, and 5 grenade kills from one individual and 32 utilities from one guy.
You're telling me this lad had 6 kills, out of which 5 for 5.
Yeah,
he was maintaining a good social distance or something, just taking down lads by the nades, just
Yeah.
Wow.
When it was important, so definitely doing a wonderful job.
32 utilities by one individual. Oh.
That definitely does change the finals and the storyline, of course. On the other front, as you move on to the match ranking, well, both the teams certainly did capitalize on this when it comes to the kill department as well. And not only these two, right? I mean, you move through the list, of course. You've got DRS right there with 11 kills, SUDOR Esports with 9 kills, Nigma Galaxy as well as I8 Esports with 6 kills for themselves. A good game for teams right here on the first page.
Yes, good game for teams here, but DE, where is DE?
Oh.
Right, DRS, they will get to the second position. They will be closing in on their gap of Stalwart, but where is DE, Johnny? That's...
I mean, things are looking very intense because I was just going to mention this. Cryptics and Nigma Galaxy doing well for themselves means I8 would have felt some pressure. But as you just pointed out, DE and Rico Infinity taking an early exit makes them look, well, quite comfortable in terms of the overall ranking. So it's sort of a balanced situation right now. Until we have the storyboard, I don't know what to say.
Well, before we talk about that storyline, let's of course have a look at the rotations made from these teams through the zone analysis.
Yeah, I mean, talking about this one, this is zone analysis, as you guys can clearly see it right out here. And, well, just have a look at where Cryptics is, right? Obviously, this is kind of the standard style of Cryptics, staying just onto the blue for the first circle, then, making up their markers. But, well, I8, they did rotate good, remember? Stalwart and Wizzes, they had their own clashes as well when we'll be obviously having a look in the open moments as well, where Wizzes they tried to charge in on Stalwart. That thing happened on the other side, but as soon as the zone started shrinking, well, somehow all the teams they wanted to make up their marker, and well, this is where it happens. I mean, look at this. Teams were on one side. Well, there's another team just trying to move forward, and they did try to go for a rush and all those things. But on all of this thing, Cryptics already trying to make up their markers inside the zone, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, definitely doing quite a wonderful job. But in a situation like this, we did also, in fact, see the players from I8 get into a little bit of a troublesome situation.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, this game was all about how Cryptics actually brought themselves into a really wonderful position, even after overshooting the circle by quite a lot of distance.
Yeah, and after this, as soon as this happened, well, those two lads that were surviving from Cryptics, they just had to stay on the back lines, wait for the fights, wait for the chaos to break down. They were like, we're nowhere to be seen. Just they had an invisibility cloak or something on themselves, and as soon as the movement just arrived, they went for the correct fight, and well, they took down the lads that just were there. So that was good.
That certainly was. And that one final player, AJ, from the side of DRS, well, he certainly did try his level best, even though he was just a one-man army by the end, but tried to give and put up a decent fight against the competition. That was, of course, from the side of NASR, but that was not the only fight. Again, I mean, we saw NASR has had a wonderful run along with other teams. Let's combine them through the Oppo F19 performance.
Yeah. And again, even in this match, I8, as we talked about them, they took an exit with more number of kills. I believe they walked away with 1 placement points, but 6 to 7 kills to their name. On the other side, though, that bridge situation between Wizzes Vibes and Stalwart Esports, that was interesting.
That definitely was. I mean, it kind of shows how different approach Wizzes was taking. Just think about it, right? Wizzes, a team that, if it's this kind of circle, I would still, hope that they go down to Potato Hill, and from there they move down to Pochinki and obviously get inside the circle, because this was a circle that kind of demanded that kind of rotation for a team around Milta. But this team goes to military base, and from there they start rotating. That shows the plan B that the team had and the way they were trying to execute it, but well, they were stalwart, a team that would love the fight.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a little bit of a mind game being played because they found one knock on that watchtower and then they just ran in trying to take the compounds that are towards the western side, just close to the bridge. So they did not anticipate a split being there. And this was a situation where we all got confused. Like, all right, there are two teams over there, quite close to each other, and it was a very chaotic fight against the players of NASR Esports. But in the end, it was NASR that came out on top, and they did in fact survive to the top 2 finish. That sack situation, one after the other, teams running in, one wiping out the next.
Yeah. It definitely happened. I mean, I8 had they had taken down to a bit of a slower rotation, things might have been just different, right? But then they did go for it. Fast sometimes doesn't mean that you will win the race. Most of the times it does, but sometimes it might not. It just comes down to the hastiness of your decisions overall. But well, after this, obviously, we'll be looking at those final minute moments in which obviously there was DRS on one side just taking down the players, and well, obviously Cryptics on the other side just staying a bit away from the fight. You can see them in the purple, just, you know, staying a bit onto the back line, just trying to make their way around the circle, making sure that no one sees them. But well, when it matters the most, they will definitely be a part of it. And look at this, they were taking up the fights afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, definitely doing a wonderful job in securing those points, and as you said, taking up the fights as well. But I mean, towards the very end, the moment that shifted the game in the favor of Cryptics was Hassan from the side of NASR Esports actually falling down to AJ's nade, because that made sure that Cryptics were the one with the advantage. It from a 2 versus 2 versus 1 situation came down to a 2v1v1 where they could have used their numbers to finish off the remaining plays, and they in fact did a wonderful job of doing so. Not panicking, just remaining calm and just getting those points.
Let's talk about Wizzes and DE right now. Raw is there, Rico is there. I mean, these teams did not get any points for themselves in the kill department, right? Obviously, maybe a few here and there for placements, but none whatsoever in the kill department. Now, this is a really big blow to these teams, because they would, I mean, talk about DE, right? I would want to see where the overall takes down, because in top 5, there would be big shuffles. There would be big shuffles in top 5.
Well, as you bring that up, let's cue in the storyboard and have a look at what big shuffles have been made on the first page itself with this game.
I told you. 90, 80, 70. All right.
I mean, just 2 points high and it would have been 60 as well.
Yeah. I8 is there. So I8 is on 4th. I'm really happy about this team. But Cryptics, that 5 placement jump is good. 58, 54, 53, 52. Hey, if DRS is in top 4, that means there is still chance for the next team out of the 4, right? Cryptics, they might have a chance. Rico might have a chance. Nigma, well, they have a chance. NASR might have a chance. So it's still close.
Oh, it is very close.
Just a 4-point difference. That's not a big enough of a safety cushion. That is nothing in comparison.
But
so,
Johnny,
at Esports, I mean, I want them to hit that 70-point mark as soon as possible. Get as close to DE in the next match if they can pull it off. Yeah.
You know what? DE and I8 need only a chicken dinner. They need a chicken dinner at this moment if they want to just cement themselves out there. And I believe they should get it. You were rooting for I8, I was rooting for DE. Well, I would say let's keep on that faith going on as well. In our minds, definitely, yeah.
I mean, so we already have the predictions for next game.
We have it for ourselves.
Well, with that, let's get moving along and find out if the predictions are going to come true or not. Let's bring up the schedule, where game number 1 is done for the day. Second game
Miramar
is going to be Miramar.
And we have seen only one Miramar from yesterday, right? So that's where it just comes down. Yesterday, Rico Infinity did brilliant. And, well, I would say Fixes, once again, this is the conversation that I had yesterday as well. Fixes would agree on this one. Rico, they have always had really good Miramars for themselves in their PMPL Arabia seasons as well.
Yeah.
But right now, we're talking about DE and I8 as well. Well, K7 is there and Cryptics. They are on a roll right now.
And, I mean, as you mentioned, Rico Infinity, look at the win that they had on Miramar. Just one, but still 15 points for the chicken dinner and 17 kills. That was the domination that was displayed by this team, and this was the game that brought them into a position from where we were like, all right, Rico Infinity might just go to the global championship. If they can do this again, this is going to give them a really nice swing in terms of the momentum, and I believe it can definitely just topple a lot of teams over and put them out of the top top 5 at this point, because again, as Ocean mentioned, DRS, they are in the top 4.
Oh yes, they are, and that implies that the 5th team that is going to be there will be moving on along into the PMGC slots. But right now, speculations are done. Let's find out if they will come true or not. Without further ado, let's jump into the second game of the day. It is going to be Mr. Dave and Experiment to take you through this.
Thank you once again, Blotter. Always a pleasure seeing you guys on that desk. And man, they look fly. I mean, Dave, I think you and I need to up our game a little bit.
For sure, man. I need some style tips out here, man. That's a fact. But you know who doesn't need style tips? Cryptics after that last game, because now they're up there at the top. They are within that shooting range, that spot, that potential spot to get that top 4 and make it to PMGC. They have to be feeling so good. Only 4 points behind right now. Yes, there's a bunch more games to go, but they're here now. They're showing up. They're ready to go.
Well, they are ready to go indeed, and it looks like we are ready to pop things off as well with match number 2. This time, of course, we are heading to the deserts of Miramar, so make sure all of you stay hydrated out there as the plane is going to take the sky. But again, all your favorite players on your screen, and I love the fact that, you know, we have the Hunt for Red October right in the center over there with all that red light. We did kind of say it kind of looks like the inside of a Soviet-era submarine.
Yeah, they definitely got that radar, man. Looking for them kills, looking for them placement points, looking for those zones here. Show us the zones is what they're saying. So STE first place, 90 points. DRS second place, 80 points. Deadeyes third place, 70 points. So we're starting to get a nice little point difference, point gap between these top teams. And then after Deadeyes, it's 58 points for I8. So as the top teams continue to soak up a lot of these points here, XP, this is my point. The top teams soaking up the points. Well, you know what? That's bad for SDR, K7, Vibe, Fate. Like, they need points. And I guess we can say if they get a chicken dinner like Cryptics did this last game, that should definitely shoot them up and help them out. So that's the goal. That's the goal, chicken dinner.
Chicken dinner, definitely. That should be the goal for most of these teams anyway. But again, you know, it also comes to play that the fact that, you know, like you said, the top teams are soaking up all the points. Someone is going to have to put a stop to that if they want to surpass them. But again, teams like Cryptics, you know, again, a couple of good games could spell some amazing things in their future. Rico, Infinity, and NASR are going to be close by as well, especially, you know, Rico's been popping off yesterday, and NASR's definitely started the day off with a bang. But the circle is going to make things interesting. We are going to be heading down south, and this is in proper Miramar fashion, but you have a lot of water, and what's happening here is a Sabi from Fate with a shotgun is trying to shoot some birds out of the sky. Unfortunately, the distance is a bit too much, but I like the fact that we have teams dropping in on one another right at the beginning. And once again, Dave, A1 Esports are going to get in the thick and thin of it from the get-go, but is it going to be the same that we've seen thus far? Are they going to be taken out early?
Well, the difference here, right out the gate, is that it's not going to be up against, what was it, I8, right? One of the top teams in the lobby. So at least they have a even level playing field when we're talking placement points on the overall leaderboard, because it's going to be Fate out here in the distance trying to take this town for themselves. Meanwhile, A1 in 15th place. So that could be a good fight because there's only a 2-point gap between the two teams. So maybe they could duke it out, fight it out, try and get these 4 points early on, because they are in a good spot for circle number 1 compared to everybody else who up there to the north. Well, they need to hurry up, get that loot, get those vehicles, and start coming up with the game plan on how to reposition in circle number 1.
Well, the plan definitely seems to be a sound one, but again, it's all about the execution that's going to differentiate as to how the teams are going to be doing. And I do hear some gunfire in the distance. Of course,
pow pow.
The teams on our screens aren't really going to be affected by that. I love that little sound effect in the distance. It's like, oh, somebody is nearby. But vehicles are going to be boarded right now, as we are still going to just have a look at what Cryptics are doing now. They need to carry that momentum. They need to make sure that they have that level head on their shoulders once again, as they did in the last game, because, you know, we did kind of maybe almost rule them out, especially since, you know, Stalwart was still a 4-man squad at the end before they got annihilated. So, you know, Cryptics, they definitely have the firepower. They just need to hunker down and have that laser-guided focus. But elsewhere, it does seem like teams are on the move, and the great migration due south is about to commence in a few moments.
Yeah, Stalwart, they're just such a good team, man. I love watching them. I watch them on the mini-map all day long, just, you know, taking notes on their positioning. They're comfortable playing all types of strategies. They're comfortable playing as 4. They're comfortable in close combat situations. They're comfortable splitting up, playing as individuals, trying to hit them shots. And they're so good at just being aware. Like last game, Action was doubt. Immediately, one of the squad mates popped in the vehicle, sent it to get that pickup, got the reset, and then after getting the pickup on Action, got back in the vehicle and went right back to the same spot they came from to make sure to hold it down for the team. And that was, you know, just one of the plays that caught my attention last game. Not only that, they showed up late game, 4 up. They had 4 vehicles, building their own cover on the edge. Like, STE, they are playing, you know, I think like 500 IQ while everybody else is like 300, if that makes sense.
I agree, because just to add to your point, what STE does is, you know, the moment one of their teammates go down, normally what the remaining teammates do, you don't want to, you know, take a shot unless you don't have a clear shot and give your position away, right? But Stalwart Esports, they have a different idea. They actually lay down suppressive fire. Even if it's not hitting the mark, it's at least distracting the enemy, keeping the enemy at bay. That's what they've done. I mean, the support for one another is just phenomenal. Something I'm sure we're going to see from teams in the future. But now Jane did take a little bit of damage early on. Is going to make sure he administers a little adrenaline shot, and now bandages are going to come on, because again, he has that one first aid kit. He wants to save that for a rainy day, whereas right in front of him, K7 are trying to conquer this little mountain, but the vehicle of choice, not the right one if you want to be going up. But again, this game does defy gravity at times, and there you have it. This is what usually happens when you take a Mirado up on these rocky mountains. They tumble over, and well, Chakshin does good to make sure it's back up on 4 wheels.
Mountaintops versus K7 right here. That's the struggle, and
that's their biggest enemy.
That's their biggest enemy right here. Yeah, and kind of to put a bow on the STE, they were doing all that, everything we were talking about. They were doing all that while they were under siege, while they were getting shot from a team. Wizzes with vibes. They were taking shots from multiple angles on them, so very impressive. But getting back to the main story here, K7 versus vehicles. It looks like they attempted to get the golden one up and actually got another one of their cars stuck here. So, yeah, solid start to the day for sure.
Buggies, UAZs, and the pickup trucks, that's what you want to use on this desert land over here. But again, the Golden Mirado being stuck and out of commission is going to hurt just a little bit, but it isn't as sexy as that Conic Seg in Erangel. But again, coming back to the game, no action breaking out thus far. Of course, this is going to be the final day, so, you know, you can expect things to be just a little bit slower. But now, a majority of the teams are going to find themselves in a safe haven as far as the circle is concerned. And just as I say that, shots are being fired. Chibble trying to get a little head start on Xion, but it's going to be Chakshin from distance who's going to bring him down to his knees.
Yeah, look who it is, K7. We were talking about it last game. This is a team, they love getting involved early game to mid game. They love it, man. But the thing is, it's been hurting them on the overall leaderboards when we're looking at their placement points. So if they can come into these games, kind of tighten up a little bit, still get involved early game, that's their bread and butter, but survive. Right? Survive. Try to prioritize keeping your team alive in the mix. Well, K7, they just might have that chance to bounce up the overall leaderboard right here, right now. And with 4 more games to go, it's winding down, man. The time was yesterday, right? The time was yesterday. So we'll see. We'll see what a couple of these teams at the bottom can truly do here. I mean, if Cryptics can get a chicken dinner game 1 and pop up, shoot up the leaderboards like they did, I think that's a hope. That gives hope to these teams at the bottom that they could do the same.
Well, I just suddenly had my hope kind of reinvested right now, because an M24 just went off, Dave, and it was a headshot, no less, as it does look like Prestige did get knocked out by RAW, and now Section trying to lay down some shots on the enemy, but it's going to be Killer once again. Now this time, he is going to be focusing all his attention on Deadeyes, guys. That vehicle does go boom, as you expect in Miramar. Unfortunately for Vibes, no casualties for them so far, which means Shifu, or Fragboy, I beg your pardon, can now in fact get a little bit of solace behind the vehicle. But if your foot does peek through under the car, chances are someone's going to shoot at it, and Assassin jumps on that option, but looks like Fragboy is going to maneuver himself out of harm. Now the circle is going to implode in on itself. Deadeyes, guys, in a tricky situation because, well, although Fragboy is out in the open, he could easily be picked up. One of his teammates could come in for some help. And have a look at that knock early on. It was the M16 single fire, controlled shots, getting the job done, and of course, boom, off goes the helmet.
Pow, pow. I wonder if they got to confirm. Yeah, and while that was all happening, there was also some interesting stats. Teams in the blue zone. I love that stat. You got NGX in the blue, you got a DRS in the blue zone, and that stat was showcasing how long they've been in the blue zone. So looks like DRS are about to pile in right here, right now, very shortly near power, but they're going to be pulling up right behind STE. And the reason I bring this up is because these two teams, they're at the top of the leaderboard. Right now, these two teams, they're fighting for $40,000. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of moolah. So let's see. I wonder if DRS, if they recognize STE and Picado, maybe take some shots. I know they are far for the time being, but you have to assume they're next to each other. They're in the north. They have a high chance of clashing.
You know, had DRS not been in the blue right now, Dave, I would have said something's out of the ordinary because that is not normal. They usually love coming in late on Miramar, especially, you know, for the first couple of circles on any map, to be fair, as far as DRS is concerned. They love playing with their backs against a wall, and that wall, they would rather have it as the blue zone than anything else. And, you know, they make sure that they have their visuals are going to be all in one direction. They want to just be fighting on one front, which of course has been working out for them. But now Stalwart Esports have called Picado their home, and it does look like DRS are going to get that mountain range just to the north and could possibly be scouting out the city from a high position. But now let's have a look at NASR Dropkill. We did see this little early on in the kill feed that Uzum was taken down, completely oblivious that he was going to be ambushed as he drove past.
Yeah, I'm real curious. You know, I know we only looked at game one and now looking at this game, but I8 are they kind of slowly folding underneath the pressure? I don't know. We'll have to stay up to date with them. I know they are currently in 4th place, but their point lead only 4 points. That is not a lot of points within that top 4. So hopefully IA could pop off, perform here today, because I know all the fans, they are just cheering in the crowd. I8. So I would love to see that team make it to PMGC.
Well, that would be definitely something to look forward to. Definitely they're going to be doing something over there. But now NASR could come under fire by SUDOR. They have been kind of popping shots at them, but SUDOR has done something pretty tremendous. Although the revive is not going to be coming in, as Bathika did try to run Seth over, but I guess the bullet is going to do all the talking now. Katan, they have switched their positions around. Question is, are they going to lay some shots in their backs, or is Nabo going to get back to his teammates unscathed? I think that does look like the option, as Nabo is still going to loot the enemy and still keep an eye out at one of their members in the distance. Now, Cotton doesn't really have a lot of options. I guess the best thing for him to do right now would be to regroup with his team without making too much noise, because if he makes a little bit of noise over there, he's going to be taken down. Well, talking about his teammate, he just fell to his death. Forget what I said. It's all on that one man now.
Yeah, play like a mouse, right? Play like a mouse, try to remain undetected. You are that solo squad mate. And to make matters worse, oh no, the zone said, hey, we know you're solo. We know you need the points, but I don't care. The zone right now hard shifting away from that solo down there that we can see in the south. So best of luck to them, and looks like, okay, NASR are going to be pulling off this one. I wouldn't take the shots. I would not take these shots. Right now, I'm going to be looking for a vehicle and looking to possibly keep my distance, but kind of take the same pathway that NASR is using right now. Let them be your bodyguards. Let them be the breachers in the zone. And just try to survive here. You need these placement points desperately.
All Carter needs to do right now is just stay in the wake of that team in front of him, and things should be pretty smooth sailing for him. But it's not going to be smooth sailing for K7 as they have been obliterated by Deadeye's guys. And now Joker tries to jump in on the action as well, but he's going to be spotted, taken down, and in an instant, True Love is going to put him 6 feet under. There you have it. It has all the makings for a good old-fashioned West End. We do have no man's land down the middle. Now, just imagine if we had a little hay bale just rolling along the street. That would have been picturesque, but Raw is going to be at one end of this little township, and Deadeye's guys at the other, as vehicles are going to go boom. But Vibes, they do hear the commotion, and like opportunistic parasites, they want to latch on and suck as much blood as they can as well, but only one of these teams is going to make it out from this little compound. The replay comes out. Oh, that was devastating. Point blank, Sheep gets the nod, does his job, and his teammates come in to do the rest.
Okay, so that's how it unfolded. I'm pretty sure too. I'm trying to recall Raw, the compound that they have. Wasn't that the compound that yesterday's game ended? I'm getting flashbacks. Wasn't this the same building that yesterday's on Miramar's game ended right here?
It's really similar.
So. Oh, is it not the same spot?
Because, no, I think it is, because we do have a couple of these compounds over here. Yesterday as well, we went down south towards Los Higos, if you remember. So you know what? Actually, you could be quite right. There are a couple of these compounds on that same road. I think we're in the general area, 100%.
In the area. And talking about the area, Deadeye's Raw, they're in the zone, so they don't need to be ultra aggressive. Nobody needs to push across the road. They can just hunker down for the time being, because we still have 15 teams alive. We're very early on into this game, and if Deadeye's or Ruthless aggressive warriors, if they go out now, that's worst case scenario. So I think for the time being, just hunker down, turtle up, and just be on your P's and Q's, making sure no other team tries to crash that compound, kind of like K7 just did.
Amen. Basically, you're going to watch your eyes and watch your T's and rules. That's part of the enemy. They've been a little stationary, and now he's going to make them pay heavy, as one spray is going to make sure 2 members from Fate are going to be knocked down, and Delta is going to be going in, but he's going to be taken out by Lathe, which means Respawn is now going to be exposed to the enemy. Wizzes need to do something quick. They need to engulf the enemy on all sides, because it is a 2v3 situation. Booth is going to be the first man, and he does spot the enemy out as his teammate is going around, but El Savi is going to get the better as Lathe is taken down. Rules finally putting the final nail in the coffin as Reef is going to be brought down, and with that, Fate's fate, in fact, has been sealed. And, well, Wizzes, we were wondering where they've been. It looks like they just woke up. 5 kills to their names, still a 4-man squad, Dave. Is it a bit too late, though, or can they make the most from this momentum?
Not at all. Not at all. It's just in time. Right there, getting the double knock, and then Rules getting that clutch card for sure, making the pull-up. Once when they got the double knock, no hesitation. They sent it. They wanted to get that confirmed early on, and that's exactly what they did. This is exactly what they need to do, and now they need to have their eye on the prize, and that's getting that winner chicken dinner. But popping on over here, NASR Esports, last game we saw the popping off, fragging out. Let's see, they're going to be taking the fight with A1.
Jax just took a monumental amount of damage over here, courtesy of that grenade. He's trying to patch himself up, but now the molly is going to be thrown. The sound cue should be given out. Bafka is going to be relentlessly firing with that smoke, hoping to connect the shot. He does finally spot the enemy, and Jax is going to be taken down. A1 Esports are at their mercy, but NASR, they've been playing beautifully. The way they surrounded the enemy, cut off every single flank before they could escape. But now Dante, he's got his work out of the last man standing for his team. He gets 1, he gets 2. It is still not over for A1 Esports, as now it's going to be Miracle coming up against him, who is going to have an idea where Dante is. All the information is given out. Shots are being fired. The blue zone is going to come in and do a tremendous amount of damage, but now it's going to be Miracle up against Dante, and Dante has been sent to Dante's Inferno as Miracle makes sure NASR are still in this game, although they did lose 2 members in that little skirmish.
See, you said NASR have been playing beautiful. I think Bactica has been playing beautiful. We saw last game that player was on the top list for every single stat practically. So let's see what they can do. Only a duo. Now they're going to be rolling through this heated exchange between Raw and Deadeye's out here. Deadeye's trying to take some shots, but Bactica and Miracle making the pull up here, possibly trying to take this compound, but spotted from across the road.
Well, he's been spotted, and it looks like they were ready to take the fight to RAW, but it's going to be problematic because it looks like Cotton, the last man standing for SUDOR Esports, wants to join the party as well. Elsewhere, Top is taking the fight to T2K as Jane was brought down with a grenade and then finally put down with an M4, but now on Top comes under fire as well. And Cotton from distance is trying to do as much damage as he can, but he's got to be careful because he is coming up behind these teams. The blue zone is going to be a major factor as Miracle from NASR is going to make sure that he just holds his ground for now and, well, strikes at the right opportunistic moment. But for now, Deadeyes, guys, man, they can bully the opposition elsewhere. Malik taking on El Chapo and the boys.
They can, but they need to be careful because they found out firsthand. Once when they tried to get aggressive and cross that road, they got a couple sight lines on that road and it took some shots at them, right? So it really comes down to the next circle, who it favors. And, well, it's going to close here very shortly. We can see the zone closing timer counting down here, and got some mollies getting fired across the road. Next zone goes up, so Deadeyes, they need to make sure to take out these enemies so they don't get backstabbed moving forward because the challenge is ahead, and that's going to be Vibes.
Vibes are definitely going to be a thorn in their side as El Chapo is going to cook that grenade. Could be a good one. Malik is the intended target, but it only does 20 points of damage. But Marshall, again, this guy loves being the man of action. He's going to be in his vehicle trying to get a little bit of a flank. There you have it, a bit to the north of the enemy as we have a look. Now, the only problem that I do see here, Dave, is that they are kind of focusing or rather funneling down on that one man. Time is going to be their enemy soon enough because in 10 seconds, that dirty blue zone is going to start moving in, and Deadeyes guys are coming under fire, and you called it, Wizzes Esports dishing out all that damage.
Yeah, so Wizzes with Vibes, they're currently stuck between both I8 and Cryptics, so we can see them in the kill feed kind of just dying one at a time as they try to reposition and avoid all these sightlines. I don't know if it's going to be possible. Reaper brought the last are alive in a vehicle trying to survive. We'll see. We'll pay attention to them because you talked about it. Vibes playing nice and slow for a reason because they have nice sight lines on a lot of these teams trying to rotate. Oh, no! Losing two right there. That's going to set him back a couple pegs.
Well, wonderful job by Shifu to get a couple of kills before his life is finally snuffed out, but it is going to be problematic. Cryptics again, that Mirado coming down the mountain, tossing and tumbling over, moving them in as T2K come under fire. Relentless mini 14 shots let loose by Assassin as he tries to get the better of the opposition. Now Freak from NGX does spot I8 in the distance and looks like they're going to be ready for a little bit of a skirmish. Meanwhile, Praveen makes sure that he tops up all those utilities as now the two members remaining from Cryptics, Lazy Boy and Marshall, man, they definitely have their work cut out, but from last game's experience, they still can do good things. That grenade missing its mark between the members of Vibes, who are currently under fire from T2K. This is just chaotic. Everyone's trying to murder one another.
Yeah, Cryptics, they need to stay low. They need to stay in that dip because every single time they pop their heads up, you got eye behind taking shots. One thing I want to note real quick is STE, they are dead. They got taken out. DRS are alive. Remember, DRS are on the hunt for that $40,000. This could be DRS's game to take that #1 spot.
And the position DRS are in is pretty phenomenal right now, but we're going to hold on to that thought as Malek is going to be moving forward. He spots I8's plane. He's going to try and take as many kills as he can. He gets one, he gets two before he's finally taken out. Not a bad outing for him, making sure he gets another couple of points for his team. But with that, of course, I8 are going to be out of this game. It is looking like a dastardly last day for them. Looks like the pressure is mounting up here, Dave. And, well, they could come under it as T2K. Again, these men are made of steel, surviving grenade after grenade as Lord is finally found out by Marshall. Through the door, through the little crack. He gets the job done, breaks down the door, and they might just go in for the kill.
Through the crack right there, Marshall lopping a grenade. I don't know if that was going to connect, possibly, but Vibes looking to push uphill and take this high ground spot before repositioning. The next circle doesn't favor any of these teams to the south, so Train to Kill across the road, they are set up. They are looking good here to practically gatekeep any of these teams in the south who will be making their way on in very shortly.
I agree, but then Train to Kill, they've got a massive issue in the form of Rico Infinity because they don't really have a lot of cover from them, but it looks like Vibes are going to come in and help their comrades, or rather their enemies, out with a couple of suppressive shots and They do have the higher ground, but of course they're going to have to extend a bit more if they want to shoot down, and Killer gets the best of him with that barrel, knocking him on his knees, and now Cryptics could be in trouble because that grenade looks good just overhead the boys up top, and now the circle's coming in as well, but Legend from afar is going to put vibes down. That second grenade is perfect! It rolled on down! Assassin goes boom, and Jiggles brought down to his knees as well.
This is best case scenario right now for Cryptics up there. I believe they're trying to get the pickup. Lazy got the pickup on the Marshall from above. Blue Zone is going to be closing in, applying some additional pressure up there. And Legend trying to crest out, trying to make sure to get these confirms, get these kill points, and not let the Blue take them away.
Well, looks like the Blue Zone has a mind of its own. It's hungry as well, Dave, as it does take another life for its own, which means Lazy Boy, last man standing. Question is, does he have enough first aids on him? Because sooner or later, that red bar is going to go empty, and Cryptics will be knocked out. 4-6, but right now Praveen is doing the knocking. He gets to Yog, almost gets Legend, but is taken down in quick succession, as now Legend is going to have his work cut out. Sandation still alive as Wipes come under fire. Killer, last man standing for his team. Can he do something miraculous? He does open that scope up, but it's going to be from distance that he gets taken down, and T2K lost a couple of members, but they are still in this game.
I love this, man. You pointed it out. Okay, so they're dead, but realistically, Rico Infinity across the way practically playing bodyguards right there, taking out vibes as they made their way across the street. Regardless, though, both teams taken out at the end of the day. We got 3 more teams to go. DRS, they are looking for the winner chicken dinner to possibly take this #1 spot, but they need to take out NGX, who are currently laying down a bunch of bullets right on top of them in their backyard.
A 4-man squad, they are playing like an army right now, the way they are laying down lead in DRS's direction. All they can do is hit the deck and just let the bullets fly overhead, because Rico is going to be joining in as well. That grenade is massive. Nemo gets taken down. AJ is going to be on a sliver of HP. He is done for. Done and dusted. DRS, ladies and gentlemen, out of this game, and now it's going to be down between Rico, Infinity, and Nigma. Rico is going to be on the little hunt. It's going to be a 2-on-1 situation. A 4-on-1 situation, I beg your pardon, as Raouf, last man standing in the shack. Now his position's definitely been given away. There you have it, a hop, skip, and a jump away from victory, as SUDOR is going to unload with that Uzi, goes in, switches the weapon, lays down the herd, and gets the win for his team. Rico Infinity, ladies and gentlemen.
Salute in the chat right now. We see him, Rico Infinity, saluting the crowd, saluting the fans here. What a nice chicken dinner. Now, we got to pull back a little bit towards that mid-game. They did take up those compounds, houses to the north, and they flexed out. They made sure to separate to cover all those angles and make sure nobody can pile in behind them and grab that position from them. So they defended it. And then in the late game, we can see how important that was, because they were the only team practically with 4 up after DRS started getting peppered from multiple angles. So that was a huge come up for Rico Infinity. They needed this game, and I'm still curious. DRS, good place, a couple kills. DRS and STE, that #1 spot, is going to be awfully close here.
I love it. I love the fact that that cushion that they had is going to be dwindling down as the games are going to be moving forward. But again, DRS, I'm not surprised by how they, approached the game. Final positioning was beautiful, but again, they just hunkered down. Maybe they could have taken a few shots, kept the enemy at bay before all those grenades came in. And of course, that crossfire was set up amongst the enemies. But Dave, it has been a lovely couple of days, and I guess this is it for you and I. It has been an absolute pleasure, but of course, we still have 3 more games in store for all our lovely viewers. But before that, we're going to have the analyst desk on the other side of this teeny little break.
All right, let's go!
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League, MENA and SA Championships. We are in the finals, and what an incredible 2 games we've had thus far. Rico Infinity making it into the top 4.
I mean, a performance worthy of a salute from everyone else.
Oh, yes.
Quite a wonderful finish, and I mean, Ocean mentioned this before, right? This team is just absolutely phenomenal. Just completely insane on this particular map, and they have delivered again.
Yeah, they have a perfect Miramar now. Perfect
Yes.
Miramar on the finals. Undefeated in Miramar.
yes.
That's the streak as of now. Obviously, it's a streak of 2 matches, but well, they are undefeated in Miramar.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on to the MVP, the most valuable player coming in from the second game, and it is going to be True Love, sir, from DEADEYES.
What?
No heals, just dipped out instantly after getting those 5 kills and 2 assists.
It's like, I'm not gonna heal. No, not me today. Well, he did good. I mean, talking about 5 kills and all, that's definitely a decent number from him. But obviously, it's not just one-man show, right? I would love to see who are the other players as well that have had their impact overall. True Love is their freak from Nigma Galaxy. Well, this lad definitely had some good words of wisdom to share with you, Johnny, when the day started, right? Fidan, Skdan, and Assassin coming up with 709 damage. That's brilliant.
I mean, definitely a wonderful performance, a wonderful display of skill from these lads. And yes, Nigma Galaxy, they're looking really good. So Nigma Galaxy and Rico Infinity doing really well for themselves in this game means that one of the teams that was in our predictions, it is looking really scary for them. But we're going to have a conversation about that once we actually move to the storyboard. For now,
Here's the MENA teams.
590 damage received. I'll explain it to you why their damage received is so less in a while, definitely. And 24 points and 17 points coming down from this team. Obviously, Nigma Galaxy, they had just one lad surviving, was in the shack as well, and everyone just had, known the location because there was just one shack in the circle, so everyone was thinking that there's the last player. They just, went forward to take that player down as well. Single-digit kills for both the team, though, but good results for both the team as well.
Definitely. Just the kind of gameplay that was required from the side of Rico Infinity. As we move on through to the match summary, let's have a look at what sort of headshots and, well,
it's
coming in from Nigma.
Yeah, it's Freak from Nigma with 3 headshots. Most utilities used in this game, not that much, I get it.
Yeah.
But hey, if you're talking about T2K and all those things, right? Remember the nades that were just actually on the lads around the sidelines? I mean, that was just a different approach. If you just talk about highest damage, 814. Well, 5 kills by a Freak as well as True Love. We have seen this. Rules, all right. He's up here with 4 kills from his own set. I would love to see, after all these matches, I wish we could just see, the MVP ranking once again. But obviously, that's going to be the storyline by the end of the day for sure.
Oh yes, it will be brought on along because $2,000 is at stake for that one man who's going to be rhyming in with the MVP. But on the other front, as we move on through to the match rankings, DEADEYES guys certainly trying to keep up with the pressure.
I mean, they've turned things around quite nicely. 10 points from this match.
Johnny, DRS needed 10 points as of now. They have
11.
They have 11, but we'll have to see where Stalwart is. Right, we'll have to, if Stalwart has 1, then it's a tie for both the teams. Right, we'll have to see where the 9-16 is. Right, because they have 1. It's a tie right now. It's a tie right now. It's a tie between the top 2 teams.
Yeah, but again, it's who's going to be on top. I mean, it is going to come down to who has gotten more consistent performances in terms of the ranking. And I believe that is DRS based on how their Erangels have gone. But still, I'm going to wait for the overall storyboard. And I8, look at them, just 2 points secured from this game. So they will definitely have to amp things up as we move forward with our day. Because, I mean, not many matches left. And the fight is for the $40,000 for finishing first, and also for global championship, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, where 4 teams are going to be moving in through, and 2 have already been invited. Alongside that, when it comes to, well, the zone that was being caught in this game, let's go through the zone analysis.
There's always one thing that Rico just has in their favor when we just talk about the zones and all those things. Well, they have a good area around the circle. Well, kudos to DRS, right? Always just starting. This is kind of DRS strat in Miramar and in Sanhok. They kind of start slow. Well, if the circle's on them, that's a different story. But they kind of start slow, right? And from there, they start moving up forward with their own momentum. On the other side, if you just move this one forward slowly and steadily, you'll see how Rico is just holding up the grounds in a really good way. And well, slowly and steadily, as circles shift here and there, they still kind of just have this area for themselves. And now, as the circles move forward, everyone is just thinking, right? It might just be Rico, it might just be DRS, but look at this. The area that they were holding after this one, they were extremely lucky, Johnny.
Yeah.
This is where they are. This is where we'll see a cluster of teams in a while.
Yeah.
A lot of fights will happen onto this area. A lot of fights will happen. But they never moved.
Exactly, and after this this circle, the next shift as well, the beautiful spread that we saw from Rico Infinity later on, that gave them a lot of control. Like, look at this situation. DRS, they're left to deal with all the teams that are closing in from the rear, while Rico Infinity just enjoy the free real estate that was handed over to them. Just as Ocean explained, their rotations, their positioning in Miramar is just, it's impeccable.
They always have the same thing for themselves. Every single tournament.
We saw that in the map chance, and here they are just confirming that when it comes to Miramar, the team will definitely be able to deliver for their fans. On the other front, that was not the only team delivering, as we did see there were so many fights that took place. Let's move on through all those kills with the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Yeah. This is the best thing I enjoy about this map. People just getting caught off guard and not realizing that, oh, we are exposed.
I mean, this just happens. That's the beauty of what do you call it? Miramar overall, right?
Yeah.
You can never feel safe. If you're at the topmost cliff, well, you still have a fear of maybe you'll drop down. If you're at the bottom area, well, obviously, if there is someone at the top area, they'll take you down. If you're around in the open, well, obviously there will be some teams. But then this fight was brilliant by DE.
Yeah, this was an amazing moment. I mean, once the fight began, I thought, all right, they might be in a bit of a pickle, but no, just absolutely destroying the opposition within seconds, in fact. And it was a wonderful job well done by the team. But this is where we saw most of the chaos sort of starting to begin in this game, when the teams were trying to move towards, as you mentioned, that sort of mountain that was there. Just west of where Rico Infinity were playing, and every single team just had the same idea. All right, we'll climb that hill from the southern positions, and that sort of resulted in a lot of clusters of individuals being picked off.
And well, that did good for the players, I would just say, for quite a lot of players. I mean,
yeah.
On the other side, there was Rico Infinity, just staying, just not even worrying about anything. It was like they were enjoying this Sunday at this moment. But, well, after that, they definitely just come down to understand where the fights are in DRS and then Nigma Galaxy. And, well, they just, turn up the tides in their own favor. But on the other side, if we just talk about this Miramar, right, obviously, we have unique maps, if you talk about it. Yeah. Unique maps as in, Erangels are there, then less Miramars and less Sanhoks. Now, Miramar's done. Sanhok can be the last-ditch effort for quite a lot of teams to make or break their game-changing effort for themselves. So, I'll be looking forward to that map, especially now.
I mean, I agree with you on that. I mean, Sanhok is just going to be intense, especially considering it's going to be the second last map of the day. I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure and a lot lying upon the team's performances on that particular game. But in this one key thing I noticed is the fact that we hardly ever see Stalwart Esports and I8 there. The sort of confidence that they move around the map with being used against them. And this time both the same thing happened to both this team. They were trying to push towards one fight, but they did not realize that they were getting flanked from the other direction, and just completely destroyed in seconds is the phrase that comes to my mind watching what happened to those two squads.
Yeah, I mean, after this, obviously, the final fight that was just 16 bullets onto this lad. He takes down 11 bullets on his opponents, and well, there it is. The salutes by the lads that, that they are fighting, and they are fighting good.
Oh, they certainly did. But the journey does not end right now, as 3 games still remain, and all these teams are going to have to, pick up the slack. As we did talk about I8, they're going to have to do something very phenomenal to be able to capitalize on that position that they were on earlier. DRS working just towards the placement points, but again, I mean, for DRS, they've already been qualified and have been invited.
Nigma Galaxy as well. These two teams are decent for themselves on their own areas. But hey, we were talking about the ties, right?
Yeah.
Oh yes.
After that, I want to see what Chaos now it just brings up, because 91-91 for these teams. this is where it is. DRS Stalwart, obviously maximum chicken dinners by DRS right now. So there are a lot of factors to the tiebreakers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If we just talk about it, first things first, obviously it just comes down to the recent chicken dinner. Then obviously it's about the overall performance. Then most kills in the recent games and all those. There are many, but right now we just need to understand that DRS has gotten the top position for themselves. Stalwart on second. DE is there. I hope they remain. Still till the last game, I'll still keep on hoping this one thing. As of now, Rico Infinity making up their marker in top 4. Well, as of now, guys, if Nigma's there, it just comes on to
Cryptics, exactly.
Cryptics, I8, NASR, they have chance.
They do have a possibility, but I8 they have not been looking good, to be very honest. The first game and this Miramar match definitely not going their way, so it's gotten me a little bit worried, but I do still believe in this team. They can pull it off, and they have to make sure that they convert this next game. But I know I started the day with saying I want a chicken dinner from this team, but now I just want to see them in top 3.
Yeah, survive is the objective is to survive.
Yeah,
absolutely, and get either the kill. Well, that is what I had worked towards, but placement point does not really hurt as well. And this time we're going to be moving back to Erangel for the third game of the day. But before we do so, let's talk about those $2,000 tournament MVP, and the list is going to be right here, where it is Action leading the chart.
So,
less kills though.
Ocean, this is what I want to know from you. I mean, I want to know like what exactly needs to be done to topple Action, because you're the maths guy after all.
Yeah. By top or by true love? That's my question.
Both of them.
So, by true love, he just needs to, see, he has a higher survival time. Yeah. He has a higher damage time. Well, he needs to get 2 kills. If he gets 2 kills, he gets to the first position. Right now, if you're talking about top, right, his survival time is just 6 seconds lesser. He just needs to get like what 3,500-ish damage. If he gets there, because again 40% weightage. If he gets there, he gets to a greater chance as compared to Action. But well again, if it's Stalwart, well $2,000 come home. Either of the players.
I mean, still, but you don't have to share it with your teammate. It is all yours.
So, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, we shall see if True Love or Top are going to be able to take on Action and get the $2,000 for themselves. But on the other front, when it comes to the viewers, well, we've got this amazing news to share with you guys. PUBG Mobile X Arcane collaboration game mode will be going live November 16th onwards. Unlock daily clue in-game and get rewards. Jinx, Wee, Kathleen and Jace are new additions to the PUBG Mobile. Don't miss out. Go to the game and play to win all the rewards. With that, well, the rewards definitely keep on coming in right here in the finals, where the first 2 games have been MENA proving their mark. But now as we move on towards the third game of the day, let's see which team is going to be picking up the slack.
Let's go Stalwart.
Stalwart.
Or I8.
I want to see I8 just perform in this game for the placement points to get them back to the track.
Right.
That's my personal thing. I would love it if they win. I want them to win as well. But Stalwart is something, you remember what happens. It's if someone takes Stalwart just a bit down from first position, they like to just climb back up. So that's why I was saying, that masala is needed right now.
Well, you talk about masala on this desk. We know for a fact, or rather the entire panel right here, we know who loves the masala. It is going to be none other than, of course, one of the Panda Bros. It is time to cue in Pain Fixes and Necro to take you through this third game.
Oh yes, it's hot than ever. The moment that we've all been waiting for quite some time is finally here, right? Final 3 games to decide who is going to be crowned as the champions and who's going to take home that $40,000 along with that coveted slot for the global championships. And yes, I 100% agree with the desk that it's going to be such a daunting task for I8, considering, you've got a Sanhok next, and that is not really their map in which they're really famous to shine, right? So they've got to do it right now. So this is one of those teams that I'm going to heavily root for. But, going on to you, Necro, which is that one team that you hope, or rather you want to win?
Honestly, I would say I really want Stalwart Esports to win. Yeah, I do understand I8 now are on this struggling phase, and they need to realize it's the final day as well, Fixes. And this is the third map that is we are going to be heading right inside. So I8, the time slipping away, and so are the games. So I8 need to wake up, because choking on the final day wouldn't really be a thing that I8 would want.
But one good thing that we've really seen for a change that today's day has been dominated by the MENA
Yeah.
region teams, right? Cryptics getting the first, Rico getting the second. I mean, I really had called it, right? Miramar has always been their strong suit, but now we are heading into the plains of Erangel. Now, this is one of the maps where DRS tends to shine. And Deadeyees, I mean, you can call them the chokers, but today they are rather looking really aggressive. Even if they're going down early, they're making sure that they're getting enough kills. And that being said, we've got the flight path to Jeffrey right in front of us. A lot of teams that, intend on dropping onto the eastern zone, well, they've got to find some vehicles as, this flight path is certainly not going to help them out.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. The teams that like to drop all the way on the right side, including a team like TDK, they're going to be having a lot of time to waste because they will also get the vehicles and then maybe make their way towards Milta. But yeah, as you were talking about teams like Stalwart Esports and DRS, they're tied up on 91 points fixes, and there's a lot of things to like, including the tickets for the PMGC and also $40,000. And Stalwart Esports, I'm pretty sure they won that ticket, but at the same time, they want all that cash money. The Stalwart Esports, man, they definitely need the chicken there to at least have a little bit of safe bet over DRS, because we know what kind of a team DRS is, right? Each and every single game, I don't know, somehow they just are so consistent.
You know what? They've cracked the code, right? They know where the circle is going to pan out, and that certainly does come with experience, right? As we have got the boys of Starwood right in front of us. So, it's also about the money, the GC, but more than that, it's about redeeming themselves, right, Necro? I mean, they are the only representatives from the Mongolian region, and we know how big a region that is. We know, we've heard all the legends, we have seen Zeus really outperforming themselves and being one of those surprising contenders every time they head into the big tournaments, right? Even in a Chinese tournament, they did manage to rack up a third position, if my memory serves me right. So that is how good they are. That is how, that is how much bigger things that you're going to be expecting from this region. And Zeus certainly did not deliver. And, being the lonesome survivors out there from that region, they've made it somehow. But, Necro, they've got to go past this. They have to get that ultimate champions title. And, of course, that $40,000 does sound really good in your pockets, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, money always sounds good to any of these teams for sure, and also the players. But yeah, as you mentioned, Mongolia definitely is one of those regions that has a lot of raw talent in them, including, as you mentioned, Zeus as well. Yeah, somehow in this season, Season 4, they kind of faded out, but it's fine. We do know what they're capable of. Maybe next time they will come back stronger. But yeah, for now, we have Stalwart Esports with us from them, representing their country, Mongolia. And, well, we personally really want them to actually, get that first place and also pretty much show what they're capable of, because Action and Top, they're leading the charts, baby, and Turulov is right below them. And talking about a man like Turulov, now recent addition in Deadeye's, guys, and also he's able to kind of fit inside the roster so well. He's not taking a lot of time to kind of fit in. He's not taking a lot of time to, get used to the team synergy, team callouts. He's actually performing to his best.
Oh yeah, it certainly does. Even you talk about analogies, references. I've been lately a lot into cooking, right? And Stalwarts, the best way we can describe them as being, a garam masala. One of those most popular spices that you find over here down in India, and you add it later, right? They came in late into this, into this entire scheme of things, right? We had a time when we just had the South Asian teams, which included Nepal, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. All right, in that mode, we did see a lot of fights happening late, but then we had teams like Zeus, Astro Academy, all of them chiming in. That is when they brought that aggression along with them, right? Just when we needed that extra oomph factor, that is what they did. And they've been keeping they've been carrying on this tradition for quite some time. But you know what, this zone, I absolutely love it, right? Being the penultimate Erangel of this tournament, they've been longing for a chicken dinner, because the way they started off in those first 4 days, we were really hoping that they would be having a really good time over here, but certainly does not seem to be so, because that has always been the case with them as well. I mean, mean, we've been talking about the Joker's tag on DEADEYES, but somehow down the down under the table, we've got I8 also having the same problems to deal with. And the roster, we've got reviews in, we've got Johnny chiming in, we've got Blade also rotating here and there. They certainly have to figure out a fix for, and they certainly have to get a chicken dinner if they hope to qualify for the GC.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, you always should have like a fixed 4-man roster in there, but I still feel like I does a pretty good job, even though they're kind of shuffling. I still feel like I does a pretty good job playing with all of them. And I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, Johnny, Blade as well, kind of rotating sometimes. So over here is the fact that they have been playing with each other for a long time, and I still feel like if you talk about the synergies, the teams are really well versed. I mean, they know what exactly is going on, how the IGL is going to be making those callouts, especially Uzum. He's really good with those callouts as well. But I don't know what's going on in the final day, man. I don't know what's going on today. It's just something kind of offbeat looking type.
You talk about good callouts. I've got to raise some eyebrows on that, because the first game of Erangel, they were looking absolutely pristine, right? They were in a really good position. They were in a really good situation. All they had to do was go in for a late rotation, because the way they dashed in and the way Cryptics got the better of them in that situation, that was not supposed to happen, and had they waited, let's say, just 20 seconds more, let the players of Cryptics rather go in and then take them down, it could have been a completely different story, right? Even on the overall standings, because let's be honest, after this we've got Sanhok, a map in which we have not really seen I8 really shine, right? And then you're talking about the final game of Erangel, and that time the pressure, it just takes over you. It takes a toll, and that is the moment where we do not witness any big teams getting the chicken dinner. That is the moment when a lot of teams start YOLOing. The ones that do not stand a chance of qualifying, they start trying to pull off some really, really weird stuffs, and in that moment you cannot really root for your team to have a really good time. So this is the map that they will have to outshine the lobby, and by all means they've started the rotation. What they're really anticipating is to be holding on to that military base bridge, but we've got their competitors right in front of them, and that is in the form of SUDOR Esports.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about map one, one thing just popped up in my mind. Now, the final 4 teams were kind of DRS, NASR, and Cryptics, including Stalwart Esports. But as soon as Stalwart Esports kind of took a few shots, they were being spotted, and as soon as one man went down, each and every single team in that field took their direction on Stalwart Esports instead of shooting each other as well. I mean, everyone's position was exposed, but everyone decided to shoot Stalwart Esports because they knew they were all the way on top. I don't know what's going on over here, but Stalwart Esports definitely got focused hard in that final zone. But now, as you mentioned, SUDOR, it seems like they're camping the edge of the zone. That means I8 as well. They're going to be having such a tough time making it out the Millie base.
Necro, I 100% agree with you. And this is something that we have already been privy to. If you talk about the past renditions of PMPL, when DRS and Zeus were contending for the first spot, and a lot of teams just came over at Zeus. We had so much drama happening in that final game. So I'm not going to be surprised if I witness something similar today as well. But, taking a look at things, you've got Uzum, Johnny, Crypto, and Blade, the 4 heroes from Pakistan that are really rooting to get that coveted GC slot, because, well, let's be honest, that hasn't been happened any time before. And if they can manage, this is going to be history that does get created. But now we've got Nigma Galaxy, another team that has already qualified. They are playing for that Moolah over here. And let's be honest, I'm seeing a really good raise in the performance. Now, they have been doing the job under the radar, right? Haven't really been too flashy, but haven't really been shabby either.
Exactly. They haven't really been shabby for sure. But now take a look at the circle shift. It's going to be putting a lot of pressure on teams like I8 and Stalwart Esports to make the rotation happen. But again, I mean, TDK, they're also guarding the edge lines of the bridge on the right side. That means Stalwart Esports, they're not going to be having a free passage out of that military base. They will have to try and do something out of the ordinary to at least make it out there, because we know what Stalwart Esports is capable of, but again, we know what bridge fights kind of come down to. It really does get unfair for the team that is right on the bridge because they don't really have a lot of cover to work around with. While on the other hand, if a team is camping that bridge, they will have a lot of advantage. But guess what? TDK, they finally decided to leave that area and they decided to traverse in the center of the zone. That means now Stalwart Esports are going to be having free passage. But the problem here is that I8 is moving pretty close to Stalwart Esports. We might see a clash coming in soon.
Oh, I mean, yes, we certainly can. Talking about Stalwart, I'm not really concerned about them because T2K has left that area, but taking a look at Lord, he's going to be just taking a few shots at SUDOR's direction as, well, they're rather more focused on parking their vehicle. And that's a good thing to do because you never know where the next circle does shift. Now, we're seeing something really similar, right? Nothing out of the ordinary from DEADEYES, again, contending for the center. That has been their go-through plan. And either ways, just they dash in for the center, they get some good number of kills. And even if they get eliminated now, well, they might not be contending for the top spot, but what they can really contend is to qualify for the global championships. That is where they've all got their eyes set at. As I8, well, they are crossing the bridge just about to, well, I believe they've spotted out Stalwart making that rotation, and they've got that really important information that Stalwart is around the gas station. So they're going to be playing their cards really, really carefully.
They definitely will have to play their cards carefully and slow because I can't just make the rotation happen instantly as they have seen Stalwart kind of sneak past that bridge. So now I8, they're going to be having a lot of pressure. They already left the left side bridge. They don't know what exactly to do. We also do see kind of Stalwart slowly and steadily traversing near that bridge. Stalwart Esports as well, they're not going to let this go. They saw I8 coming towards them, so it doesn't really make sense for a team like Stalwart Esports to leave this kind of an opportunity because it can be pretty much free kills if I just walk right in their trap. But guess what? Airdrop 2 is on the board. It's the AUG.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I believe we did see an AUG in action yesterday. It was one of those players of T2K yielding that weapon, and I'm not going to be surprised if they do that again, right? Again, if you get it, it's fine. Just have it for yourself. But top, well, I8, they might just be in a whole world of trouble. Now, they are aware of the potential threat that lies in front of them. But still, they are going for it, and it's going to be Crypto. He's going to be making all the risk as top lets him pass by. He is waiting for the right opportunistic moment as Crypto is taking his position, but is completely oblivious about Top's presence and is caught with his pants down as Cry is going to be laying down all that lead right on his head as Crypto goes falling down. So does Uzo as Johnny is on a vehicular match. Slaughter does manage to find one as Blade from the backlines does get one for himself. It's going to be the Titans clashing off, and well, we have got a really interesting fight amongst us, Necro.
Interesting fight, and also a new interesting record. 10k damage pack by Stalwart Esports with that initial fight. Johnny jumps right in the water, but I don't like it. The way he's trying to play this one out, he can easily be taken down. Bino in water, you can't really do much. You have your guns on the back, you can't shoot from the water. That means Johnny will just have to swallow those bullets. But still, I have to give them credits for this. They're still alive. They're making it alive, even though they're bleeding pretty hard. Blade is there on the edge lines to make sure at least he's trying to provide that cover. Scry's kill will be confirmed. Scry being taken down. I8 as well, not really far behind. They're replying back in style inside this fight. They're retaliating in style. Stalwart Esports needs to do something if they actually want to win this one. Action finds another one. Uzum goes down. That's the IGL. That's the big man going down right there. As I8 now, they're not going to be happy after this one.
Stalwart, they're not going to be happy either, considering they're the ones who, after setting up such a really good bridge camp, have been come down to this. As Peacock falls down, it all comes down towards action. We have seen him pull off some really good clutches in the past, but now, with considering the numbers, considering that DRS, they're right above them. This is a gift, this is a golden ticket for them to rather bolster up the lead, and well, all action has to do is get away from here. Some loose shots, and Stalwart, they seem to have been falling down, and IH, you've got to give it to these lads, the way they recovered, especially Johnny and Blade in that particular situation. And yeah, Uzum was just a little bit careless, but other than that, it was a perfect fight for them. But then again, heading and taking a look at how the circle is planned out. It's gone all the way up towards the school area where DRS are getting some fights over here as Muffin Ninja finally falls down.
Muffin Ninja falls down again. Another IGL of another team goes down over here. Kill will be confirmed instantly. Rico Infinity Skitten is the man who throws in the nade and confirms the kill for himself. Now DRS, they're a 3-man squad, not going to be happy after such a massive disadvantage inside this one. IGL being taken down, that's not really good kind of a news for any kind of team over here. But still, as you mentioned, Stalwart Esports, they really needed this one, and now they're down to just a 1-man squad. This is going to be so much pressure on their body, Fixes. You can already imagine it's going to be so much burden on their shoulders because they know DRS is right behind them, and I'm pretty sure they're sweating their backs right now.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, of course, they still are in contention to qualify for the GC, but they do want that top spot, right? This is one of those teams that we know can pull off some big surprises. And then again, we have got a Sanhok, which is, of course, one of their best maps. So I'm not really worried about them. But yeah, if DRS manage to secure a chicken dinner, that is when they're going to start sweating, right? But look at this zone shift, completely taking a western curveball as we've got some, we've got some potato hills in contention over here. Wizzes with vibes, they've got that really good hill area to, try and defend themselves. But I'm still yet to, give a conclusion on which team really has the best spot, because Wizzes with vibes, if they get contended, they're done for. But look at this, you really need massive balls to pull off something like what Johnny just did right now. And somehow, I8 did survive by the Whiskers, but they've got to do better than this. They've got to make sure that they get some good position points. Well, got a decent amount of kills for now. They have to rely heavily on the final circle, as we've got the apartment buildings all crowded up, and definitely the real estate prices are definitely going to skyrocket now.
Oh, that's for sure. NASR right in the same compound, including DRS, Cryptics, and Raw. 4 teams in that initial compound. There's going to be so much ruckus being caused. And guess what? Who's in the party over here? I8 ramming their vehicle straight inside the apps as well. What's going on? So many teams inside this vicinity, including I am now joining the fray. Crypto is getting bombarded by Cryptics. He hears a lot of footsteps right above him. I can already imagine the panic mode that he might just be in. But Raw Chari, look at what's going on. Johnny right in the same building as Raw Chari. Chari finally reveals himself with those footsteps, and I'm pretty sure Johnny now is well aware of what he's trying to do. That guy's right next to Wizzes with vibes. Oh my god, one guy's right below Delta. Delta needs to be careful with this one. He finds one. Look at he got the second one. Is he going to be able to do so? Almost does, and what he does! That's going to be it for Deadeye's guys. Wizards of Vibes come out on top in that one, and that's the first team being eliminated.
Talk about the last day shenanigans, and we've seen this from Wizzes with Vibes in the past as well as A1 Esports. They did try to go up against SUDOR. Well, the sun has finally set for them, as they have also been eliminated, and I8 making some really bad decisions, ramming in for the center compounds when we had that edgy compound where Blade is right up for right up for grabs, right? This was the moment they should have seized that opportunity, and I really believe that there was no point in taking the apartment buildings up, right? We all know that the circle is going to shift away from it, and this does not look good at all. But Malik, slippery legs, and gets knocked out just by falling.
Yeah, there's a lot of soap on that floor for sure. Slips down and gets knocked out. That's not a good news for a team like Wizards Vibes. Again, they are one of those teams that have the golden run inside this one, and they want to make sure each and every single step they take is for success. They're only left with 3 men alive. With 1 man being taken down, they were left with 2, but it's fine now. They're again back up. He's back up now. Wizards Vibes are looking at least decent inside this late zone, but still, there's a lot of teams surviving. 14 teams alive with 43 players still under contestation. And look at this, TDK. They spot the players of Fate, taking a few shots on them. Legend is the man in the front lines. But it seems like Legend as well, he's thinking twice before what he's trying to do, and this is what I like. TDK, we do know they're one of the tactical teams out there, so they want to make sure as well is that there's a lot of things online, Fixes, and TDK as well, they have been performing pretty phenomenally.
I really like Rico Infinity's positioning, right? They've always carried out those macros in style. Sandesh, of course, just scouring around the territory, and he's going to back off. He does realize we've got Rico Infinity right in front of him as Team Fate. Well, Ragnarok, one of their best players, already has racked up 3 kills for himself. Spot out Freak though? Yes, he did. Yes, he did, but does not take any shots, showing some trigger discipline as finally Blade goes down, and I8, another really bad game after such a good start. And this is not the first time that it has happened. The same story went in Erangel, where they wiped the better out of A1 Esports, then suddenly crumbled like a cookie, and the same storyline sort of resumes. They need to hard reset themselves, as we've got Enigma Galaxy, the players, they've got to rush inside the circle, but now, you know, Wizzes with Vibes in such a good spot. We've got Rico Infinity also enjoying that. Now they do want to contest this fight against Team Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. I've got to see what really happens to them.
That's for sure. Even I want to find that out. And only time can answer that question. Rico Infinity. All the way on the right side of the zone, and now K7 as well. We finally do see K7 in action. I want to see what they have got under their sleeves. K7 as well, they have been performing pretty decent up till now. Cryptics going up against DRS. Both the teams are bleeding. One man from DRS goes down. It's Nima. He's almost about to bleed out, but 2 men from Cryptics get traded off instantly. Lazy Boy, the only man alive, sticks the res in onto El Chapo. Does he have enough time to get the res back up? Nima's kill being confirmed. That's not going to be a good sign for DRS, or good news for DRS indeed. Cryptics, they get the res back up onto one man. He's back up on his feet now. Galzin looking to take that man down again, but it's not really going to be that possible. 2 men holding that initial room. Galzin needs to find a sneaky way to at least try and save AJ out. And for now, it seems next to impossible. If he finds himself even 1 knockout, that's going to be buying him enough time to at least try and get the res back up on his teammate.
I think all AJ can do right now is just give away the players give away the position of the players of Cryptics, right? Because that is the only contribution he can do. He had his time, you know, DRS rather opting for the apartment buildings. Now, this is something that we've not really seen out of DRS. And Wizzes with Vibes, boy oh boy, Necro. Are we talking about Wizzes with Vibes pulling off some surprising plays in the final days? Because I for sure never really thought that they would be winning the finals of the PMPL SA, but they did it. And in the final moments, when it all matters, they do somehow come out on top. 7 kills already, have lost out their best player Rules right now, but still they are looking really good and promising. Now, what they're really focusing on is edge camping the players of Enigma Galaxy. They're not going to let them have a really sweet time getting inside the circle. That is what the intention is. As Rico Infinity, they are definitely going to start rotating inside the circle. But mind you, Necro, it's not going to be easy, as AJ is still trying to pull off something really beautiful, as he's been getting that revive already. And now he takes a few shots. AJ and Galton, they need to push in tandem. They need to make sure that Lazy Boy falls down. Now, well, they're just trying the luck with those grenades.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like they're finding any connections. Lazy Boy, the only man alive from Cryptics, he's also trying his best to stay alive in this initial situation, in this initial stalemate. DRS, no connections being found. A lot of utilities being used in that initial fight, but no connections being found yet. DRS as well, they will need to make it inside the zone. They're being held outside. NASR is right next to them. Oh, I feel like this might just be it, Fixes, because even making it out alive from this apartment, that means you will have to run out in the open. One man falls down to the zone. RDR is going to be able to make it. The signs are looking pretty thin, but on the other hand, Enigma Galaxy, they're down to just 3-man squad. They were, just like a second ago, they had all 4 of their players alive. I believe it was the players of Wizzes Vibes who take down 1-man Enigma Galaxy. And yes, Wizzes Vibes now trying to take a dig on enemies' hills over here. Their enemy is going to be Enigma Galaxy. They have managed to find one, or also find a second one. Malik is the man who finds the second opening right there. Enigma Galaxy, they're looking pretty hurt.
Oh, they certainly are, but you know, I still like Ralph's rotation as well, but he's got to be careful from his back, because Al-Shadri is present, but Reaper Bot, he is absolutely shooting every single possible direction he can find men at, and that is where this all pandemonium just has broken out. It's everywhere. It's chaotic, as Delta seems to have fallen down, and it's going to be Lord who is behind that clip of that grenade that we have. Wizzes with Vibes, they will have to, however, revive the teammate, but Skitten, he's just below them. Wizzes with Vibes, Malik, has he sensed him though? He needs to have his spidey senses tingling, or else it's the match really slipping away from their hands.
Top 6 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, in this game of Erangel. Wizzes Vibes with their legendary run up till now. Are they going to be able to win this game? Because this game is really important if you want yourself a slot in the PMGC. And guess what? NASR is right in front of Rico Infinity. They take the final man down. An unfortunate ending for them, but it's fine. Again, they made it up till top 5, and that's all they needed, the consistency. NASR has always been showing that one. TDK being spotted by the players. Enigma Galaxy. Rauf is the man who has them locked in their side. The target has been acquired, and now they just need to take it down. Guess what? Wizzes Vibes now looking to challenge a fight against Rico Infinity. All 4 players alive from their side. Few shots being rattled off in their direction. Some shots being traded off, but no connections. As we talk about connections, that's a connection right there to at least take Delta down for now.
Yeah, Rico Infinity, they are definitely being tested over here as Keaton, he's just holding himself all by his lonesome against the Wizzes with Vibes as Rauf lobs a beautiful 3-pointer out there. Not just takes 1 but 2 along with him. As Malik goes down, it's all coming down to where's Reaperbot has given enough opportunity for Keaton just to go overcharging in. Does hear that medkit being popped, and there you go. Rico Infinity in pursuit of their back-to-back chicken dinner. Can they pull it off, Necro?
They can definitely pull it off. They're looking pretty strong in this final zones. And guess what? TDK as well, they're not far away, Fixes. They're also at contestation over here. Legend taking a lot of shots. That's a risky move, Legend. That's not how you move in the final zones. Was out in the open. The back of fire wasn't really there because Suyog also got taken down. This leaves TDK with only 2 players alive. Rico Infinity have the man advantage in the final zone. Oh my god, I want to see if they're going to be able to convert this into a chicken dinner. It's looking pretty possible. Chain goes down. 1 man left alive. Enigma Galaxy griefing the run for TDK. Rauf is the man taking a lot of dig on TDK. Sandesh, the only man left alive. Oh my god, top 3 teams alive, including TDK. Finally, 1 man drops down. This leaves Rico Infinity with only 2 men alive now.
But they still have 10 kills to go along with. Quite a really massive jump is what we're going to witness from this side, as it has all come down to this Mexican standoff. It's going to be Sandesh against Rauf Lord and Skeeton Fidan. It's going to be a 1v2v2 situation, as Suyog, I did not see him getting that revive anytime soon. As Lord, he is definitely going to take him down. Fidan, he's going to be lobbing all those grenades, but nothing really seems to have connected. As Keaton, he's going to pull off some kind of a surprise, some sort of a miracle if they have to secure this coveted back-to-back.
That's for sure. He will have to. Enigma Galaxy as well. They have 2 players alive. And guess what? The tables have been flipped. Now Enigma Galaxy have the man advantage inside this one. Man goes down from Rico Infinity, getting the rest back up on the final man. It's going to be pretty tough. It's going to be next to impossible. There's no way he's going to be able to get the rest back up on the fallen man. And yes, that's what exactly happened. Kills get confirmed. Enigma Galaxy now looking to get this chicken dinner. And they might as well, because they are one of those teams that have already gotten themselves a slot. They're only playing for this prize money. And if they're able to at least pull off some shenanigans in the final day, that can help them out quite a lot to at least try and secure those prize pool.
Yeah, definitely. And considering the fact that how the circle has really panned out, I really love the chances of Enigma Galaxy, the way they've positioned, the way they've built covers for themselves. Rauf and Lord, they're all charged up. They're all wild up. They know exactly where Skeeton is. They exactly know where Sandesh is located. All they're waiting for is just for them to step out of that cover that they've got. Sandesh, he does have that solid rock, but for Skeeton, it's a soft cover, which is going to dissipate any single moment just about now. Now, Skeeton does not really have a lot of choices, not a lot of options to work around with, but Enigma Galaxy, they've got to select their targets really wisely, as Rauf, he's stepping out of his cover any single moment, might spot out. Skeeton does though, but Skeeton, he's gonna rattle those bullets at Rauf's direction, who indeed prones down as he's got his direction set at Sandesh right now. But who is gonna take that next shot? Who is gonna get that next knock? That's the big question, as finally Skeeton falls, and it's gonna be a 1v2 showdown, as Sandesh stands right in front of the players of Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, it's a 1v2 situation. Position being revealed. They exactly know where Sandesh is, but it seems like Sandesh is rolling well aware of what's going on around him. Spots 1 player, takes 2 shots, only to the next one. He's handing out haircuts. He's looking to give another one to another player of Enigma Galaxy. Push comes in, Lord goes down. But still, Rauf behind the tree healing himself. That's quite a questionable way to challenge the fight. They were challenging the fight one-on-one by one. Almost lost that, but Enigma Galaxy Oh, they connect that final headshot to get that chicken dinner in their hands, and they come out on top in this one.
All right. They had to go balls deep in this one to secure that win. But Sandesh, valiant effort, man. I've got to give it to this lad. The way he maintained that calm, steel demeanor over there in the situation, did not panic at all. Had he had a little more HP, could have been a completely different story. However, the boys of Nigma Galaxy have finally secured themselves the chicken dinner. Important one, and it has come at a really crucial time. Considering how things are happening around the points table, this is going to be so chaotic. I'm pretty sure the desk would have their minds blown away from what they just witnessed right now. And really, even us, I mean, we certainly do need a breather. We need to have a reset. So we're going to take a little bit of a chill pill. We're going to go in for a short little break, because right after that is the desk coming to break the fights down.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship Finals is where we are at, and this day just keeps on getting better and better from one game to the next. MENA definitely proving their mettle right now.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the way these teams are playing today, oh my god, they are just incredible. It looks like a full-fledged MENA day so far. With I mean, obviously, out of 5 games, they have secured 3, so that's a really good considered number that MENA region has for themselves now. So,
well, talking about numbers, let's have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this game.
Oh, Malik.
This was a good comeback from the Wizzes, yeah.
I mean, definitely. And it was a circle that was definitely favoring their position as well. The damage dished out 1106 for 4 kills and 2 assists. Ocean, what do you have to say about that?
4 kills coming down to assists. Yeah, it's decent, right? But 1100 damage? That's something that obviously, just like you said, right? That's just out of the equation, and that just takes down. Let's see, Ralph and Lord, 5 and 3 kills for them, 778, 8 damage, and obviously 27 minutes of survival time. That's just good. Rico as well, Sandesh coming down with the 3 kills. Pretty decent, but well, it was kind of a redemption game for Nigma Galaxy just from the previous game. As of now, they just yeah.
And especially the revenge arc as well against Rico Infinity, because I mean, there was a certain point, I'm not going to lie, I thought Rico Infinity were going to walk away with a chicken dinner on this game, in this game as well, but no, they were dealt with quite nicely, and then it was Nigma Galaxy who finished the game, and then we got to see the players take a sigh of relief, and that is why. Look at the damage received, 1085. So they were in a lot of trouble well, at a lot of times in the game, but they still survived. They prevailed.
Yeah, and that too with less average survival. Think about it, right? Less average survival as compared to T2K right now. But then again, they have 24 points. Nigma Galaxy, they have it for themselves. 17 for T2K. Well, it looks like Nigma Galaxy has entered top 4 as well. Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to just, see that in the overall. So let's just keep that suspense for that area only. But right now, if we look at this, Nigma Galaxy just outshining all the areas except one where Malik just, has made up his own marker. And well, if you look at this, out of 4 people in the higher skills, 3 are from MENA. MENA region it's delivering today.
Yeah, I mean, all the teams from MENA doing a wonderful job, and that makes me wonder which team is it going to be in the next game, the map that is going to be Sanhok. So that is something that we're going to come to in a little while. But look at the match rankings: 24, 20 points to Rico Infinity. Wizzes Vibes walking away with 18, but not seeing I8 in the top 8, it breaks my heart, Ocean.
It shatters.
And talking about shattering, well, Deadeye is also not able to deliver.
Yeah.
I guess they were the first team to be eliminated, right? Yeah, they were the first team to be eliminated. They just got 1 kill point only for themselves. So that's just one of the things. A1, if you just have a look at their performance as well. This team now with just 2 games remaining, I don't know. There's you can just increase your bank if you have good games. That's just one of the things for these teams. But
True.
Again and again, well, every team has tried. Quite a few have succeeded, but well, it all still comes down to the fights around the circles as well.
Well, talking about the circles, it is time to move on in with the zone analysis as we look at the teams and their rotations.
So surprisingly, you guys saw, right? Let me just, draw a flight path here as well. This is so not up to scale, right? But kind of, this is where the flight path was.
Yeah.
So you saw a team just, dropping down to these areas and then obviously just trying to go onto their own own loot locations, right? This is where we saw 2 teams just going down. Almost early chaos, but not exactly early chaos that happened. But after that, if we'll just move forward, you guys saw what happened around the bridge sides. Like I8, Salwood, still they try to. I know I8. It's just a double guess that they do. Previously, they used to rotate from one side, but this time, well, you remember classic I8 strategy used to be to move from this area and to get inside the circle, no matter what happens. But this time, there's always a double guess. This time, if they are here, they don't care. They always have a different route for themselves and they move from this area, which, alright, it's okay if you want to go for it, but again, this is not paying you correctly. They need to understand with just 1 Sanhok and 1 Erangel remaining. I would want to see what their actual rotations come down in the final Erangel when most of the teams would want to go YOLO as well, Johnny.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And this play right there from I8 was kind of a YOLO play, which was, I believe, a little too early in the day as well, because as you explained, it did not work out for them and it backfired for I8 and it destroyed the game completely for Stalwart Esports as well. But as we move forward to the later stages of the game, this is when I thought, alright, Rico Infinity, they're going to be phenomenal. They might just walk away with another chicken dinner because Wizzes Vibes were busy, sort of distracted with the players of Nigma Galaxy. T2K were, well, they were bound to collide with Nigma Galaxy after a few seconds, but Nigma Galaxy then all of a sudden deciding to switch things over, just finishing off the players, or focusing on Rico Infinity first and then going for T2K next. It became quite intense for them, and I think even they did not expect that to happen. They were expecting them to be the team surviving till the very end.
Definitely. I mean, T2K's final place, and they did try and level up but was not allowed to do so, and Nigma definitely walked away, Nigma Galaxy, with that chicken dinner, confirming them in the top 5 with some wonderful points. But along with all of that, there were so many other fights that took place that has combined them through the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Oh, this is the one that I'm talking about. Think about this, right? Obviously, so you take one player down, you think like you're doing really good, but then Johnny comes in with his vehicle and just rams you over. Well, then after that, IA did try to get a few confirmations here and there. So does Salwood, but still, both of them, the damage was done for both of the teams. And well, it's not just a damage in game; it's damage on that reflects on them mentally with the pressure moving on and building up forward.
Yeah, and talk about pressure going into Sanhok, it is going to be at its peak. Because if Sanhok does not go I8's way, if they don't, now I want to see a chicken dinner. Because if they don't get a chicken dinner on Sanhok, it's going to be too late for them to recover.
That is correct. Just that recovery might not just happen overall. We'll have to see definitely for that match to just come down and what happens onto that one. Because so here's a speculation, right?
Yeah.
Now for these two teams that we are talking, DE, I still feel they have a comfortable spot because obviously DRS is there and Nigma Galaxy might just be ahead of them, so they might have a comfortable spot. But for I8, they need to have 2 flawless games with a lot of pressure coming up, with everything. I don't know, do something. Just maybe stay backside of the circle, get your heals to one place, just like NASR does, right? They give their heals to Nabo and just that lad goes for the heal. But just do something out of the blue, but get those points. This is really important for that region in its entirety. This is really important for those players in its entirety. And well, GC, that's at stake now. 2 games remaining, like what, 1.5 hour. That's you have to give everything in this 1.5 hour for yourself.
Yeah. The final 90 minutes of this tournament to decide the top 4 that will be moving forward to the Global Championship, joining Nigma Galaxy and DRS. And I think Rico Infinity is definitely going to be moving forward. The way they are playing, it is, again, flawless performance from this team. So they, as you said, DEADEYES guys, they are. It looks like they are in a comfortable position, and I would put Rico Infinity right next to them at this point. But Sanhok, I guess, is definitely going to be critical for every single team inside this. Okay, look at this. Just trying to be stealthy. I mean,
sneak 100.
Yeah. But I guess that worked against T-Rexes. It is Rico Infinity. They are not dinosaurs. They are really, really wonderful players. So even if you don't move, they will see you.
Sure. But now, after all this happened, the final fight and all those things, obviously there was just one lad surviving, so you could just funnel the players out, try to funnel the players out from 2 directions and all. Well, it just did not work out for T2K in this one. But Nigma Galaxy finally, look at that, they still had a sigh of relief. That shows that again, even the big names are facing pressure.
Ooh, the pressure is rising, that's for sure. But talking about the games that are going to be upcoming now, based on the previous one, well, the damage are looking pretty neat because so many of the teams were part of fights. Yeah, again, as so perfectly mentioned by you, that 2 games remaining, a few of the teams, well, now all they can bring in is a YOLO start to maybe be able to get their bank numbers a little up. But when it comes to being a part of the top 4, it is looking pretty difficult.
Well, I want to see the top 4. I want to see the top 16 right now, not just top 4 right now.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, let's move on along and have a look at the overall ranking. That's going to be the storyboard. And what exactly is it going to dictate after the 3 games done? Rico Infinity moving all the way to the top with 2 chicken dinners, 97 points, 2 points shy is going to be DRS Gaming. And then is Talwart.
Wow.
Close. Still very close.
I thought Rico Infinity was going to be safe, but they're sitting on the first.
So for I8, they have to be at 6 as of now, 6th position. There's not a lot of difference for Train to Kill, 6th position. Not a lot of difference for Cryptics. Stay at where you are or do even better. Well, there's not a lot. There is quite a, but still there's not a lot of difference against DEADEYES guys. If we just talk about it, then after that it's like top 4 teams. Well, both are in their nervous 90s right now. Yeah. A bad move might as well just take you down. But well, it's 2 games remaining, so not a lot of nervousness maybe for these teams. But for Stalwart, for DRS Stalwart, well, this team, the lads, the players, they are defending champions of South Asia Championship, right? So they'll have to just look forward to that. DRS, they want to make up their marker again to be consistent with each and every championship that just comes forward in front of them. Rico Infinity, well, coming down from MENA just in South Asia, just doing brilliant. I don't know what might happen in these two games.
So at this point, just on the standings right now, there are two wars happening at the same time. Two battles happening at the same time. One is definitely the battle for glory for the $40,000 for the first position. The difference being a total of 4 points between the first Rico Infinity and on the fourth Enigma Galaxy. And then there's the battle for qualification between Cryptics, Train to Kill and I8. As Ocean mentioned, you have to be on the 6th position because DRS and Enigma Galaxy are both in the top 4. So the next teams will qualify Deadeye's guys and whoever is on the 6th. But Ocean, I don't want to leave it to chance. And look at this, even NASR is not too far behind. They are on the 9th with 58 points. One good game can change their position as well.
It can, it definitely can. So maybe not. You never ever know. SUDOR, well, if they have a chicken, right? 15 points are coming from the chicken only, and then kills any. Things might change. Things might change for Wizzes as well. Think about it, right? 2 good kills.
Exactly.
That's what they need.
Well, the stakes are getting higher and higher, and as we move on along, talking about higher stakes, well, we have some incredible news to share with our fans and viewers. We have the PUBG Mobile reunion party that we're going to be throwing, and this will include, well, wonderful gifts available for all of our lovely viewers, and this is going to be possible by just joining into the game. The modes, all the modes that you've played earlier are coming back into the game now with the Kindi, with the, well, again, I mean, this is just so much of nostalgia that's been brought on from this reunion party, and that's not all, because like I said, the rewards, yep, they are going to be continuing every single day. Just log in and get permanent free items, limited time UC. And that's not all. A new character is going to be available for you guys to play along with her flashy outfits that are all coming out into the game. And this is where you thought this is it? Nope, that's not it, because there is also a collaboration with football team Liverpool to win the permanent backpack. Look at that, to be able to support Liverpool and be able to flaunt it in the lobby as you play along. Last but not the least is going to be this world-leading hypercar, a custom-made Jesco by Koenigsegg is available. Try out the lightning fast ride. Go to in-game and get one for yourself. Only available till the end of November. So get busy and of course get sharing. Along with that, we shall move on along as we've got 2 games remaining. A lot is on the line. As we did talk about that storyboard, points are so close. Predictions at this point in time?
No.
Not at all.
For last 2 games, not at all. For last 2 games, no.
It is just so close.
Let the map chance do its work. We've seen in the last few games, right? Even map chance sometimes it's not working here and there, because that's where these last 2 games just boil down to. You see Stalwarts here, but Stalwart right now, well, they're not at the top position. They might just be at the top in map chance, and Stalwart does really good when it comes down to it. Yesterday, well, they had a brilliant game for themselves. So just like yesterday's Miramar was good for Rico, this as well, today's as well, maybe not.
Okay, well, let's find out which team is going to be coming up on top in this map of Sanhok. Let's get busy with the Panda Bros on the other side of this virtual arena. It's going to be Pain Fixes and Necro.
Well, the battle for the top spot has never been this intense, Necro. I mean, we still have 5 teams in contention over here. Even now I'm counting Cryptics in. Imagine even Deadeyes, if they can get a chicken dinner. Anything is absolutely possible, but we are heading into, well, the maps of Sanhok, the rainforest, where a lot really pans down to have the circle really comes out, right? If you're witnessing a western circle, then it's going to be maybe Wizzes with vibes or Deadeyes. But most of the time, I really like Starwood's chances at this.
Man, I gotta say the overall rankings are looking pretty fluid right now. They're looking pretty liquidy. A small mistake and the slot can slip away from your hands, and you can't really count out on it. And you need to make sure that you're taking each and every single move that you're making. It should be for perfection, especially a map like Sanhok now that's upcoming. Anything can happen, Fixes, because we know the randomness that Sanhok brings in.
Oh, we certainly 100%, you know. Now all the players are starting to feel the heat. Now this is where diamonds are forced, or you just gonna break down like brittle coal over there. But either ways, finally the big bird is in the sky. We're heading all the way from Hathin towards Bantai. Now, well, the way the trajectory has formed, I mean, anything can possibly happen, right? Does not really matter because the zones in Sanhok are pretty random. Yesterday we did see a circle happening around the ruins area where Starwood had no trouble in getting that sweet chicken for themselves, but can they repeat it? This is the final Sanhok for this tournament. This is the penultimate map for this championship. Everyone sort of eyeing out for the top prize, the $40,000 that is on the line. And Rico Infinity, I love their chances, the way they have been speaking in volumes in terms of how good they have been with the rotations especially, and even carrying forward with that, the sublime gun skills, you know. But now they're going to be put at test. Can they handle this pressure of being on top?
The second last game of the grand finals, Fixes. This is where it all comes down to. If you're gonna let this game slip out from your hands, that means that's it for you. At least if you're all the way on top of the leaderboards. But here we have Visited Vibes spotting the players, the Deadeyes guys. Took a few shots, gave his position away. Malik's position being compromised. But still, no connections being found, so at least they're looking good for now. I8's on the other hand as well, quite close to A1 Esports. Now, A1 Esports, again, it has been one of those teams that have been pushed out of their comfort zone. But I also want to take a look at the map, because the thing is, I see one man from Rico Infinity trying to take down a man from A1 Esports. That's going to be 9boy. They've dropped in quite close.
Oh, well, I mean, A1 Esports, they've always been the X Factor team in Sanhok, right? Because we really do not know where they're gonna drop. You know, this is like the third or the fourth time they've changed their drop location, and well, you know, this is certainly gonna be really harmful for a lot of teams, right? Especially for IA, DRS, and Rico Infinity, considering the fact that Skeeton is right beside 6ix9ine boy, and we have a few knocks here and there. I mean, we're definitely gonna get back to it, but this circle, right? This circle is really interesting. Now this can go any ways. Now I8, this certainly looks like a game that they can finally win. Now if they get a chicken dinner, they will definitely be contending maybe for the 6th position, right? Considering the slip ups. But but everything has to be perfect, right? They've been having a lot of fallacies in terms of their shot calling out there. You know, the way they're rotating, the choices that they've made, they're all in shambles, right? Everything is just falling apart from them. But if they can pick themselves up in this situation, that has to be the champions mentality. That is exactly what you need when you just have the final 2 games remaining to play.
Exactly. That is exactly what you need when you only have, I would say this game is already being played, so when you only have one more game left in your hands after this one. So this one, I can already tell the pressure that a team like I8 is going to be having, including a team like Visited Vibes. It has been a legendary run for them. And yeah, getting our conversation back to I8, as you mentioned, the decision-making from this team has been really questionable today. Yesterday, they were doing quite good, but today, the decision-making has been somewhat of a shaky one. They will need to try and fix it out. They will need to have a little bit of pep talk with the teammates, with the IGL, and try and figure out what's going on wrong today. But on the other hand, though, if you talk about a team showing up, Rico Infinity having the most consistent and the best day of their lives today.
Oh, certainly, 100% agree with you. Just not Rico Infinity, right? It has been the MENA teams that have been, just dancing in the night today, because the way they've been playing, I've been absolutely loving every single thing about them. And a lot of a lot of critics state, MENA region, well, they aren't that good. South Asian teams are gonna absolutely dominate. Hey, who's in the top right now? And that pretty much might shut up every single person that did doubt this region's capabilities, because I've been casting them for quite some time, and this has always been a reason that has always surprised me. The first rendition, when I went in, well, the circles were pretty slow, the teams were absolutely lacking behind. The next time when I went in, I was not expecting too much, but then I was surprised. Teams are starting to get aggressive, they are taking fights right at your face, and ever since they have have improved. And why? The competition level, man. So many teams have come in, and you've got to give it. We did see them playing the EMEA. We've got teams like Navi, who is apparently one of my favorite teams, heading into the GC right now. But, we'll talk about that later, because Team Vibes, another big team. But, they've been trying, they've been good, but they certainly haven't been the way that, their fans and they wanted, right? They've had a few good games, but the consistency has always been lacking in their departments.
Consistency for sure has always been lacking, and as you brought up the subject of the MENA teams for sure, and I gotta say the presence of mind that they've been showing so far inside the final day of the grand finals, it's looking pretty phenomenal. This is where other teams like TDK, I8, they need to step their game up, because if they don't, things are slipping away from their hand, including the time of the games. And as I mentioned, after this they only have one more game left. You can already imagine the burden on their shoulders, the pressure. They're probably sweating right now while they're trying to hold their devices in their hands. And what's going on over here? NASR, NASR as well, one of those teams that have been doing pretty good. They've always been kind of there in the top 5, top 4, but still they're on the 9th position of overall rankings. Just positioning is not going to do much. It's not going to cut off. You also need to shine in those kill points.
The way Batika was really playing, the first game, I really thought that, today is going to be Nasir's day, but well, does not really seem like it. They are caught in a kerfuffle, in a really bad position, especially Miracle. But, I like the presence of mind, the way he adapted, right? Just going into the entrance of that cave area. That is where, for Vibes to actually commit, they will have to enter inside the water. And that is the moment where Miracle can just slip past by. So that is really good thinking coming in from the boys, right? They've got their homework done. But taking a look at things, we've got K7, who apparently, started off in a really good fashion. But to be honest, Necro, they sort of have fizzled out. Don't you think so?
Yeah, for sure. K7, they haven't really been getting that much limelight in the grand final, especially on the second day up till now. They haven't getting no limelight for sure, because it's just that they haven't really been able to show themselves up on the performance board as well. They're on 13th place, so that means they're not really looking good on the overall rankings. That means second day has been somewhat of a struggle. But if you talk about presence of mind and if you talk about adaptive nature, I definitely got to give some props to a man like Turulov. The way he just came inside the roster and the way he's able to kind of make himself one of them DEADEYES guys players as well. It's just absolutely phenomenal. He had less time to work with and he still made the best out of it.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. Has to be definitely one of those picks that has really changed how DEADEYES are looking over on towards the games right now. But this game is also going to be a really tough affair for them, considering how the circle has played with their hearts and their minds, right? Completely shifting away from them. We've got to make some really rough choices. And if we could have the map feed in front of our screen, these rough choices are really looking shaky, but we do have few kills happening here and there, as Praveen has managed to find one off from NASR. Draws the first blood though, but NASR, now they are well aware of what's really happening. You've got Vibes watching after you, and this is a point where Team Vibes have really felt that our chances are done. I don't think we're gonna be qualifying for the GC, so might as well try to go in for the kills. Might as well go hunting for a lot of other teams. Try to spoil the game a bit. But I'm still waiting for the map speed to really pop up. It will, in fact, after some time. But there you have Killer getting one more really killer shot being connected onto its Hassan, and his teammates are nowhere to be found in the nearby vicinity.
8 minute 20 seconds in the clock in the map of Sanhok, and finally the bodies are hitting the deck. Hassan got a haircut for himself. That was a nice one given by Killer. What a spray, man. Just some insane amount of recall control right there from that lad. And of course with the signature M416 as well. But now you have Vibes kind of trying to make an off angle on the players of NASR, making sure if they're able to sneak in some cheeky angles on the players of NASR, then maybe they can find another knockout for themselves that can help them out quite a lot. They've already secured 1 kill for themselves. That means NASR are only left with 3 players alive. That also 1 player's bleeding out. Finally, he will be back up on his feet. So NASR now looking decent. I wouldn't say good, because still we know how important it comes down to, especially in those final zones. You want to make sure you have each and every single players alive.
Oh yeah, 100%. But look at Deadeyes. How on earth are they rotating? They did take the waterways, took all the way up north. Now this is some really good shot calling because they knew, had they entered from west downward, that's going to be a tough entry. They could not take the bridge because Cryptics are right over there. But they have definitely figured out a way to get inside the circle. Now this is going to be exciting and ever because Rico Infinity, look at them. They've got such a good spot. Now they've got a good reputation of holding themselves off because last game, if you remember, Skitten, he was taking down the players of Wizzes with Vibes, I believe, all by his lonesome. He was dealing with him. Of course, he did get some help from the players of Nick Galaxy, who eventually went on to win the chicken dinner. But they know how to hold their grounds, right? Considering how the circle has panned out, we've not really seen that curveball hitting. Maybe after the 5th circle or maybe in the 4th circle, we do see that first whammy being pulled off. But for now, all these teams, they're just trying to avoid as many fights as possible. A1 Esports again taking the center, and right beside them we've got I8. Right beneath them we've got Team Fate. Right onto the left we've got K7. So a lot of squads that they've got to deal with. But the question is, when are we gonna see the silence being broken? Because as Sanhok is really customary to suddenly haphazardly the fights just have breaking out, and that's where the hell breaks loose.
Teams, the way they're trying to play this game out, how safe they're trying to play this one out, this just tells what level of competition we're witnessing over here. This is getting so serious, and each and every single team realizes that this is the edge line. If you're not able to perform over here, that means there's a high chance of you not making up in those top boards, and that there's a high chance you're going to be missing out on a ticket as well. But now you have Fate locked their sights against the players of A1 Esports. They're looking to find themselves a free knock, but that's not going to be the case over here. A1 Esports, they found themselves a safe compound for now. They're going to be staying inside it, at least for now, but we still got to see where the next circle shift is going to be hitting, because if it moves away from A1 Esports, we know A1 Esports is one of those teams that makes a lot of rookie rotations.
Yeah, I mean, now it's not about A1 Esports anymore, right? They're not really in contention, sitting at the bottom. We've got better things to discuss about at this point, So much happening in the top 4 over there. Look at this, Who would have thought we're heading into a final game, which, with 4 teams, anybody could, of course, win that one out. And even if Deadeyes gets this, anything is even possible as well. And I'm really liking how they're making their entrance inside the circle. The big question is, are T2K anticipating this? Are they going to be anticipating, an attack from their backlines? But DRS, Nima, he's got his eyes set at the players of T2K. And True Love, finally, he's making a rotation inside the circle. Now, Shifu, he's going to be the first person in contact with the players of T2K. But the big question over here, Necro, is, are they going to engage in a battle?
That's what I'm wondering as well. But you know what? I really want Wizzes Vibes to actually qualify for the PMGC as well, because this has been a legendary run for them, and I really want them to be on that top board. But hold on to my words over there. Fate. One man goes down. It's Lath who followed down. Oh, he's bleeding to his death as well. And guess what? On the other hand side, it seems like Stalwart Esports as well. They have challenged a fight against Rico Infinity. The opening has been found over there. And same thing goes over here as well. Vibes, they have found an opening on the players of Fate. They're looking to compromise on it. They're looking to capitalize onto it. But it seems like they're just not able to find the second opening. And this is what they really want. But also see one man from Fate. He is quite far away from the team. He can make a few things happen over here.
Oh, he certainly can, but at the same time, Sanhok is definitely not a game where you're going to be making distance. You're going to be keeping distance from your teammates, right? Because any single moment you might get shot from a completely different team altogether. But look at Jiggle. He's got his eyes set at Isavi. He's just waiting for him to come out in the open, make any mistake. But no, Team Vibes, they're getting impatient. They want to go for the kill. They know that he's all by his lonesome. They have isolated him over here. And, well, Isavi, he's not going to bow out without a fight. Lobs a grenade, gets the players to a really low HP as he's going to try and contest this one. As Praveen is right in front of this. Praveen, trying to really readjust himself, has taken quite some damage over there from Killer.
No,
and Isavi needs to get the first hit, but no, just too late. As Team Vibes, they are looking really fierce. And, these are the teams, the X-Factor teams that do not really stand a chance to qualify, but they are starting to rack up all those kills. That is going to completely change the perspective of how we look at this game of Sanhok.
That's for sure. but I'm still wondering, did he not hear the sound cues? He was running right behind him and he decided to stop. He decided to pop a first aid. That's quite a questionable choice from his side as well. But now Fate, they're left with only 2 players alive, if I'm not mistaken, and they're going to be heading right inside the zone. They are trying to aim for the compound that is right in Quarry, or at least right next to Quarry. They will be having a safe route towards there. As I talked about safe things, no, it's not going to be safe anymore because A1 Esports have spotted Fate out. The target has been acquired. Now they're just looking to terminate it.
You know, at this point, I believe Visavi was hearing the sounds of his heartbeat louder than those footsteps, right? Considering the situation he was in. I mean, that would be absolutely every single player. And, this is such a big stage. But A1 Esports finally managing to take a squad down. And they've secured themselves those 2 important points. Sinister, however, he's been knocked off. And I believe it's going to be the players of Team Vibes who are going to be charging in. They are madmen right now. They have been unleashed, and any single moment they're going to be going in for that kill. There you go, Killer and Prabir. But Dante will definitely try and punish them, and yes, he does, managing to get those 2 important knocks. But where is the cavalry from fight? As Assassin and Jiggle do have Dante in their sights. Dante taking quite some damage, but still he is alive for the meanwhile. He needs to patch himself up, but the big question is, can he do that in time?
Dante could have almost been traded out, but he's quite lucky. He made it behind the rock just in time, in the nick of time. But now Assassin, he realized there's a lot of pressure on his teammates. Only 2 players alive. Imagine the heartbeat they will having right now. Imagine the adrenaline that they're facing right now. Jiggle and Assassin, the last 2 men alive from the side of Vibes. They're also one of the strongest teams that came in here. They're on 12th position currently. If they want to get themselves on top of there, we know they will have to have a banger of a game for themselves. On the other hand side, DRS and I8 going against each other. We know I8, they have been kind of stumbling on the final day. This fight means a lot for them.
Oh, this certainly does, as Crypto does break the lull in the lobby, as he does take some massive damage over there, and he does deal it. AJ needs to patch himself up. Now, this is the fight that we've all been waiting for. I8 going up against DRS, the best from Nepal against the best from Pakistan, as Crypto is still trying to keep his teammates alive over. He's done some dashing damage over there, but that's not going to be enough. He needs to find those knocks. He needs to create those openings. As Nima and Crypto, we can both see them engaging, or rather locking horns against each other, and both of them on those flank angles, they're going to be so crucial. Their positioning, the fights that they're going to be taking, as AJ, he's taking some massive damage, but I really like the way he's recovering. And DRS, they need to reset this fight. They need to get the tide, they need to turn the tides in their favor. But the big question, can they?
Definitely can, for sure. They have all their 4 players alive, including the same thing goes with I8. The man advantage is equal right there in that fight. But guess what? K7, another fight panning out for them. Vibes is the team that is in a lot of trouble. K7 have 3 players alive. On the other hand, Vibes only left with Assassin. Now we know what Assassin is capable of, and what Assassin able to connect those crucial headshots, able to take Wanuo down. The man who has clutched in the past this time is not able to stand up against a man like Assassin. And Vibes putting up an incredible fight against a team like K7. Last 2 men alive. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Assassin as well is kind of on a back foot. Uses those utilities to try and take out a little bit more damage, or at least to try and chip out more damage on the players of K7. No connections being found yet from the side of Assassin, but still, the damage has been done. K7 must be stumbling inside this one. Assassin looking to take another man down. K7, here comes the push. He takes another down. It's a 1v3. What's going on now? It's a 1-on-1 stalemate situation. Assassin almost could have clutched that out, but Chalkson comes out on top in that one.
Yeah, just running out of bullets on both the weapons. Had he had a few more, he certainly could have pulled off a few more disappointments. But now, getting back to the fight we did have in hand, I8 against DRS. AJ seems to have been a little bit isolated, because Johnny, if he can enter inside the compound from the entrance, then DRS, they do not have any vision at that. But Uzim, he certainly has taken some damage. Mafia Ninja trying to cover that blind spot for DRS, as Blade and Johnny pushing in tandem, getting inside the compound. AJ, he does need to have to hold himself up. He spotted Blade, but hasn't really peeked out. Finally managing to take the shot. AJ, his position has been compromised. I8 just waiting for the right spot. Right, as they've gone in for a reset. AJ somehow is barely surviving, but finally falls down to Johnny as the fight has finally begun. I8 gaining a really good advantage as Marvin Ninja, he gets knocked out, and it's going to be the big boy, Crypto, who finds the knock. But Galton, he's hiding behind the tree. His position completely not compromised right now. I8 have no idea where he is. Now we know he can pull off some really good surprises with all that grenading prowess that he has, and hasn't really made a sound right now. Rather opting for those energy drinks. What he can do right now is go in for a heal battle, but does not have enough first aid to work around it. But Nima is going to take a few shots at Crypto, will get really thirsty and get the finish as well.
Oh, I8, that's not a mistake you want to make. You had the advantage in this fight, and now it's crumbling down from your hands. I8 slowly, steadily falling down inside this fight. DRS, oh, that's some calculated placements right there from their side. I8, they had so much advantage inside this one. Now they're left with only 2 players alive. One man was taken down from Nima, and the other one got taken down from somewhere else. I8, this match is really important for this team, and if this thing just keeps on slipping out like that for them, they're going to be having a lot of disadvantage, at least in the final zones. K7 still inside this compound. 3 players alive for this team. SUDOR, though, looking pretty strong inside this one up till now. All 4 players alive. Safe, though, taken down to a little bit of HP. I feel like he should be able to patch himself. Yeah, he should be able to patch himself back up.
You know, take a look at the circle, Necro, completely favoring the boys from Starwood. And we know what happens when they get the better of the zone. Look at the spread, look at the control, and I8, you know, they could not have afforded to, you know, be complacent at this particular moment, and them being punished. Well, they've always had such good situation, and they somehow tend to mess it all up. As Uzum and Johnny just stand, Uzum somehow keeping the grounds alive. Dante and Jax, they will have to be falling down over there. But Uzum rather opting for the revive. But Sinister, he's gonna have his eyes set at Rico. Infinity does manage to find a knock and would want to get the final kill, but now the last man surviving. He has completely been spotted out in the open. He has nowhere to hide. All he has to do is run right now. But can he escape Sinister's gaze? That is it. And there you go. Sinister in the meanwhile making sure that he's going to rack up some kills for himself. 7 kills is what they've got for themselves. And Uzum is right out in the open. Does have the growth. Sinister is going to be taking shots at him. But Uzum falls down elsewhere. And there you have it. I8 again being eliminated so early in the map of Sanhok. And finally, you know, the chances of qualifying for the GC start looking really bleak.
Oh, I8 being taken down on pretty bad spot, that's for sure, on 13th place, and that's not going to be helping them quite a lot in the overall rankings. They needed a massive help, but this is not the start they wanted to have in the map of Sanhok. But guess what? Visitor Wife now looking to challenge a fight against SUDOR. 2 players falling down. Same thing goes with Visitor Wives, left with only 1 man alive, but Malik makes that clutch happen. SUDOR goes crumbling down. K7 now, they have caught the eyes of Rico Infinity. Rico Infinity as well, they're sitting all the way on the top of the leaderboards. And team like Stalwart Esports, they want to make sure they're getting that position back. They're getting that throne back. So Rico Infinity will have to bleed over here. But instead, it's K7 who are taking a lot of shots from somewhere else.
Oh yes, now things are starting to heat up. We've got our final 8 teams remaining over here. Rico Infinity with just 4 finishes. Well, the final 2 players alive. I mean, they need a lot of kills if they need to. They need to hold on to that first spot that they have, considering how the zone has really panned out. Unless he's making a move inside the circle, and this is the right perfect time to strike. This is where Stalwart Esports are at their weakest, and if they can capitalize, no, the chances are also slimming down. Shashin, he's definitely pulled off a disappointment. He's not going to make it inside the circle. Can he though? Does make a mad dash, does somehow survive, eventually just to fall down to the players of Ruthless Aggressive Warriors.
Oh, a little bit of greed not really paying out for K7. Eliminated on 7th position as well. Now Raw still have all 4 of their players alive. These are the final teams, final 6 teams of the game of Sanhok in the second last game of the grand finals. Oh, there's so many things aligned. Stalwart Esports, we knew they had all these circle for themselves, and still, somewhere down the line, Stalwart Esports, they're on the struggling phase as well. But as long as they have all their players alive, that's what really matters. They have the man advantage. That's what really matters. Stalwart Esports looking to take a dig on Cryptics, find one knock. Senke, the only man alive for that team. He is kind of shrouded in the smoke, though. As soon as the smoke fades away, that's when the Senke's lifeline will also fade away slowly and steadily. Raw in the front lines, Stalwart Esports top exposing himself. A rookie mistake being punished. Rookies being taken down, but they're still alive with the rest of the teammates. They are still a threat. Raw needs to take this calculated aggression. If they're not really able to make this calculate, that means things can go south for this team. And we know there's a lot of things on line for this team as well. Nate comes in, sailing, kills get confirmed. Stalwart Esports left with only one last man alive. Vika is trying his best to hold the fort down, but he's not able to. He's down quite low. Here comes the push from both these sides, and he gets taken out.
Oh, he certainly does now. Rico Infinity, considering the fact that they're still in contention, still have better spots, still have better finishes than them, they're still going to be holding on to that first spot. That is confirmed for now as Anas and Prestige. In fact, Anas has the lead position. He is going hungry for the kills. Now, the big question is, do Rico Infinity have a contingency plan? Do they have a player with enough first aids that's going to at least try to get that second position for themselves? Because on the sidelines, I was looking at Malik from this Vibes to get back to his old senses. But there you have it. Prestige managing to get the kill of Vishal with that beautiful grenade as the kill tally goes up to 6 right now. As we've got the final 3 teams remaining. It's going to be Raw against Rico Infinity against Cryptics as Prestige does charge in. Jarvi not really having the best of HP as Prestige does wipe him down, which leaves Rico Infinity in a 1v2 situation. They've got the numbers for themselves. 10k right out in the open, and they get one more in the bag, and now standing tall. This is where they can start to celebrate, just one game shy, and if they remain consistent in that one, the championship is theirs.
The championship for sure is there for now. They're holding the throne down with pretty much a lot of points advantage over any other team. Stalwart Esports somehow messed that up. They had the advantage inside that fight, but Raw, just a sneak attack from their side. Top making a few rookie mistakes with his another teammate. He got taken down. He got caught off guard out in the open, and this is where Stalwart Esports just came crumbling down, and that helped Rico Infinity a lot in solidifying that #1 place. And my nest, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming game is going to be the final game. The Sanhok game was the second last. That means now we're left with only one more game left in the hand, and what that means, Fixes, you pretty much know, a lot of targeting.
Yes, I certainly do. And where Raw certainly have seemed to switch off the lights out of Stalwart Esports, the way they aggressed them, this game was certainly supposed to be theirs. But look at how the tables have turned. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we definitely need to catch a breather over here as things are getting so very intense. And we're going to be right back after the shuttle break. Is the desk, they're going to break all the fights down, so you do not go anywhere at all.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship, the finals is where we're at. The final game is what is remaining. But Rico Infinity, what a team, what a day this is turning out to be.
MENA region, what region this is turning out to be. Just think about it, right?
True.
Oh, we were talking. So in League, Johnny, in League we used to talk how Wizzes with Vibes were like comeback kings or something. Well, Rico, MENA is like a comeback region or something overall.
During the league stages, I said I love how Rico Infinity have been playing, but I did not expect this to be pulled off by them in the finals.
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
like
amazing performance. This was next level.
So you're telling me like you loved how they play, but you never wanted to love them that much the way they played, right?
I mean, to be honest, this is surprising because this is next level consistency being displayed. But
2 kills for an MVP player.
Exactly.
Yeah, in
17 minutes of survival time for an MVP player.
So what were the rest of the players doing in this game?
Exactly, what were they doing?
What happened?
Well, chaos happened. Sanhok happened. MENA happened. That's all that happened.
I was just gonna say, I feel like Ant-Man returning after the snap and just being like, "What happened here?"
Yeah, that is true. So you're saying like Rico, they're like Thanos or something like that?
Yeah,
after
they were just snapping left and right.
They're snapping the wins for themselves. Well, Prestige with 4 kills, 590 damage, 24-4-4 survival time for the slide. And that's brilliant, right? But I want to see, what Rico and, well, their counterpart did in this game. And that is Cryptics. I mean, Cryptics, 1 kill. They got 12 placement points for themselves. Survival is the key for this team right now. Survival.
So, I have a question. How were Cryptics alive? 247 damage dealt, 914 taken. But still that average survival time is 22 minutes and 20 seconds.
In that case, what we can say is, well, the last damage taken was by the last player. Obviously, was by the player who survived till the 2nd position. Before that, it was damage being dished on them, revivals, revivals. But, well, when it mattered the most, they got 13.
Yeah, they got all those placement points. I mean, as you said, that was the story for Cryptics the entire game. But Rico Infinity did really well. 8 kills secured, 1400 damage dished out. And now, I mean, it is going to make this overall rankings look really interesting.
Big Mark, Alex. See, this, I believe this is going to give them a huge jump. Look at the heals. 2,691. Highest of like the tops the last 6 days. 2,691 by one individual. We've seen 2,400 on the 2nd day, but this time it's 2,000, almost 700 coming down.
Yeah, and hey, see, that was a desperate moment for them as well, because look at that, 8 placement points and 0 kills secured by Enigma Galaxy. So those heals definitely did their job. But Rico Infinity walking away with 23 points, and Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, 12 kills secured, 22 points from this game, but it's a little too late.
Blotter, I want that one word from you, right? That IIO, because DEI8.
Yep. I was definitely thinking about that, guys. This is something that we have been talking about since the start of the day. And here we find them, Deadeyes guys, on the 2nd page with only 2 points from this game. Well, as Varun did mention, is it a bit too late already? We'll see.
Is it too late now to say sorry?
Oh,
alright, also,
let's have a look at the team rotations that were made throughout the game, of course, Ocean, and that is going to be your cue to take us through these rotations.
Yeah, that is me. Right. So this is where, where we would talk about a lot of teams that were at a really comfortable spot when the game was there, right? Look at this. Look at this. I8, they had a good area. Never, no doubt, they took really good fights as well. And if we're talking about Cryptics, right? This was a team that was just, kind of forcing themselves around the circle, and well, as soon as they get inside the circle, well, they were taking quite a few fights in there. And then there is this team as well, a team that solely relied on heals, more or less, which is like this. These are 3 different teams with 3 different kind of strategies. For one, it paid off really well. It got them to the 2nd position. Stalwart is a team where I was thinking, right? Think about it. Stalwart had a really good chance for a lot of areas. They start from here, they move in. They kind of had like really good area for them around the circle, inside the circle, but then one bad push, which was bad for them definitely, but one good push from Raw, well, it changed a lot of things for them, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it completely
Look at this, they had the game. They almost had the game.
It turned the game on its heels for them, and I mean, we've been seeing those unexpected moments throughout the day today, where the strongest team, the team that looks like the strongest team in a position, definitely does get taken out. And look at the situation for Rico Infinity. It was going to be so tough for them to close things out, but still they managed to get what they want. That is the points.
Raw, they survived good. Well, Cryptics, I mean, Senke just surviving out there for his team. He managed to get good thing, and well, Rico, they are just getting those numbers and numbers and numbers and numbers. Miramar just being flawless for them. They got their third, which is just really good.
But here's the question now, though, right? Cryptics were the team in contention on the 6th position. And we did see 2 more teams behind them. One of them was I8. So now what is the difference going to be? Because Cryptics, the top 3 finished, I8 on the other side, just 5 points secured in this match.
A few well, probably, not a lot. We'll have to see what happens in the last game. Because last game, a lot of teams would want to go YOLO. And a lot of teams would want to go strategic. So,
yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see when the game is live. But right now it is time to recap all the fights that took place on this Sanhok. And it is time to, of course, queue in 4.9 for moments.
So many fights. So I'm surprised there's not a lot of water rotations. Obviously, given the fact that the zone was not of that stature though. But still, not a lot of water rotations happened. Not inside as well. Not even inside. But this weapon is broken. So it's like.
I mean, the weapon is broken and the man wielding it as well, because we almost saw him took down an entire squad. When we needed him to be an assassin, he was an assassin, living up to his name.
Yeah, that definitely is correct. But just moving up forward, we will see quite a lot of things happening. And that's chaos. That's Sanhok. That was the penultimate game as of how it just unfolded. Now, just as this happens, we saw K7's the one player just trying to make it inside the circle as well with last-ditch effort, only to be taken down by Raw's players as well. So a lot of fights around the zone, and well, a lot of gatekeeping the areas. Those were the things that were happening. But well, all that's done. It's in history now. It's in the history books. Now we are looking forward for one final game where it just comes down.
One match that is going to decide the fate of a few of those teams that will, well, maybe they're going to move forward to the GC, or maybe they're not. And another hilarious moment. Look at Jane. I mean, quite patient over there.
Oh yeah, and now NASR's players as well, and then around the zone. This is where everyone was thinking like I8 they had really good effort for themselves, but then comes ZRS from the other side as well, just take down the players, a few players, and well, slowly and steadily the numbers started racking up. Well, I8 they start good, but they
are lacking in that finish, in that final delivery. But they still have their one more chance in the final game to be able to prove that worth. And well, again, I mean, it's going to be a pretty close affair. We'll see what the storyboard is going to be indicating. But as you guys perfectly mentioned, top 6 teams for now is what we're going to be looking on towards.
For now. Yes, for now. This is where, Stalwart, the push. At this moment, they were looking like a really strong team that could just hold their grounds, but then Raw just comes out of nowhere, and well, Stalwart, they were not ready for the team. Obviously, it just shows they were not ready for it. But, well, this happened, and obviously one final player remaining, they just took him down. And this symbol, this what do you call it? This emote that they do in, like, their real life, this just, comes up. Wait, what? 14, 9, 15, 13, 16, 50, 16, 32, 15. Vibes is there. A1 Esports is there. 3 kills for Stalwart and 1650 damage.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. What happened over here? This game was nuts. But this game was worthy of the penultimate game of the finals. I mean, we've been talking about how intense the day was going to be. We've been talking about how intense the matches were going to be. Proof, ladies and gentlemen, proof the madness that has been going on in this lobby, and everyone is just giving it everything that they have to offer and more.
And of course, with the one final game on Erangel, I am anticipating this sort of gameplay being showcased from all the teams as we move into the final game. But before we do, let's have a look at that storyboard where Rico, Infinity, 19-point lead for this team. $40,000, just one game remaining.
Doable for I8. Still doable for I8. The entire nation has its eyes for one final game for I8 side, and it's still doable for I8 if they play their cards right. Every single decision matters right now.
Well,
every minute decision, Johnny.
I mean, 14 points for I8, 13 points for Train to Kill, and Cryptics. All they have to do is make sure that Train to Kill and I8 Esports get eliminated early. Again, we've been so focused on I8. Train to Kill, again, another team, another big name from Nepal in contention for the Global Championship at this point. And also, I mean, the teams from MENA, they are just phenomenal, I have to say. Rico Infinity,
Johnny,
Big Galaxy on the top two.
Johnny, Stalwart can have a really good game and maybe just get to the top position. It's doable. Yeah. It's doable. I mean, because they talk about Stalwart, right? They have the highest skills as of now.
Yeah.
Oh yes. And with that, again, as we move on forth to the second page. Now, for these teams on the second page, as Ruthless Aggressive Warriors did just showcase that now it's all about just going YOLO and trying to get as many kills as possible, because, well, there's still going to be money in the bank for you to move on along from one position to the next. With that, talking about next, let's bring up our schedule for one final time, as Erangel is going to be the final game right here at PMPL MENA and SA Championship. And I have to say, MENA teams, well, they are rocking the finals today.
You know, Johnny, Plotter, we started yesterday from a military circle.
Oh yes.
Let's
hopefully it's gonna end there.
What goes around comes around. Let's
look at that action. New record in damage.
5,000 damage.
5,000 damage. I mean, it's action.
Exactly.
It's not a surprise, it's him.
It's not a surprise. Every time there's a tournament, you have to make space for that lad already.
Exactly.
Somewhere in the top 10, somewhere in the top 5, you have to make space for that lad.
Fair enough.
Well. With that, I mean, milestone set up from Action, it seems like the $2,000 is probably going to be there.
I think as of now he has like 4,600 damage. I think it's like, you know, we are predicting it. We are just seeing things. We are predicting it. I think he has like 4,602 damage, so he will get there.
That's how Ocean makes his prediction, huh?
Interesting.
Getting a lot of help from a lot of places.
Well, with that, let's get busy for one final time. Let's move the conversation over to our Panda Bros to take us through this game. It is over to Paint Fixers and Necro.
Well, a lot of voices in the madman's head. Does the voice echo and tell him who the champion is going to be, as things are just winding down to this one last final game? $40,000 on the line, and boy oh boy, the teams from the MENA region surely know how to rock a show.
They definitely do. I mean, Fixes is cold out there, but I'm still feeling the heat. And I feel like I might just start sweating after this game, because we know a lot of things are online, especially I8. They can make it. They can make it. Cryptics is the one holding them back. If they're able to get a good performance inside this one, for sure, I8 can make it on that. And they also need that ticket as well, so they will need to have a good performance over here. If any kind of small mistakes being made by I8, just like in the previous Erangel games Fixes, it's going to be costing them quite a lot. It's going to be costing them a ticket to PMGC.
Absolutely, and for one last time, the map that absolutely everyone loves and adores, we are going to be heading into the skies. There you go, the flight path trajectory being right in front of us, all the way from Sanhok military base to where George was. But the big question, even the desk was wondering, where is the zone going to be formed? And we did touch upon it, Necro, the final game, and we did see semblances of it happening in Sanhok. A lot of teams on the second half of the table absolutely bamboozling everybody, just going bonkers, going in for the damage numbers along with the kills. They're going to be hungry for that. You know, last time there was certain player Chari and his group of soldiers that charged onto Wizzes, making their lives miserable. But are the same things going to repeat? Because we do have a few changes happening here and there.
Yeah.
Starward Esports, they do not intend to go to Wisno Ripnoy. It's going to be the boys from Cryptics, rather, trying to pull that one off. But, then again, I'm really wondering as to where the circle is going to be, because for I8, well, I mean, things have been looking so bad for them, right? Considering how they started off, not just inside the realms of esports, even outside. This time, the cricketing team was looking better than ever. They were doing so well in the World Cup and had a similar storyline, right? When it all mattered, those slip-ups, and it's going to be breaking their hearts and mine personally, because I've been casting them for quite some time. I know what they can pull off, and just crumbling down to the pressure, and this is not the first time it's happening, is it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you also need to understand a lot of things online, as I mentioned in previously as well. And the final game fixes, the nerves are going to be rattling, the nerves are going to be shaking, it's going to be shaking for sure. And the circle shifts all the way in the right.
Necro.
Here we go. Yep.
Sorry to cut you off. Starwood, they are in for a hunt. They do not want to settle for the second or the third prize. They want to settle for the very first. And, this sort of takes me back, Zeus trying to enter into Starwood Esports, drop location onto Wisno Ripnoy in the last NASR Championships. And Starwood, they are doing it. They are doing it. They're going to get that basic loot. They're going to go after Rico Infinity. But the question is, are Rico Infinity aware of the same?
That's the question I'm wondering as well. I'm pretty sure Rico Infinity must be aware, because they have realized probably that there is someone who has dropped in the nearby vicinities. They must have seen them like parachute around, but we will only see when the time comes around, because for now, again, Rico Infinity, they've got themselves a few vehicles and they're trying to go inside the Severny, and they will be doing so, at least say for now. Fadan has made his entrance in the Severny. Now, Stalwart Esports, as you mentioned, they're on a hunt against Rico Infinity. That means Rico Infinity is all the way on the top, and they want to make sure that they're getting rid of Rico Infinity as quick as possible, as early as possible in the game of Erangel. That's going to be helping them out quite a lot to at least try and get that first place back again. Now, you need to also get your eyes locked up on the second and third place between Nigma Galaxy and Stalwart Esports. It's tied up, 101 point between these two teams. And Nigma Galaxy, I mean, what a way to come back in the second day of the Grand Finals.
Yes, and it was completely under the radar. Absolutely nobody saw this coming, right? Not the desk, not us, not the viewers. They've just been so consistent. They've not really been going in for a lot of chickens, but, they've been getting those consistent points. Now, that is how they love to play. But Dante seems to be in a little bit of a kerfuffle, as we've got K7 charging at his direction, but I believe they're not aware of his presence. He's making his movements very cautiously. He has spotted out Slow, and Shout does as well. And Dante is going to take some shots at them, but no, this way he's going to start falling down. There you go. Push one, having no trouble in taking him off, and draws the first blood. Now, this is the first of many kills to come, because, again, the final game, and look at Starwoods, deciding to settle for nothing less for the top spot. They are going in finally, just, well, maybe try to block off Rico Infinity's rotation, but we've got another fight. NASR going up against DEADEYES.
Oh, what is going on? A lot of bloodshed in the early games. So much blood being drawn, and NASR as well are getting some of their blood in their hands. And now look at this. One man from NASR as well as went down. It's Hassan. The kill should be confirmed, and yes, Trek Boy is the man who made sure the kill has been confirmed, and even the point has been secured. But what? Even though he was such low on HP, that drop shot comes in the clutch and helps him get that kill. He single-handedly managed to take these two players down. DEADEYES, guys, Frag Boy's quite hurt, but still, they're left with 3 men alive, and here comes the cavalry from both these sides, but NASR a little too late to provide the backup.
Oh, they certainly are. But, DEADEYES, they're still holding on. They're looking strong than ever. The Choker's tag that has been haunting them for quite some time. But all they need to do is hold on to this one last game. Hold on and get a few points. And then we are talking about the biggest league of them all. We're talking about the GC, baby. As Merkel, he's going to charge in. And what an episode 9. All locked and loaded as he completely just empties the magazine. And there you go, NASR, the numbers are dwindling. It has all come down towards Nabo, and I believe DEADEYES know that this is their fight. This is it. You know, they've got the control over the situation. The question is, when are they going in for the final kill?
Yeah, the final man still standing, but anytime he can be knocked off, as soon as he reveals his position, I'm pretty sure he's going to be going down. And also, like, the color of the room is red. He does realize he's in the red zone right now for sure. If he makes any movement, if he gets spotted, he's going to be taken down instantly. But we see DEADEYES guys as well in a making that quick rotation. A lot of teams have opted out for that quick rotation, including TDK, I8, and now DEADEYES guys making that quick rotation right in the center of the zone. Nigma Galaxy's already there, so they won't really have to worry about a lot of things. But teams like Rico Infinity, including Stalwart Esports, they will have to worry for sure. But take a look at what Rico Infinity did over here. They did realize they're getting capitalized upon by Stalwart Esports, so now they're going from all the way from the right side, making sure they're not going to be having anyone haunting them.
You know, I8, they are, you know, wandering in uncharted territories, right? Why am I saying that? Considering the really fast rotation. Now, they've got to, you know, completely look into this game from a complete different perspective, right? They're not accustomed to it. We've seen them, you know, opting for those late rotations, but this time, they're going to meet a lot of unwanted people around them, and they've got to do it all. You know, they've gotten themselves in this situation, right? Right from the first game, they've got so good chances to, you know, try and close this off, and they have failed every single time. And, you know, talking about the first game, they had such a good circle. The second game, well, I mean, again, the similar things being repeated off. And in the map of Sanhok, they had it again for themselves. Such a good time against DRS. They could have done a lot of things, but they certainly just could not. And, you know, this is a replay of that fight against, or rather between NASR and DEADEYES, in which DEADEYES really held on. You know, the kind of determination that they're showing. You know, they want to get past the dark, gloomy days. They are looking at the GC. They're looking at the really big money that is awaiting them right now. And Starwood, well, they finally, you know, found out a good place to stop at. But Rico Infinity completely dodging them. They also understand that this game is so important for them. All they have to do is just get 5 points minimum, and that's done. They're done. They've already qualified for the GC. All they want is that $40,000. That's really better than the 28,000 we're talking about for the second position.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what they really want, and that's what it seems like they're playing for. They found themselves a stop in Lipovka, but I don't know if they're going to be calling it a home for a while. But on the other hand, yeah, as we mentioned, teams like A1 Esports, it's already done for them, right? It's already done for them. There's no way out from the position they found themselves in, all the way in the bottom of the leaderboards. So A1 Esports now, they can start griefing some games if they want to. But again, they can also play it out if they just want to play it out for the pride. They can do so for sure. Circle shifting right in the center. The teams that got themselves the center point at the circle, they're going to be happy, at least for now. DRS already are in the smack center of the next zone as well. So we can see all the team that were all the way in a little bit of kind of southern side. They are starting to traverse in the northern side over here. And this is where we might just see some bodies hitting the deck.
Oh, yes, certainly. And this particular circle just rotating around. Starwood really staying aloof from all that hustle happening around the certain sides. You know, so many movements being made. The first airdrop, the big green cannon as D2K and K7 just crossing roads, and Wano having spotted one of them, and D2K, they also stand in contention to really qualify this time. But right now, Suyog, he's been taken down by Shao7 and K7. All right, they're doing this. D2K again messing things up. This grenade charge it, however, I believe he's going to dodge it. Manages to stay alive for some time. K7, they want this kill. They want it bad.
Oh, a little bit of int coming in from the side of TDK. Messed things up. A little bit too confident in that fight. We did see Suyok all the way moving out from his cover. He thought maybe he can try and confirm that kill, but that didn't really happen. Instead, Wanu will strike back harder than ever. And now TDK, one man is left in such a bad spot, and he needs some way out. It's the man Jane, separated out from the rest of the pack. It's 2-1 split. I don't know if TDK is just going to let Jane go like that. Jane will have to make sure he's keeping his identity as anonymous as possible. He has found himself a little bit more separation from K7, but again, he is trapped in those bunkers, and he needs to make it out safely.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, T2K, this match was so important for them. You know, even the desk also talked about is T2K and I8 being in really close contention. But Legend, he's being pushed at, and it's gonna be the whole freaking board right at him. Chakshin, however, gets taken down as Legend still struggling to survive, but eventually gets traded off after 2 beautiful knocks. And K7, they're gonna have no trouble in getting their players alive unless not until Jane or Sandesh maybe pull off some sort of shenanigans. And Sandesh, he's got his heart stomping, right? They needed something around 13 or 14 points, but K7 certainly do not intend on letting that happen. And Sandesh, look at him. He's got his buggy inside the compound. How on earth he's gonna escape alive?
Oh, that's a question that I'm wondering as well. At least Sandesh was on the safer side of things. But guess what? He has managed to escape this kind of a event that happened over here. K7, they find themselves a compound. But Jane from the back lines now. It's his time to strike. Finds 2 huge kills and takes him down. But the trade is there. Jane being knocked off. Hoshuan doing a good job capitalizing onto him. K7 looking still pretty good. 2 men being taken down. They're bleeding out quite quickly, but it shouldn't really be that big of a deal. They should be able to stick the res back up onto that man. Jane crawling. He's bleeding out, but I still feel like Sandesh will be able to get a safe res even onto Jane. That's going to be leaving TDK with only 2 men alive. But DRS, as I mentioned, they are away from any kind of harm for now. They have gotten themselves a good kind of positioning, I would say, for the late game. But if the circle takes a hard curveball, if it's a hard shift, I'm pretty sure, including teams like Delta, Rico Infinity, or any of the teams that are on the edge lines, they're going to be struggling. And yes, it's a hard shift.
Oh, there you go, Starwood. They're going to be really happy about it. All they have to do is not just, wet their pants over there. And they've got to maintain themselves, rather not force a lot of fights. They've got to get a few kills, but they've got to get into the final circles. But we've got to fight amongst us over here. Ruthless aggressive warriors against Team White.
Oh, no!
Both these teams, kind of struggling, to get into the top 8. They haven't really done a lot inside the finals this time. Again, Team Vibe, such a good team, but we haven't really seen a lot out of them. And Raw, again, changing their rosters in the final last moment, certainly not really working out as they hoped it would have. But Assault, well, he's getting assaulted at, people really pushing at him. And there you go. He goes falling down, and Vibes, 3-man strong. Can they do enough? Can they do a lot of different things? As Joker, well, he completely got tunnel vision at Team Vibes and got shot from the backlines.
Oh, opening being found and men's taken down. This is not a good thing for Raw. They looked pretty good. They found the opening, but now the tables have been flipped. There's also a third party from Hills. It's going to be Fate joining the fray. And Raw forgot to check their backs. As you mentioned, they tunnel vision pretty hard on the teams of Vibe, and now Vibes realize they have the man advantage inside this fight. That means they are going to be the kings inside this fight as well. They can try and take Raw down. Raw, I'm pretty sure they're going to be feeling the pain of those 30 bullets. But Vibes, no! They're walking straight up in Raw's trap. 2 men taken down, and Raw now, they're bleeding as well. Vibes. Raw is one left with the only man alive, and Chari, guess what? He successfully clutches that moment.
Oh, he successfully does that, but enough casualties being taken. But Chari, does he care? No, he's happy about it. He's happy about those 4 kills, They've got what they could, but now Delta has spotted out a Reef and Team Fate. They've got to reconsider this rotation right now. Reef he is going out in the open. That's a really bad spot to be engaging at, but still he's going to take his chances. They want those kills badly. They want those kills desperately. They want the chicken dinner. But now Team Fate, they've successfully managed to elope. They've successfully managed to invade them. They're going to take that bridge route. They're going to take that northern way up and get inside the circle. But DRS not moving a muscle, not moving an inch, staying at where they are supposed to be, just waiting. No, right now it's just not the skills that matter. It's also that you've got a little bit of luck also coming down, because it's the final game, and DRS have been looking good throughout, but can they do it in the final game where it all matters?
Oh, that's what I'm wondering as well. And look at this, K7 unloading their mags on the players at TDK. 1 man has already been taken down. This leaves Sundays, the only man alive from this squad. TDK as well had a bit of glimmer of hope, but not anymore. He's fading away from them. Oh, managed to heal himself back up in the nick of time, but he's taking a lot of damage from the zone. K7 realizes that Sandesh is right there, and all they're looking for are some few shots. But no, K7, they're bleeding on the other hand as well. K7, 1 man being taken down. This leaves K7 with only 3 players alive, and I don't feel like getting the res back up on Yanuo. Wanuo is going to be that good of a choice. And yes, that's what they exactly do. They let the man bleed out to his death because they don't have any of their choice left. And talking about Glimmer of Hopes, Ayat as well, they have their number in it.
Yeah, of course, now SUDOR, they're just charging at NASA's direction, taking control over this Wizard. They want to contest it. Namo being the final player alive over his car, lobbed a grenade, which apparently did not bounce out. Now he's gonna drop that smoke for himself, create that murky cover for him, but how long? That's a big question because Namo is constantly trying to low toss those grenades as Al Shamri has been taken down in the process. Cotton, just the final player alive. SUDOR, they've got that beautiful corner seg, and I'm gonna feel a little bit sad about it being, in fumes right now. But either way, considering how the circle has really panned out, DRS and Rico Infinity both beside each other. Rico Infinity just on the verge of writing history, being on the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers as Ragnarok indeed has spotted out Scry, will take some damage at him. But Starwood, they seem to be in trouble. Their star player, he's bleeding, he's wounded, he's succumbing to his injury slowly but surely.
And not just that, he also needs to get the record on his name of the 5k damage. Oh, you can't go down like that, Action. You have a lot of things to come for you. Going down like that is not going to be good news for Stalwart Esports as well. Yes, he is the star player for the team. They need him in each and every single gunfight. But on the other hand, SUDOR, oh, they're barely making it alive inside this Wizard Tower. They're looking good for now, but I don't know how the future lines are going to be looking up for them. Nabo was barely able to dodge that nade as well, so he's now alive on top. And I can understand how uncomfortable SUDOR must feel, especially knowing that there is an intruder, there is an imposter in their building.
Necro, Deadeyes, look at them, rotate, they're taking that longer route. This is absolutely amazing, right? Going in from when nobody sees them coming, but Ragnarok, he's gonna take a few shots at the players of Wizzes with Vibes. Will definitely not connect it though, but he's still gonna take his chances, right? What on earth do you have to lose? Team Fate, they started off really well, but Wizzes with Vibes, they want to take this fight, or maybe not. Some questions being there, but now Nabu, he's gonna hold his territory off. Does manage to deny one of those players of SUDOR right now, but can he do this again? Just standing, rather crawling in front of the door, just waiting for maybe Cotton to make an entrance. But Saif, he was trying to get inside the circle, but get caught from elsewhere. It's going to be the boys from DRS, but IA, they seem to have stolen this kill, and they've still got all their 4 players alive. Now, if they could get a chicken dinner, if they could pull off a disappointment, if they could take down the players of maybe, let's say, Cryptics, and they might have a chance, Necro. They might have a chance to qualify for the GC, which has never happened in the past.
That's for sure. As I mentioned, the glimmer of hope is still alive, but it seems like it's fading away. Fixes Stalwart Esports found the opening on the players of I8, and now they're going to be on the panic mode. Blade being taken down, that's not a good news for a team like I8. There is a smoke wall being built just to make sure that Blade is able to crawl over to safety, and they're able to get the rest back up on the Blade. For now, it seems like Blade should be able to get himself back up on the feet, and yes, he is. But still, they need to realize they're not inside the zone, and the zone guardian angels for now are Stalwart Esports.
Oh, they certainly are, But again, Stalwart losing out on action. That is not what they would have wanted, right? Not what would they have thought in their mindset of Rico. Right now, Rico have spotted out Ragnarok. He's not gonna let him rather walk alive from this particular situation that we have in hand. As Light does come in, it does come in for rescue over there. But Rauf, indeed, he gets taken down, and a lot of gunfights happening absolutely everywhere. Where I8 have finally decided to commit. They want to go after Starwood. They know they're wounded. This is the perfect chance. This is the perfect opportunity. But Scry is still trying to maybe get onto the roof of this compound. And if he can do that, he can lob some beautiful grenades. But Pika, in the meanwhile, he's trying to get the better of the circle. He's trying to enter inside the smoke. I hope Crypto had spotted him there.
That's for sure, but Chari's right next to Pika. The threat still lingers upon his head. If Chari finds himself an opening, a free kill on the Stalwart Esports, that can be the game being gripped. But guess what? Crypto is aware of his positioning. This is where Raw goes down on 10th position, and this is what I like to see. This is what I call hell breaking loose. This is what I call chaos.
Indeed, and it's gonna get better than ever right now. Crypto with a beautiful crispy shot, but can he get the finish on that? You know, that's gonna have to be a no-no for here, as IA, they're still trying to survive. They still have all 4 of their players alive, but they've got to get themselves out from this situation. Just surviving on the peripheries of the circle, but that's not going to be enough. They have the big guns right beside them. It's going to be Blade being taken down by Pika. Pika not on really good HP, nor does he have a lot of first aids to, you know, heal himself up with, as Uzim goes falling down. And again, I8 are messing things up.
Yes, for sure. Some questionable decision making for sure. The presence of mind seems absent. And what? Stalwart Esports erasing them from this ticket, erasing them from this game, and the glimmer of hope fades away. Unfortunate for the Pakistan region right here, Fixes. I'm pretty sure the fans are going to be so disappointed.
Thousands of hearts being broken, and like that, I8 have succumbed to the pressure, and there you go, their dreams being shattered from qualifying for the GC at least. But DRS, look at them go, 8 kills already, and they have spotted the big fishes out there, shortless fishes, the sharks. Stalwart Esports, who apparently are really having a bad time for themselves as well, as the circle takes a shift. Cryptics in a really good position over there. Few replays around us as Johnson, he is absolutely mental this moment. The way he's getting all those shots connected, you know, just thriving amongst the chaos, just you know, utilizing all that situation in his favor. But AJ, look at him go from the window. You certainly are. You certainly have to be mental for even thinking of trying something like this. Such a risky move. But now, this is where the brave does fare off, and this is where DRS, they're inching in closer to glory.
And this is where teams are feeling the pain of those 30 bullets. Each and every single bullet being taken on your body. You're going to be feeling that pain for sure, because you want to make sure you're having every single inch of that HP supporting you in every single fight. Cryptics now going head on head against K7. And guess what? 2 players only left alive. Marshall falls down. Jackson doing a good job trying to stay alive inside this one. El Chapo has a lot of pressure on himself. Hokshuan as well, not really far behind. He's down quite low. He needs to patch himself up. The kill on the Marshall gets secured, gets confirmed. This leaves El Chapo, the only man alive. He's being searched. He's being searched by the Predators. Is he going to be found? That's the question for now. El Chapo still maintaining the silence, still maintaining the anonymous identity over here. But guess what? The nade lobs in right next to K7 from the side of Wizzes and Wives. They are here for a party.
He's just called up, ready to strike any single moment as K7. There you go. Joshin does understand. El Chapo coming out will definitely get the final kill though, but does lose his teammate in the process. Rico Infinity, they have melted as well, with Prestige just being the sole survivor, who apparently is going to be opting for the healing battle. But I believe, Necro, they have done it. 8 first aids on this lad. DRS having all their players alive with 11 freaking kills. They also want to aim for the stars, but there can be just one champion amongst us. Who is it going to be? Wizzes with Vibes. They've got their luck in those final few games. They've got their players alive. Well, Reaperbot, he's making a move, but for now, he is remaining unscathed. He's been untouched right now. But Chakshin, he's amidst everyone. He's taken a lot of fights. He's bruised. He's scarred. How much more can he do it?
There can be 2 Alpha Titans in the map of Erangel, no matter what map it is. There can be 2 Alpha Titans. That means only one will walk away with this chicken dinner in the final game of Grand Finals. Jackson burning down to his death, taking a lot of damage from that Molotov. Wizzes with Vibes confirm that kill for themselves. They have all 4 of their players alive. They are looking to get this chicken dinner in their hand. Rico Infinity, they have done it, getting eliminated on 3rd position. They've gotten themselves a decent amount of points, and now it's a stalemate situation between DRS and Wizzes with Vibes. As I talk about stalemate, the first blood gets drawn between this team. DRS are bleeding.
Oh, they certainly are. It all comes down to AJ. Can he hold the ground? Can he get the res back up. Mafia Ninja finally falling down over here. The numbers definitely favoring the players of Wizzes with Vibes, who are sitting at 9 kills themselves. They know where the remainder of the players are. All they are doing is collecting all those grenades that they can do, unleashing wrath upon them. But hold on, AJ does find a really cheeky knock over there. Instantly converts into a kill. DRS, if they can win the chicken dinner, then anything is absolutely possible. They've got the kills to back themselves up with, but the question is, can they clutch it out? Can they be the conquerors of the MENA and the SA Championship?
They can definitely, for sure. The top boards are looking pretty close. 3 players from both these sides. It's a 3-on-3 situation. AJ's getting bombarded down to low HP. But still, he has managed to find himself a safe spot for now. He's going to be patching himself back up. Wizzes and Vibes, they have a lot of cover to move around with. They have a lot of freedom over here inside this. DRS trying to create a smoke wall. They want the freedom as well. They want to move around. They want to reposition themselves. They want to create that anonymous angle inside the game. And as I mentioned, there can be 2 Alpha Titans. Only one will walk away with a chicken dinner. Nades being lost from both these sides. We know what DRS are capable of when it comes to that utility battle.
Yes, indeed. Right now, the silence in the lobby is speaking volumes of who is going to have the party tonight. DRS against Wizzes with Vibes, 2 of the best teams from the Nepal region. We've got DRS being outnumbered, but still sitting at 12 kills high. At Galzin, he is trying to rotate. The next circle is definitely going to decide their fates, as I believe it has certainly favored the lads of DRS. A lot of grenades being lobbed at their direction, but they seem to have dodged them all. But Galzin, this one rotation might just be the one that wins them this championship. Can they do it? Yes, he is. His position anonymous than ever. Wizzes with Vibes. Some point from now, they've got to make a move inside the circle. And being unaware of Galzin's position, it's going to be so devastating for them if we can manage a knock, or maybe just 2. As DRS, they are going to be building up all those soft covers, as Galzin finally breaking the silence, gets that first knock as a Molotov comes at his direction, but it's just too far away.
It is too far away. 2 players fall down. This is the go call being made. DRS making this push happen on the last man alive Reaper bot. We have seen this man clutch out some insane moment, but not this time. DRS shutting down the final man, and you can clearly see the sigh of relief on each and every single player. Mafia Ninja, Nima, both of them, the sigh of relief, man. Absolutely insane game from the side of DRS.
They started these things off. They started the finals off with the chicken, and they definitely know how to end things in style. Certainly the gods of PUBG did favor them to win this one, but have they done enough? Have they amassed enough points to win the championship? And in a little while, I have this voice in the heads. We've gotten it. We know who they are. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the winners. Rico Infinity Team, hailing all the way from Saudi Arabia. They have conquered it all, securing that coveted slot to the GC and going in with $40,000 richer.
Exactly, and also, as you mentioned, they are going to get a lot richer as well with the prize pool. What a show up in these games, man, especially in the grand finals. Each and every single game they showed, they have the presence of mind there. They did it all. They knew a lot of things were online, especially if you either want to win this, might as well win it in style, and Rico Infinity just made it happen.
Oh, they certainly did, right? And in what fashion? Getting those 2 chicken dinners, even in the final game, they knew all they had to do was get those position points, and they exactly did that, dodging Starwood over there. Starwood, of course, putting up a really valiant effort, but it was just not enough. But I still believe they have made their cut for the GC as well, as we've got the Mongolians still fighting hard. But DRS, you've got to feel bad for them, man. They got the chicken dinner. They did everything possible that they could have, but still were a few points shy from grabbing that title. That definitely does, hurt them. But of course, they qualified for the GC. They were playing for the money. They're even going to have a lot of new fancy cars in their garages, whatever they want to do. But right now, I think then for a party, but Rico Infinity team, a team for the first time qualifying inside the GC. Well, they've been sort of silent during those league stages. We always knew they had the fuel in them. All they had to do was just explode, and in the final days, they did that in style.
They definitely did that, and pretty much a deserved champion right here. Started their day off with pretty much consistent times, and then in the end as well, pretty much ended the day on a consistent note. Rico Infinity did not let a single point slip away from their hands each and every single game. Even though they knew, okay, it's maybe the game's kind of falling out, they always had those positioning for themselves. And even in the end, they knew they had it all secure, Fixes. That's why they went for that healing battle. Instead, not to challenge the fights, at least try and secure as many as placement points as possible, because the rest of the team was falling down. There was only that one last man alive, and he made it happen.
Oh, he certainly did. Prestige, surviving when it all mattered, getting those 1-2 points. I'm pretty sure the difference would be very minuscule, even to really note over there. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally done with all the games for this tournament. We did have our winners, and it was such an amazing time to be on the desk with my Panda brother. But that's enough from our side. I'm pretty sure the desk has got a lot to talk about, all the games that have happened, so let's directly head at them.
Well, we've got our champions, and they are Rico Infinity team. What a day this has turned out to be for this team. I mean, you talk about a comeback story, simply put, no, not necessarily, because this team has been dominating from one game to the next.
Well, definitely, and what a way to end all of it, all this, as well as Fixes and Necro also pointed out. Prestige just surviving over there till the very end, making sure that the points were coming in his team's favor.
Yeah.
And DRS, that was a wonderful game. Me and Ocean were just discussing, this was the perfect game for DRS. I mean, the circle set for Yasnaya.
Yasnaya. Well, that's true.
It certainly was. With that, let's have a look at that storyboard and find out what was the difference between the first and the second.
3 points, 3 chicken dinners for both teams.
Wow.
Well, see you at GC now. See you at GC.
Well, that means Deadeye's guys
Get in.
Yeah.
They have qualified.
And
wow.
Cryptics as well.
Cryptics qualifies. Cryptics and Enigma Galaxy, 2 brilliant teams that just came down from MENA region. Here we have DRS and Deadeye's guys, 2 amazing teams. We have Rico Infinity, another one obviously winning everything, and well, Stalwart, they do it as well.
Yeah, I mean, quite a wonderful run this has been by these teams. But again, congratulations to Rico Infinity, doing a phenomenal job. The advantage that they had before this game, they made sure they were going to capitalize on it. And I mean, DRS, at this point, they tried their level best. As I said, the players, the teams were doing everything that they can and more in order to make sure that they were the ones on the first position. They would be the ones lifting the trophy. DRS in this game, they basically threw the kitchen sink at everyone inside the lobby,
Johnny,
just
imagine.
making sure they would go out.
Imagine had Rico not gotten these 3 points, DRS would have won the match, and as per the tiebreakers rule, DRS would have been the champion. But well, right now, this is what the storyline reads, and I'm really happy about the way Rico Infinity came. They had their mark, they had their impact, and well, they had the tournament.
And they delivered, absolutely. I mean, again, it has been a valiant effort from the side of DRS Gaming, as they had, well, the chicken dinner, along with, of course, so many kills working for this team's favor. They were just working towards getting that chicken dinner and hoping to get the points. But Rico Infinity in the final game, working towards just those placement points. Well, it worked out. It worked out in style for them. $40,000 in the bank for this team. As we move on forth from the first page, let's have a look at what's happening on the second.
A1, Fate, Vibes, Ruthless, Aggressive Warrior, SUDOR,
And
K7.
quite a lot of teams over here that, I mean, before the tournament started, we were looking at the top contenders, teams like T2K, teams like K7 Esports. Again, let's not forget, I mean, these lads have the experience of being on the international stage, but still, the players themselves have evolved, the teams have evolved since the last time, and this was this lobby was on a whole another level. it was definitely quite tough to compete, but kudos to these teams for putting up an amazing performance as well.
They did good.
Definitely. I mean, 10 games is all they had in the finals,
Yeah.
and each and every single game, well, counted. And that, of course, is where a few of the things, the ups and downs, so to say, for the teams that find themselves on the second page, has definitely resulted in a different outing that they anticipated, but definitely a perfect championship is what these teams have showcased to us, with some aggressive fight, with the league play days compared to the finals itself. Such a stark difference between their gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm happy, I'm sad. It's mixed emotions, right? That happens with the end of every tournament. You're happy with the results, you're sad with the results, but well, these are the results that the teams delivered. I mean, I'm pretty sure the audience would be having those mixed emotions as well, Johnny.
I completely agree with that. I mean, we were supporting a lot of these teams, and I mean, we
know
always
their
do,
hustle.
like always. Yeah, we've seen these lads since they started, and it is definitely it has been a long journey since then till now. But we have seen the growth, and I'm pretty sure the next time they're going to show up on this stage, they're going to be even better than this and even better. It is definitely going to be worth it to watch them on the next stage. But so far, I mean, we have the 6 names that will be moving forward. 6, I say, because Nigma Galaxy and DRS were both in really good standing. So 6 names, including those 2, that will be moving forward to the Global Championship. And congratulations to all those 6 teams from our side, I guess.
Definitely. Yeah, congratulations are going to be there for all of those teams, and of course the others who participated as well, because, well, that is what we are here for. All the excitement that the lobby was showcasing when it was the league play days, and then from there moving into the finals itself. I mean, talk about MENA teams. You know, today, especially MENA region, they have just outshone the competition.
Yeah.
Compared to what they were showcasing in the league play days. So a GG play to all of these teams.
I mean, I mean, it was an incredible run.
It certainly was. But now we shall move in with an interview with the team who got a chicken dinner in the final game. It is going to be DRS, and we're going to be joined in with Mafia Ninja, I'm being told, who will be joining us for an interview. A congratulations to you, mate. That was a perfect game for you guys. And again, I do realize that it is going to be a tough question, but how are you guys feeling right now? 3 points, just 3 points shy.
Yes, we feel a little disappointed because we could have done better, but nonetheless we came second, and it's pretty good compared to our league performance. Yes.
True.
Yeah.
Definitely. And with that, we'll move on to Ocean.
Yeah. So I have this question, right? Now that you know your league was not that good, but your finals were really, really good, what are the plannings that you're doing for PMGC? That's the big stage now. So what are you thinking for that?
For now, we're looking to take fights outside of zone and inside of zone as well. We're looking to be more aggressive, and in the next 20 days, we look to get better every day.
Hopefully.
Definitely. We'll keep our fingers crossed for that. Varun, your question?
I mean, I just want to know, what do you feel about the rest of the teams that have qualified with you to the Global Championship? How are you feeling about the competition right now?
Knowing the 4 teams that have qualified from this PMPL finals, they're really good, all the 4 teams that have qualified. So I wish them all the good luck in the PMGC.
Definitely. I certainly do hope that you have a wonderful run in the PMGC. And again, I mean, $20,000 in the bank. You're the second on the leaderboard, so that definitely ought to make you feel good for yourself. 28,000, my apologies there. So one final thing I have for you, mate. What would you like to say to your fans?
So keep believing in DRS and keep supporting. We need you guys to support us through tough times as well, and we'll come up with performance like this in the future as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. An incredible play is what that was showcased from your team, and of course, best of luck for the upcoming tournaments, and a good conversation that was. But dudes, what a wonderful tournament this has turned out to be. PMPL MENA and SA Championship. I mean, nobody could have anticipated this sort of result when the thing started off in the first day of the league play itself, or the second perhaps for that matter.
Yeah, and I mean, we just heard from Mafia Ninja as well what they were trying to accomplish during the league stages. Ocean pointed out, I pointed out as well, the fights that were happening outside the zone, something new being tried out.
Experiments.
But again, the experiments that were happening, the results were showcased in the finals, and definitely this team has been the pride of Nepal for a very long time. They've become the pride of South Asia at this point, and we expect big things in the global championship from them.
I had a weird line to say. It would have been like a really weird PJ, but you know, the experiments will Dave liver? I mean, you know, the other cast to do or something. You know.
Oh,
But yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out in the PMGC. But right now, let's have a move. Let's have a look on to the most valuable player of the tournament because, well, $2,000 on the line, and who is it going to be?
I wish we had a drum roll for this.
There has to be one.
It's action. See, an
It is
action-packed name coming up. 18 kills, 10 assists. That's just so good, right? His damage stats, I mean, he just got, what, 77 damage in the last game.
Yeah.
Not a lot, though, but obviously he was caught off guard when he was taking fights. His teammates were just far behind, so they could not just, you know, help him that much. But, well, he gets 2,000 extra for himself.
Yeah, and I believe he was like leading the MVP rankings by like I think 800 or 900 damage, somewhere around that number.
Good margin, yeah, good margin. And you know what? I want to see Action deliver in GC the way he has been delivering right now. I would love that personally.
Oh, that will happen. That will definitely happen. There is no two ways that this man can be stopped from the side of SUDOR Esports. But as we talk about the MVP, well, congratulations to, of course, Action for winning the $2,000 for MVP of the tournament. But as we move on forth, let's have a look at the head-to-head between the two top contenders. His teammate.
His teammate has more kills, has less damage and less survival time. You know, that's where it just counts. So look at this: 18 kills, 18 knockouts, 20 kills, 20 knockouts. They were just, you know, trying to deliver everything that they could just do in those areas. And yesterday, so here's a little fun tidbit for all of you guys at home as well. You know, yesterday I went to Action's Instagram to just, you know, have a look, to scroll through his gameplays to maybe understand a bit better. We feel that this lad plays aggressive. Instead, if you kind of understand his calls, he plays more tactical than aggressive. It doesn't look like he's tactical, right? It doesn't look at all. It looks like he's aggressive.
I mean, yeah, I completely agree with that, because whenever he's on the screen and you look at his player cam, right, he's always so calm. He's never hyped up. He's just like calmly looking at the screen, just doing his own thing, and just gets all the kills.
You know, when it comes to teams like SUDOR Esports, it is the synergy that matters, and in that synergy, the communication is definitely going to be the one that will most definitely always be the first in the priority of the conversations. But with that, as we move on forth, we do know who got the $2,000, but let's see what the MVP list was looking like, and it is on third, Fideen, who finds himself.
Yeah, Fidan, Mafia Ninja, True Love, Nima, AJ. Well, DRS definitely has all of the entire squad is here. That's
oh yes,
that's incredible.
Incredible play indeed. With that, it's been an incredible day. Let's summarize it and have a look at the day summary, where we shall see what. Well, again, I mean, MENA has just rocked throughout.
I mean, 4 games, it's been MENA. Cryptics is starting up a day, and well, they pulled off a miracle. Nixak and Lexetal's coming up in again, you know, in top 3, obviously, they pulled off a miracle. Rico Infinity, well, we know they definitely pulled off a miracle. So, today's day, it was more or less about the top teams again.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But yeah, as you said about Cryptics, there was definitely a miracle they pulled off, because let's not forget, I mean, they did not have a good start to the finals. The first game did not go their way, but they made sure they had a comeback. But at the end of the day, they found themselves in a position, and today they brought themselves, well, to the qualification spot for the Global Championship. It has definitely been an interesting finals, because again, just 2 days, 10 games.
The stakes couldn't get any higher for these teams, but they certainly were just high-tossing it from one game to the next, keeping up with the entire momentum that was being showcased from the entirety of the lobby. But with that, we do reach the end of our championship right here. MENA and SA teams have been incredible, but it is all thanks to, of course, our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, for making this all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun, and while you're hashtagging, why not follow our social media links as well? PUBG Mobile Esports, well, we're on all over the place, from Facebook to, of course, Instagram to YouTube. And as you do so, do not forget that there are so many in-game rewards that are taking place throughout the November month. So do not forget to log in and just get gaming. Alongside that, I've been your host, Blotter, with these two incredible dudes as our analysts. Thank you both as well. But it is time to say sayonara, goodbye, and take care.
keep it